starting with a phrase that many girls dream of. I want to shine like a star. Even from afar, I will prove that I am here. At a luxurious hotel, the host's introduction echoes as the wedding preparations come to an end. We will soon welcome today's main characters, groom Changga and bride Miranman. Let us give them a round of applause. Please welcome the groom as he enters the wedding hall. Like other guests in the wedding hall, a girl was also intently watching the groom. There is something strange about her. She dresses completely covered up, always adjusting her glasses like she is afraid of being recognized by someone. The girl seemed quite tense and kept asking herself how she could let that traitor go unpunished. Returning to what happened last week, the wedding invitation was coldly placed on the table. The girl looked at it intently with curiosity, while the groom casually sipped his coffee. She looked at him in confusion, seeking an answer, only to receive the most brutal response: I am getting married soon. Your future father-in-law is a top presidential candidate. Changgu also emphasized that this is why our status has gradually become separated. I can't tell if you are naive or just plain stupid. The affectionate moments of happiness between them suddenly shattered in the young woman's mind. The deceitful man did not stop there and continued using his words to criticize, while you did not even question why he would ignore your calls once a month, just because of a photo shoot. So, the romantic dates between them were nothing but a lie. He even pretended to be grateful, like, how would you know what a photo shoot abroad is like if you have never done it before? And the hundreds and thousands of good memories between the two were shattered. Amidst the enthusiastic applause from the guests in the wedding hall, after quickly savoring the soup, the girl kept reminding herself to be patient, to stay patient for her own sake. He invited me here to eat, so let us eat first. Consider this the last gift for him. She was just about to enjoy the sandwich in her hand. Suddenly, she heard a voice, "Excuse me, miss." The hotel staff, looking both apologetic and embarrassed, continued, "This spot has already been reserved, but I can guide you to your seat if I know your name." The girl suddenly widened her eyes in confusion for a moment. Seeing the confusion and anticipation in the female staff's eyes, the more it makes me feel ashamed of myself. Her mind was swirling with thoughts. What am I doing here? Why am I just sitting here eating like this? Maybe it is because I want to pretend not to care, or because I want him to worry when he sees me. If it is not for that, then perhaps it was because of the gratitude for Changga's words when he found her in despair. So, your parents passed away in an accident. Living alone must be hard for you. From now on, I will always be by your side. Then came a gentle, affectionate touch on the drenched cheek. Those thoughts resurfaced in her mind, making her constantly blame herself, still lingering on those words. I do not want to admit it, but no one is as foolish as me. Seeing the tears of this special guest, the female staff member, despite feeling awkward, had to gently remind her, "I am sorry, madam, but this is his seat." The girl immediately stood up. Then suddenly shouted, "Jurahong, my name is Jurahong." The hotel staff continued to guide, "Miss Jurahong, please follow me." After returning to her seat, she realized with frustration that she had been placed in the corner. Then suddenly realized, what is wrong with my face? Better put on my glasses. Jura rummaged through her bag while muttering, "Where are my glasses? You probably left it on the table." The soup bowl had just a few ragged pieces left. The handsome guest suddenly fell silent, unable to speak. "I thought he had already eaten it," the friend sitting next to him exclaimed in surprise. "Sung Hyun Kong, did they serve the soup as soon as you sat down?" Sung Hyun immediately denied it. "No. I do not eat this dish." He was still curious about the glasses when suddenly a cool breeze swept by. Jura nodded repeatedly and quickly said, "I sincerely apologize." At that moment, Sung Hyun suddenly realized she was the one eating. Then I kept watching her, feeling like I had seen her somewhere before. Where did I meet her? I liked the way Sung, when his desk mate was not paying attention, quietly slid the other bowl of soup closer to himself. Just started eating slowly while thinking, well, even if I remember, what difference would it make? While Juro was still fumbling to put his glasses back on, he could not understand why he was suddenly so flustered. The joyous shout rang out, "Jura!" The manager excitedly continued, you passed, it is time for you to go there." Jura also exclaimed with joy, "What? Is it true that time chose me?" And then came their joyful tight embrace. While Jura was still in shock, wondering if she was dreaming, the girl quickly confirmed, "It is real, you fool, you are crying again." To be more specific about the timing, it is a new film by director Dong Han-do, a representative of South Korea's film industry. At this moment, Jura is still floating in happiness, thinking about the past 2 months, when she spent time participating in the. Let us take a look at Jura's artistic achievements. First, there is the beverage commercial CD where she appeared on screen for a full 2 seconds. Moving on to the coming-of-age drama film, Jura reluctantly plays the role of the main character's friend. The most recent appearance was in a sports drink commercial, but it was not very remarkable, just a supporting role for the leading actress. Faced with countless questions from Jura, now is not the time to celebrate. Didn't they say we should go there to read the script? Can we hurry there since the female actor has been replaced? Maybe the filming has been postponed. Her manager quickly clarified. No, they said production is still on schedule. They said you have to attend the filming in Busan after 3 days. Jura heard this and immediately looked worried. What? Are you sure it is filming and not a script reading? Seeing her nod again to confirm, yeah. She suddenly felt a sense of disappointment, realizing she had no lines. Even so, Jura tried asking again, sister. Is it really Harem's role? The manager immediately asked Harem, looking puzzled. But they said it was Suri's role. That answer made the whole world seem to collapse right in front of my eyes. Jura gave a weary smile, then slowly sank to the ground, her voice full of bitterness. That is right. Before the manager's worried call, Jura, what is wrong? To understand better why she was so devastated, the role of Susie is, even though I already knew all the lines by heart. But she still felt desperate, thinking that if she had to play someone who lost the will to live, then kept comforting herself, maybe she could do it well. So just a second later, Jura brightened up again. All right, what if I act well and get public attention? When will I get a star in time again? Her sister quickly encouraged her. Exactly, and also, now you can return it directly. She focused her thoughts for a moment on the handkerchief. Suddenly remembered, that is right, it has been a year but... A story from a year ago, after the director angrily yelled cut. Then she glanced over at Jura and grumbled, Red Ribbon Girl, how many times have you messed up? She was just a supporting role, but she kept messing up. Even the lead actor did not make that mistake. At that moment, Jura could only bow her head and accept the blame. The manager looked genuinely worried and asked, Jura, are you okay? That director will yell at people when he's upset. Sorry, Jura. You got yelled at for no reason. She quickly responded after hearing these words, Hey, there is no need to apologize. You are making me feel bad. After that, she left awkwardly, saying, Sis, I am going to the restroom for a bit. Jura was striding when the voice echoed in her mind, the girl with the red ribbon. This felt like a knife slicing into her heart, stopping her in her tracks. I keep wondering to myself, even though it has been 6 years since I started acting, no one remembers my name. Then she quickly wiped away her tears. Why cry now? The shoot is not even over yet. Suddenly, someone brought a handkerchief close to Jura. I thought he had already eaten it. The friend sitting next to him exclaimed in surprise, Sung Hyun Kong. Did they serve the soup as soon as you sat down? When realizing it was Sung Hyun Kong. Why did he show up now? Jura tried to regain composure and greeted him. Senior, I am sorry, the shoot has to stop because of me. I beg you. Jura had not even finished speaking when he was cut off by the man. This dress is sponsored, so do not get it dirty. Use this to wipe your tears. She took the handkerchief and tearfully replied, Thank you. Seeing Sung hurriedly leave, Jura quickly reminded him, Oh, the scarf, and received a reply, You do not need to return it, just keep it. Even so, she still felt a bit guilty because it looked quite expensive. As if suddenly remembering something, he abruptly stopped. Oh right. What is your name? Sung Hyun asked for her name, leaving her stunned with surprise. Then awkwardly asked, What is up with you? He shouted loudly, Senior, my name is Jura Hong. Remember holding the towel in my hand. At that time I could not say thank you because I was not in a good mood. He may have forgotten me, but I am still honored to have performed with him. Jura quickly scanned a path ahead, unable to wait any longer. After arriving in Busan, the atmosphere on set is currently quite noisy and bustling. The eyes of Jura widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Chong, Kim Chong-gu. He also exclaimed in surprise, Jura, Jura Hong. Both shouted angrily in unison, What are you doing here? Then she confidently said, Of course, I am here to film. What are you doing here? Chong-gu was about to respond angrily when he suddenly brightened up at the sound of his name being called. Chong-gu, the director, is calling you. Got it, I am on my way. Then he abruptly turned towards her. The arrogant man said, Looks like you only got a small role, huh? You should watch your words. I do not want your reputation getting tied to mine, got it. After that, she put on a fake smile to respond to the film crew, then came straight over. Jura's manager rushed over in a panic and shouted, Jura's in trouble. I just heard from the film crew that Young Woo Kim is. You must have met him, judging by your expression. The two sisters kept wondering why he was here. She was not exactly sure, but they said Chonga Kim replaced Chong Hyun-cho. Jura, with a look of dissatisfaction, asked, how did he become the male lead? What are the details? The assistant calmly replied. One investor suddenly pulled out. So the production budget was not enough. As far as she knows, his wife is. Jura suddenly remembered what Chonga had said on the day he delivered the wedding invitation. His future father-in-law was a promising presidential candidate. Her eyes suddenly grew pensive, realizing that even though she has slowly forgotten him, even though the wound is nearly healed. Why is he the lead while I am stuck with a supporting role? The manager seemed to understand everything and kindly said to her, Jura, should you tell them that you can't film today? After bowing her head in sadness, she also firmly declared no. Why should you avoid him? Getting a small role is more satisfying and pride-worthy than landing a lead role through dirty schemes. She still looked tense, Jura. She immediately brightened up and said, you got it right, my star actress. So read the script I got in the car first. After handing out drinks to the team members, she approached you. Jura eagerly wanted to lend a hand but was politely turned down with a reminder to focus on the performance. Jura suddenly grabbed the assistant's shirt. She was happily enjoying herself when she suddenly froze. The tone was full of concern. What is wrong? Jura felt a sting in her nose and whispered, sis, I'm sorry, I'm not good enough to be as attractive as others, you always have to. Before she could finish her sentence, the manager hurriedly reassured her, no one is as beautiful as you in my eyes. If you keep repeating these words, I am doomed for sure, because I am filming underwater today, so hang in there. Hearing these words made Jura feel deeply grateful. Sister Din Hyung. Seeing Sung hurriedly leave, Jura quickly reminded him, oh, the scarf, and received a reply, you do not need to return it, just keep it. Suri may have a small role, but she has a big impact. We should seize this opportunity. The sounds on the other end of the line continued, Sung Hyun Kong, so today you are skipping the shoot and choosing to protest by locking yourself in your room. I should be the one to resist, not you. Sung responded anxiously, yes, that is why. Are you upset? Why are you so quiet? The other end of the line suddenly went silent for a moment, then curiously asked, what is the point of being sad? Have you found a way yet? It turns out the person calling Sung Hyung is the actor Chong Hyun-cho, continued speaking, no matter what I do, Senior Dong-han won't be surprised, maybe he will just ignore it and keep filming. Seeing Sung Hyung still silent, he grew curious and asked, Senior Dong-han, are you still feeling guilty? If so, do not resist anymore. He knows the tricks they use over time, but we can't do anything else, so I have to be patient. It is just one movie. There will be other opportunities to perform. Don't worry about me, just focus on doing your part well. Before hanging up, Hyun-cho did not forget to ask me to check out how well the actor Kim Chong-gu, who replaced him, performed, with a satisfied smile. Sung Hyun also agreed to keep an eye on Kim Chong-gu before the call ended. He suddenly remembered that the first time he met him was at the wedding party last month. He never expected to see him again like this. This morning he came to say hi to me, but it was just a quick nod. The entire film crew was bossed around because his wife had absolute authority as well. After some thought, Sung Hyun sighed in frustration. Everything was a mess. He was suddenly drawn to the sound of urgent knocking at the door. The man walked in and frantically announced, Sung Hyun, bad news. Sung Hyun curiously asked, Kwang-soo, what is going on? He replied in a panic, how can you still sleep? Help us stop Director Gu. If this keeps up, he will end up killing someone. On set, the director's shouts echoed, cut, terrible, just terrible. Along with a weary sigh, hey. Why are you hesitating and afraid? You should act calm by drowning yourself, but why do you look like someone who needs help instead? Jura's voice continued trembling, I am sorry. I am truly sorry, sir. Before she could finish her sentence, the manager hurriedly reassured her, no one is as beautiful as you in my eyes. The assistant standing beside him quickly urged, hey, take a break for a moment. If you keep going, you will only end up carrying more burden. The director looked completely helpless. You might as well just quietly announce, all right, take a 20-minute break. Jura, soaking wet, walked over to express gratitude and thank the assistant director. I did not expect him to answer so bluntly. You do not need to thank me. You are already the third person playing Suri. The film crew does not want to find someone new anyway. The hurtful words nearly crushed her, but fortunately Hyung quickly rushed over to comfort her. Jura, let us go warm you up. Chong-gu also stood from afar, observing everything. The eyes suddenly reflected a hint of sorrow. After getting Jura to the car, her manager kept fussing. Jura, let me turn on the heater to warm you up. I also brought a hot pack for you. She kept trying to act fine until Hyung turned away. Only when Jura was finally alone could he let out a sigh. How could he mess up the same scene 15 times? Jura Hong, stay focused. Wake up. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of the car door opening could be heard. Changgu is poking his head in. Her eyes widened in shock. On the contrary, he seemed extremely excited, even joking around, quite impressive. After seeing him hurriedly lock the door, Kwang-soo immediately asked, Sung-hyung, where are you going? He hurriedly replied, I am going to calm down Director Do. They said the actor playing Suri is about to faint. Sung-hyun also expressed concern, saying it is really cold today, and that director does not know any limits. At this moment, Changa also started mumbling in the car, Jura, I know you are not a famous actor, but I did not think you would volunteer to play the dead role in the first scene. Would you like to give me a different role? His face smug, he continued, let me repay you for all the time you've spent. Jura immediately showed anger and resolutely refused, no need to get lost. Despite her determination, he still did not back down. Come on, do not think of me as the bad guy. I just want help because we used to know each other, and now I just feel sorry for you. You have been working very hard for the past 7 years. Are not you tired? That gentle concern is not much different from before. Made her shiver involuntarily. Jura's face suddenly became serious. Kim Changa, let me ask you a question. When did we first meet, and have you ever had feelings for me, even just a little? He is trying hard to hold back a laugh right now. Then suddenly burst out laughing with pure joy. A ridiculous question, Jura Hong. I will also ask you this. Why did you start dating me? 8 months together feels like kids playing house. Only you have the patience for me. If it were someone else, they would have broken up with me within a month. You are so arrogant while being poor and having no impressive background. What makes you so sure I will always be by your side? You should be grateful that I stayed by your side for so long. I hope you realize you are not worth much. The sun was already setting. Sung Hyun walked slowly, deep in thought, wondering if he could head towards the seaside. He suddenly started when he heard a loud shout, Hey! Stop, seeing the girl in front of him looking dazed. Sung could not stop wondering, what is wrong with her? Jura, his voice trembling with anger, shouted loudly, You. After that, she was left speechless and collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Sung Hyun was about to turn around and leave when he noticed, wait, long hair. Wearing a white dress in the middle of winter, maybe it is. Thinking about it, he called out almost confidently, Suri. Try calling Suri once more after that. Her sadness suddenly vanished as she immediately turned her gaze toward Sung Hyun. He suddenly zoned out for a moment. Then he gradually moved toward her, intending to speak. Jura also looked puzzled for a moment. Quickly realized it was senior Kong Sung Hyun. As he was gradually realizing this girl. I met her at Mi Rant's wedding party, and Jura shyly greeted me. Oh, by the way, it is great to meet you, senior. Sung Hyun's gaze softened with sympathy for the fragile girl before him. After all, why is he treating her like this in the cold weather? Her face is already pale, while Jura is making an effort to greet. I am Jura Hong playing the role of Susie. Sorry for greeting you, a bit late, senior. Sung Hyun was still deep in thought, but that director you left her really confused. Why was not he saying anything? Could it be that he had already heard about it? Just like a year ago, why do I keep letting him see this side of me? While she was extremely embarrassed, she heard a voice calling her Jura Huang. She startled and hurriedly replied yes. A second later, Sung carefully picked up the shirt. Then gently draped it over Jura. She whispered, pulling her shirt closer, Your shirt is falling. She stopped for a moment, then tried to speak up. Thank you, senpai. He felt even more sympathetic. Maybe her mouth was frozen, so she could not speak clearly. If she keeps this up, there will be trouble when filming. Seeing Sung Hyun keep calling, Jura tried to respond, yes. He patiently gave directions again. The director is over there, so if you want to take a shower, just head that way. Thanks to that statement, she could confirm it. Yes, he had heard about it. The feeling of embarrassment made Jura try harder to clarify. I am fine, thank you. I do not mean it that way with the director. Sung Hyun lowered his head and reassured, Do not worry, I understand how you feel, but still could not stop the confusion. Jura, no, that is not it. Ignoring all her efforts, he turned away and said, This can't continue like this. I will go see the director and ask directly. This made Jura even more frightened and tried harder to stop him. Please, senior, do not. Sung-hyun was also happy to realize her throat felt better. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if he had discovered something. When Sung saw Jura hesitating, it reminded him of the girl with the red ribbon he had once met. He immediately responded seriously, "Wait a minute. If she looks at him like this, she will be surprised, not understanding what is happening." Then hears a voice calling Jura. It is Hyung hurriedly ran over and happily said, "Great, you are here." Seeing the handsome guy looking at her, and even greeting her warmly. The manager was stunned. "Oh my god, Kong Sung-hyung." Hyung tried to regain his composure. The voice became gentle and clear. "Oh hello brother Kong Sung-hyung. I am the manager of Jura, and I appreciate your warm and engaging attitude." Hyung really felt regretful. Although I wanted to talk more, it was time for Jura's scene, so. "Jura, hurry up, the director is waiting." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Before turning to leave, Jura did not forget to say goodbye. "Senior, I will be heading out first." Sung-hyun also kept his eyes on them until they were out of sight. "I still can't stop thinking about the name Jura Hong. Why does she look so sad at me Rant's wedding party?" Sung kept thinking about the clumsy gestures and the soothing voice of Jura, whose name is Jura Hong. Or those moments when I eagerly called, "Senior." Even the confused look when seeing his handkerchief. He shyly accepted it with great appreciation, truly impressed by those things. Then he kept doubting, was it that girl? So this is the third time we have met. I wonder what is going on with her. But whenever they meet, she always ends up crying. Sorry for keeping the director and everyone waiting despite Jura's sincere requests. The director frowned and responded, "Why, you still have 1 minute left. Why not wait until then to make your appearance?" Although she faced such coldness, she still responded with genuine respect and sincerity. "I am truly sorry." Jura kept blaming himself, thinking he had made the director wait again, a mistake a rookie should not make. His voice suddenly dropped. "I have heard you have been in the debut for 7 years, right?" Although quite embarrassed, she still candidly admitted, "Yes." "Did not expect to continue receiving more lectures. So you mean 7 years is enough, like I have been in the industry for 7 years, so directors and staff can wait? I am tired, so I want to rest." Although Jura tried to explain that is not the case, the director still would not let go. "If that is true, it is understandable why you have remained so average after 7 years since your debut." That sentence seemed to have inflicted too much damage on her when she herself was fully aware of it. "Actually, this is the first time I have made this mistake. I rarely mess up, but today is an exception. I wanted to say that, but if I can't perform this role of Suri, in the end, it is just an excuse." The director lit a cigarette in a hurry and continued wearily, "I have met many people like you before. Just because they have been around for a while, they think they are special, people like that." Suddenly someone's hand grabs the cigarette he was smoking. The director turned around angrily and shouted, "Something." Immediately saw Sung-hyun calmly replying, "Why take it out on others, bro? I told you I had already accepted Chong Hyun-cho, but not Kim Chong-gu, did not I?" While he was still trying to argue, apologized to Kong Sung-hyun, "You are the one who turned down the role, so why are you causing trouble now?" Jura kept gazing at him non-stop. Sung-hyun calmly responded, "I should be the one asking that. By now, we should have already filmed several scenes." The director snatched back the cigarette and shouted, "Is this what someone who rejects a role should say?" After that, he frowned and reminded the crew to get ready. Seeing Sung-hyun closely observing every step of Jura, the director continued mumbling, "Changing tactics to alter the mood, humiliating the director to elevate yourself. Your attitude remains completely indifferent. No, if that was my intention, I would not go easy on you." Then she smiled when he kept scolding her, calling her cruel. Sung-hyun curiously asked if the girl playing Susie had taken acting classes. The director replied, "I do not know, maybe she auditioned for harem or something." Hearing this information made Sung feel truly confused. A casting, what was that about? Did the event organizer not know anything? The director gently shook his head and continued, "It is not just her. How could I remember everyone? I am already stressed enough with Chong Hyun, so my assistant handled it and chose her. Even after 7 years, it is still nerve-wracking in front of the camera." This really took Sung by surprise, and he anxiously asked, 7 years is a long time, but why have not I seen her in any movie?" He was tired of answering his questions and said briefly, "I heard she played many minor roles, but I still can't believe it. Find out the reason yourself. Telling you would just hurt my jaw." At this moment, Jura is still trying to regain composure for the role. The manager was also worried. "Jura, are you okay?" She hurriedly explained, "I'm just getting into the mood. It is great that I feel like dying right now. That statement truly shocked Hyung. Hurriedly took Jura's hand to comfort, saying it is just a matter of time. Just act with your emotions. Okay, got it. Jura calmly replied, I understand. Do not worry, though inside she was stormy with thoughts. I have messed everything up by thinking I should not make mistakes in front of Kim Chong-gu. The desire to do everything well will make me seem determined to live. Remember those moments when you wanted to give up, and keep them in mind. Hyung and the others present were still holding their breath. Following the director's command, preparing, even Sung Hyung did not fall behind when the cue was given. Jura just portrayed a look of suffering as he rushed into the sea. Reflecting on the director's harsh words, it makes sense why she is still struggling after 7 years since her debut. As she touched the water with her feet, Chang's pitying words echoed in her mind. Aren't you tired of playing the supporting role for 7 years? She slowly walked in a daze. When recalling the offer, Jura Huang, did not I say that if you had dinner with everyone on the list, we would make you a top star? Are you really giving up such a great opportunity? The water level had risen to her knees. The words of criticism kept echoing in my head. I told her to do it my way. She would not be able to do it on her own. At least people like her still have a chance. When the seawater had reached halfway up Jura's body, she recalled that fateful call, Jura, Mom and Dad. My parents have already. The memories gradually made her stronger, no longer trembling before the vast ocean. Waves crashing grew stronger with each passing moment. The gaze, the expression Jura showed. It captivated everyone and kept them eagerly anticipating. At this moment, Sung Hyung expressed his confusion. This does not seem like the gaze of someone who made 10 mistakes. The director is still tense, watching closely, but still stubbornly insisted, just wait and see, making Sung Hyung almost burst out laughing. Look at how stubborn he is. He kept wondering in his heart, after all. The charisma of Jura. Along with tears. Was it just an act? Finally, the director called out, cut. Hyung remained silent, speechless from the surprise, while the group cheered with joy. Her voice was filled with worry, Jura. At this point, the director could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Why does she keep driving me crazy when she could have done it right from the start? He had not even had time to turn off the engine when he heard Sung Hyung's voice stopping him. Wait a minute. He quickly dashed out like the wind. While Hyung was also helplessly screaming, don't do that, Jura. Sung Hyun kept his head down, rushing towards the sea. In shock, those present wondered what had happened. I thought Suri had drowned himself. After diving to the ocean floor, Sung Hyun quickly discovered Jura's weak point. He reached out to grab her hand, quickly grabbed Jura's wrist tightly, and pulled her out of the water. Amid the terrified screams of Hyung, Jura Hong, wake up. Do you want to go like this? Open your eyes, Jura. Sung is still trying to save her. Seeing her faint breath, he decided on cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Fortunately, Jura started flushing the seawater out of her body. Then she started coughing repeatedly. Then she snapped back to reality as Hyung eagerly asked, Jura, are you awake? Can you see me? Oh my god, Jura, you are still alive. Senpai Kong saved me. I am okay now. She quickly raised her frail arm, her voice weak. Ah. Senpai, really truly. Sung Hyun did not hesitate to take her hand and gently comfort her. Thank me later. He and Hyung just sat there watching her for a while. Jura still had the energy to complain, too salty. The gaze of Sung Hyun remained filled with worry. Whispered softly into her ear, all right. After returning to the hotel, Kwang-soo suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. Knowing it was Sung Hyun for sure, he quickly asked, you're back, is everything with Director Do all right? Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled to see him appear soaking wet, and quickly asked what happened. Sung Hyun quickly responded, no worries, sorry about that, but can you grab my outfit for me? In contrast to Kwang's indifferent attitude, Sue was extremely worried. Did you get into a fight with Director Do? Were you pushed into the sea? No way, what if a top star catches a cold? Especially in the middle of winter, or did I miss something? Can you tell me about this, Sung? Despite ignoring that urging, he always remembers Jura's image. After coming back to life, she said, too salty. Then suddenly found himself chuckling without even realizing it. Then came a burst of laughter as Kwang-soo curiously asked, so did you beat him? Sung Hyun was still dazed, lost in thought, thinking really. She truly is a lovely girl. Just stepped out of the bathroom. He just let out a tired sigh. Kwang-soo also showed interest, already finished showering. Sung Hyun, grabbing the script, left his manager stunned. After reviewing it quickly, he hurriedly questioned, "Why? Why did you take the script?" Kwang-soo heard this and cautiously informed, "Director Do said if you stop resisting, then take a shower and accept the role." Just finished speaking, the manager was once again given an important responsibility by Sung Hyun. "Why do you have to stay up late? Have you ever seen him talk so unreasonably? He asked you, the one who always sticks to the plan, to mess up today's schedule. That is why you have to sleep late." Kwang-soo sighed again and complained, "I was planning to play poker on the 15th floor with some of the managers, but I guess that is not happening." He immediately gave his manager two options: leave or join me for the shoot. Kwang-soo seemed extremely excited, asking, "Is that okay?" Then, as if realizing something, curiously asked again, "But what you said is a bit hard to understand." Sung Hyun quickly closed the script, then seriously continued, "So you want to stay up with me tonight?" Hearing this, the manager immediately suggested, "Let me take you to the set. It is getting pretty late." As they were leisurely walking to the filming location, Kwang-soo suddenly noticed, "That is Suri's manager." Sung Hyun also nodded slightly in agreement. "Oh right." At this point, the film crew's assistant suggested to Hyung, "Just go to room 205. Kong Sung Hyung has to shoot all night, and some staff did not show up, so she won't feel uncomfortable." Suddenly, his unexpected appearance startled the two of them. "Is there no room left at the inn?" The film crew's assistant was taken aback and immediately questioned him. "You scared me. How did you arrive without making any noise?" Jura Hong finished filming, so she planned to return to her room. The schedule was extended because he refused to complete the role. Sung Hyun was immediately surprised. "Really? I am sorry, it is my fault that Jura's schedule." Hyung quickly responded, "It is okay, I would be in trouble if Kong Sung Hyung did not help me. Thank you so much." He hesitantly continued, "Do not say that, but is not it better if she does not go to the doctor?" Before Sung Hyun could express his concern, she quickly reassured him, "I offered to take her, but she insisted she was fine, so I think it will be okay." At first, she still looked, then suddenly the voice of Jura called out, "Sister." She peeked out and asked, "How's the room, sis?" Suddenly startled, he exclaimed, "Senior." While the manager was explaining that they were talking about him, Sung Hyun was left wondering why. "She is so beautiful." Then he hurriedly asked, "Jura, are you okay?" She shyly responded with deep gratitude, "Yes, thank you for saving me." Facing his guilt, "Oh, it is nothing. I am sorry you have to work another day because of me." Jura immediately brushed it off, saying, "It is really okay. The longer I stay on set, the happier I am." Sung Hyun was even more impressed by her naive response, thinking she was just too enthusiastic. Before leaving, he thoughtfully reminded her that if she caught a cold, she would feel terrible tomorrow, so she should go inside and rest. In return, he received the most adorable bow. "Yes, senpai, thank you so much for today." She suddenly remembered something. "Senior, wait a moment, I have something I want to give you. It is in the car, I will be right back." This made Sung Hyun feel anxious as he tried to wait. Very quickly, she handed over the handkerchief. Seeing him suddenly lost in thought, Sung immediately explained, "Do you remember a year ago when you lent me your ad?" Facing Sung Hyun's curiosity, I said, "No need to return it." She persisted, "But it looks expensive." No other choice, he reluctantly accepted it back. "Anyway, thank you." Then came a flurry of thank yous from her that left him surprised. "No, I should be the one thanking you. I do not think you remember, but thank you for noticing. That scarf gave me a lot of motivation back then. Truly thank you, and thank you again today. Thank you for always performing well. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. I can't be patient anymore." Sung Hyun has decided to stop it. "That is enough, go inside and rest." "The manager is urging you, Sung Hyun, let us go, the director is calling." Finally, they said their goodbyes. "I am leaving now." "Yes, good luck." After the two left, Kwang-soo suddenly spoke, "Sung Hyun seems to have a good temperament." He curiously asked again, and the manager replied that it was the manager of Din Hyung, the one you just met a while ago. "I thought she was younger than me, but she is already 34. Isn't she young?" It is not easy for a woman to become a manager, it must be tough for Din Hyung. Seeing Sung Hyun just mumble dismissively made Kwang-soo furious. He questioned angrily, "What is with this kid? Didn't you hear what I said?" He suddenly stammered, "Brother." Actually, after that, it just ended halfway through, nothing more. The manager had not even had time to feel disappointed when he got shocking news. He told the director that you would be there right away, but you needed to go somewhere first. You will be there soon. Kwang-soo stood helplessly calling out in vain, "Hey kid, where are you going?" I only told you I would see you off and then go play poker. At this moment in room 205, Jura's voice is filled with astonishment. Yes. Senior, what are you saying? Sung handed over the key while emphasizing, I said. Sleep in my room. Jura still looked confused, thinking he said to sleep in his room. The look in Sung Hyun's eyes was also very determined. The tone was serious. Jura, you are delusional. Are you getting the keys tomorrow? She hesitantly replied. I am not sure if I misheard. He almost burst out laughing and asked, what did you hear? Jura had not even finished speaking. Sleep in my room. She was forced into a passive position by Sung Hyun. Yes, you heard that right. So, you are not planning to take it. Jura suddenly glanced at him with a look of suspicion. He did not understand what was happening, so he looked back intently. I could not believe she turned away, screaming at the top of her lungs. Then he angrily shouted, hey. I am not that kind of person. Jura even heard himself rushing to grab the script. Despite Sung Hyun's efforts to get her attention, Jura still firmly refused. I need to read the script, please leave. Suddenly remembered what a friend once said about me. Sung Hyun often misses the important parts, so do not misunderstand, he already knows where he went wrong. Jura Hong, I think you misunderstood. Even when receiving harsh words like please leave, Sung Hyun still tried to remain calm and continued. Anyway, the room is available today, so go there and rest with the manager. Knowing that his words were not persuasive enough, Jura remained firm in his refusal. Sung patiently explained everything again. I am filming all night tonight. Because of me, the shoot will extend into tomorrow, and I think you will struggle to stay composed after everything that happened today. Jura seemed to have figured out the issue and wanted to confirm. The whole night, he boldly assumed that it might be the case. At this moment, Jura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah. That is. Sung Hyun kindly reminded me before leaving. I left the key at the door. Get some rest. I have to go shoot now, so I will head out first. We will meet again tomorrow. Knowing that he had definitely left Jura, her shame finally surfaced. Hyung, still not understanding what was happening, cheerfully said, this feels so refreshing. You are back to life now. Then it turned to Jura. I thought I heard someone talking. Who is here? She was sitting curled up on the ground, whispering softly, sister. Senior Kong Sung Hyun, does he know I stayed up all night? The manager calmly replied. Yes, I already told him that some employees had to go film. Hearing this, Jura immediately looked shifty. Shouting out in embarrassment, she never said Kong Sung Hyun was filming. Both walked down the hotel hallway, whispering, room 1701 right? Yeah, 1701. Jura's voice suddenly stammered, sis, are you really okay? Do you think there is anything wrong with that room? Hyung immediately reassured me, asking what he had done. He said he was worried I had to stay outside because of him, so if I did not accept, it would be rude. Seeing that she was still worried, the manager suggested, if you do not like it, you can return it. But Jura only responded with awkward head shakes. After Hyung said goodbye, all right, you can go in. I will be upstairs playing poker, she quickly encouraged. Yes, sister, actually. She is quite sensitive to sleep. When living with Din Hyung, she suffered from insomnia during the first week. Actually, Jura was planning to stay up all night. After entering the room, she was immediately captivated by its sleek and modern design. After collapsing onto the soft bed, she began to complain, I am so tired. A scent lingering on the pillow made her suddenly realize. It smells like senpai. So much happened today. I have been doing okay these past few days, but today I suddenly feel exhausted. I quietly feel grateful, thankful to you. If you had not taken care of me, I think my mood would have been awful, and I would have been troubled during tomorrow's shoot. And above all, Senior Kong Sung Hyun, glad I was not disappointed. Moreover, I do not want to let others down. At this moment outside the room door, Chonggu is quietly observing. It quickly reached the next filming day. Sung Hyun was still engrossed in reading the script when he heard a voice. Hello, senior. You have worked hard today, Jura responded cheerfully. Yesterday, did you sleep well? How are you feeling? She smiled and replied. Yes, I slept well, thank you so much. Hearing that, Sung Hyun felt reassured. All right then, I am free until filming starts. Do you want to grab a coffee? How about you, Din Hyung? The manager was immediately shocked. How do you know my name? I heard Kwang-soo mention it. Hyung heard that and responded politely. Your memory is impressive. Jura suddenly felt curious. Senior, where do you plan to sleep after filming me? Right here. Sure, here's the translated text in English. Well, it was pretty cold, my back hurt, and I was about to head back to my room, but I heard that I spun pretty well. The casual comment from him left her startled. What should she do? He was not sick, was he? But Sung Hyun quickly reassured her, saying, nonsense, I slept in the manager's room. I sincerely apologize. Jura's gaze suddenly softened in thought. I did think about it yesterday, but that senior really is mean. Suddenly, a greeting startled the three of them. Hello, Kang Sung Hyun. Her face suddenly darkened. When realizing it was Kim Chong-gu, he even pretended to innocently ask, oh, the person next to you is the actress who plays Suri, right? Her name is Jura Hong. Feeling a bit uneasy, trying to tighten his grip to stay calm. I wanted to jump up and silence him out of anger. Curiosity stirred within. What was he saying? Chong kept on talking. Thanks to the scene the two filmed today. Yesterday, I saw it. Late at night, you went to Kang Sung Hyun's room. Maybe you two worked all night. While Jura was still trying to resist and shouted loudly, what? Then Sung Hyun calmly replied, sorry. His name is Park Chu, right? Sorry, I'm not good at remembering names. He quickly introduced himself. Kim Chong-gu, you know my wife, right? I know you were at the wedding. The news left Jura truly stunned. What? Did you go to the wedding, Sung, yesterday? Where did you go sightseeing? He asked in surprise. Why? Then came the reply. Seems like you're the only one who does not know I have been filming until morning. Chong-gu was so furious he could not speak. He quickly regained his composure, flashing a knowing smile. After filming, I went back early to rest, so I did not catch any news. I am sorry. Sung's tone was defiant. Sorry, that is all you have got. Tension began to rise between them. Kwang-soo suddenly appeared and called out, Kang Sung, brother, why are not you getting ready to leave? Then he immediately showed a warm attitude. Oh hello Kim Chong-gu, you must have had a tough day filming today. He whispered in his ear, what are you doing? Today is a public shoot. There are lots of reporters here. Do you want to make headlines? Hearing that, he quickly suppressed his emotions with a sigh. After that, he grabbed the roll of paper and sneered, Kim Chong-gu. Because he wanted power, he married the daughter of a congressman. Wipe away that cold sweat. His anger reached its peak. Adding Hyung's mocking attitude. What? Scared now? Some kind of reaction. Let us go, Jura. Let us go. The rage overwhelmed him beyond control. Why did you go to Kang Sung Hyun's room? Did you stay up all night? If it is about Kang Sung Hyun, you are in trouble. Wanna see? His absurdity made Hyung feel indignant and angry, responding, really? Let me see. Not wanting things to get complicated, Jura immediately tried to stop her. Please, do not. Kim Chong-gu, you are so simple-minded that it drives me crazy. Can't you think of something a little more innocent? He was still stubbornly retorting when she immediately cut him off. Have you forgotten what the seniors said about wiping away the sweat and pretending to be strong? I do not know how you can remember the script so well with that brain. On the contrary, he seemed extremely excited, even making a playful comment. Quite impressive. Her body trembled with anger, growling, Ajura Huang, Coco. She is pretty good too. If you are so brave, just stand still. On the beach, everyone is busy getting ready for the next scene. The director is reminding the actors of a few small notes. The plot has changed a bit, so I will explain. All the dialogue for the beach walk scene will be cut, and a different voice will be used. What is said while walking does not matter because the sound has been removed, but I will focus on the emotions, especially Suri. The character does not know anything yet, so she just needs to smile happily. Suri is recalling her final memories while hiding her decision to commit suicide, so do not show any sadness or joy. Wang Jura quickly responded, yes. The two will talk face to face, capture the emotions, and then move into a scene where they embrace each other. They will hug like a couple. I will add more details later. They both simultaneously respond yes. The director still seems to have something on his mind. Yu Jia Huang. When she heard her name, she immediately responded yes. Suddenly, the man noticed Sung Hyung's gaze on her. So he shifted to another topic. Oh no, just needed to memorize the lines and start filming. Jura politely responded. Oh yes, while Sung stood silently wondering. Anyway, why did she look at me? Sung Hyun and Jira took their positions to get ready to film. The assistant even reapplied powder for Sung Hyun. Jura over here is also getting a makeover. The director announced over the radio, get Do Jin Suri into position. Jura was extremely nervous at that moment. Oh God, I am so worried. Sung Hyun pulled her closer into his embrace. She looked at him with a face full of surprise. You look so relaxed, senpai. Yes, you are right. It is not Kang Sung Hyun, but the lover of Suri, Do Jin. It is like they are truly in love, she reminded herself not to make the same mistake as yesterday. The director shouted action, and the camera started rolling. Both walked happily together along the beach, like a couple in love. To create a genuine emotion and reduce anxiety, Jura proactively talked to Sung-hyun. This was the first time shooting, so she was very nervous and unsure of what the director would say about their scene. He smiled and simply advised her, don't talk too much, just mention that you did not have breakfast, had this for lunch, and that for dinner, and that is enough. She smiled and replied, oh, I did not mean to say that. Jura immediately put it into practice, resting her head on his shoulder and saying, all right then. What are you having for dinner tonight? Sung-hyun was so surprised that he followed right away. Sure, here's the text in English. Yeah, I want to try some pork dipped in tteokbokki sauce. She asked curiously, what is that dish? Jura asked loudly, you have never tried it before, it is really good. Finally, the camera captured the tender and happy moment between the two. The director sat observing, nodding with approval and praising continuously, very good. The conversation between the two was not over. Sung-hyun told me he had a question. It seems you and Kim Young-kwon have already met, so Miran also came as a guest after the wedding party. The question struck her like lightning, leaving her stunned and asking again. What? A sense of unease rose within her. Did he see it? Jura hesitated and said, oh, did you see it already? Sung answered, I think I just glanced at it. Her emotions were gone, and she mustered all her confidence to say, oh, I was just a bit curious. How do you two know each other? You and me ran, but inside, she felt something different. I am sorry, it is actually the first time in my life that I have seen something like that in a restaurant. But I did not know you knew her before. I also did not see her at the restaurant. Sung-hyun said our dads are friends. Jura thought to herself, if this conversation drags on, I will be in trouble. She quickly changed the subject. I should feel sad now, but the problem is I can't control my emotions. Sung offered her some flattering compliments. You did well, your emotions and expressions were great yesterday. She was stunned by the words coming from her senior's mouth. Sung-hyun spoke up, maybe. Did you think about what you felt at that moment? Jura trembled and said, she must fight a battle within her own mind, but that vague thought lingered. I can't tell the truth. She honestly said, you have been in the industry for a few years, but why are you still like this? Why are you so foolish? Those thoughts. Sung-hyun stood thoughtfully, watching her. It is a long story. One day, I went to shoot a commercial for some extra work, and that day turned out to be the worst because the director went crazy. Have you heard of the ginseng drink? Jura suddenly replied. He is really famous. He continued to share with her, thinking that I had already hit him. The senior actor in the commercial asked for my name. At that time, I was not known at all. When someone asked for my name, I did not want them to know it, so I decided. She froze for a few seconds. Jura suddenly realized, and then it was all about you. Sung-hyun said nothing, just stared at her with an intense gaze. She shyly thought, what is this? What do I do now? Tomorrow I have to return to that miserable life. I know those loving eyes looking at me are just an act, but I want time to stop. I do not want to let go of this hand if it is Hiram. If only I were not Suri, but the female lead Hiram, how wonderful it would be. Her eyes welled up with tears. She was about to let go and turn away. Sung-hyun quickly grabbed her and pulled her into a tight embrace. Everything seemed to make Jura's cheeks blush. He whispered in her ear, look. You can do it. Jura's voice blended with the sound of the waves. Thank you so much, senpai. When asked your name, you will always remember that he noticed you throughout the shoot. Sung-hyun looked into her innocent eyes and said, if you cherish it, you will succeed. If you value it, you will succeed. If we could meet again as co-stars, how great would that be? Jura smiled happily at him. Sung-hyun hesitated as if he wanted to say something. He might be speaking while gently touching her cheek. Jura widened his eyes in confusion and asked, what? Have you ever kissed anyone before? She was completely surprised and hesitantly said, kiss what? That one then. I have never kissed anyone but. You might think it is possible right now. Sung-hyun smiled at that remark. He moved his face closer to hers. Jura closed her eyes to begin feeling it. Her mind was in complete chaos. Will happen. Sung-hyun gently kissed her forehead. She never expected him to pull off something this outrageous. Sung-hyun calmly said he really could not wait to get to Seoul. Don't cry too much. Until he returned home, Jura was still lost in the story from earlier. Din-hyung turned around and saw her standing frozen like she was lost. He quickly asked, Jura, are you done packing? She suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "Oh yes, I am just going for one day, so I did not bring much." Hyung noticed a program and told Jura to look. They probably came to interview the lead actor for entertainment news. There is a chair placed at the center of the stage. Jura suddenly asked, "When will I get to sit there, sis?" The woman walking next to her laughed and asked why she was so jealous. She honestly admitted, "I do not have any desires left. It is just a bit of helplessness. Why can't you stop being tired no matter how much you run?" Din Hyung hugged her and kept saying words of encouragement. "Well, then just work harder." "Don't you want to try feeling refreshed?" Jura asked innocently, all tired out. "You must be exhausted, unable to even stand," said Din Hyung, sharing her past experiences. "How about grabbing a cold drink and then continue? You have been training your stamina for 7 years. So let us start with Bonamana." Jura rested her head on Hyung's shoulder like a solid support. Suddenly, her sister's face changed to one of panic. "Wait, hold on." Appearing on stage now is a handsome young man named Kim Chong-gu. Din Hyung, with a scowl on his face, said, "You saw something you did not want to see before leaving, did not you? What a cheap, really cheap guy. Let us go, Jura. If you keep staring at that place, your eyes will rot." She quickly responded, "Yes." However, she still turned her head back to take a look. It is surprising that Kang Sung-hyun also appeared on that stage. "Seeing you and everyone happily chatting together." Sung-hyun's smile is even brighter than the stage lights. A sudden thought crossed Jura's mind. How strange. The man who was standing close to me an hour ago now feels so distant. No, I will forget about it because he was just being kind to me. In reality, he is in a very distant position. He is famous for his tall, muscular physique and handsome face. He is an actor with perfect acting skills. You may feel the beauty without his permission to touch it, a Hollywood star admired by fans across Asia. Our lives may never cross paths again. Well, until yesterday, that was still the reality. Why? Jura blushed, recalling the romantic moment with Sung-hyun. She immediately fanned herself to ease the embarrassment. "What was I thinking?" Din Hyung asked in confusion. "Hong Jura, what are you doing?" Jura immediately turned around and replied, "Yes, I am coming," but her mind was still filled with strange thoughts. The feeling of regret is because there are still feelings for Suri. Otherwise, it would not be. The show's recording session has ended. MC warmly smiles, expressing deep gratitude to the guests. Despite their busy schedules, all three still join this interview. "I am truly thankful and eagerly look forward to seeing everyone soon." The crew was busy packing up the equipment. Everyone did a great job. "I will handle the machinery," while Sung-hyun hurriedly looked around for someone. He anxiously wondered if Hong Jura had returned to Seoul yet. He returned to his apartment late at night. Outside the hallway, the manager Kwang-soo said, "I will wake you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It has been a tough day." Sung-hyun politely responded, "Yes, get some rest." As he walked into the room, his face showed clear signs of exhaustion. Filming from morning till night and continuing until 11 a.m. The next day, the director was expected to be superhuman. He looked at his beloved bed, unable to believe that everything was spotless and neatly arranged. "I made the bed before shooting so I could rest well, but now it is way too clean and my room is just too tidy." Stepping into the bathroom, he gently turned on the shower. Water splashed everywhere. Indeed, a handsome man radiates irresistible charm even while bathing. Images of Jura kept appearing in his mind. He vividly remembers every expression and the smallest detail on her face. Even the innocent, carefree smile of a girl. He quickly turned off the shower. Water kept dripping from his head. Suddenly, he stood still like a statue, silent. The next morning at the studio, a loud scream echoed. Everyone gathered around asking anxiously, "Kang Sung-hyun, Sung-hyun." Kwang-soo rushed over in a panic, "Are you okay?" A young supporting actor appeared holding a piece of wood, continuously explaining, "Are you okay? It seems like I hit you." "I am sorry, they said during rehearsal I should do it this way." Sung kindly said, "No, it is because I was not focused. Sorry for scaring you." Kwang-soo kept asking, "Sung, are you okay?" He turned back and replied, "Yes, I am fine." His hands were stained with blood. The manager was scared out of his wits. Stammering, unable to speak, the director needed to take Sung-hyun to the hospital immediately. The director agreed. "Take him for treatment first, and then see if he wants to continue." Kwang-soo immediately said, "All right, we will be back right away." The person responsible for the accident trembled and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Kwang-soo is putting all his strength into getting Sung-hyun to the hospital as quickly as possible. Kwang Soo asked in the car. Did you send it to Seoul already? Sung, looking puzzled, asked back, what? He explained, his mind was elsewhere. He just smiled without saying a word. Kwang Soo said with a serious expression, now is not the time to laugh. You've been acting strange these past few days. You have never had trouble with lines, felt exhausted, or lost sleep. Look at your shoulder. How many times have you practiced and still got hit like that? Sung Hyung replied obediently, I will be more careful. Kwang Soo was about to ask something else, then tell me. Sung Hyun quickly looked around, avoiding eye contact. The hospital was just ahead. Just arrived, he walked boldly alone, leaving the manager to speak in vain. I am talking to you. What, are you afraid I know what you are thinking? Sung Hyun said playfully, come on, I am hurting right now, let us talk later. Kwang Soo angrily shouted, you think I do not know you are faking pain to avoid this fake blood, right? Want to see if it is real or fake? The manager transformed into Conan. According to my sharp deduction, your life turned upside down since you left Busan. From the moment Hong Jura, Din Hyung's companion, left Busan, it was. Sung Hyun still chose to remain silent without offering any explanation. Kwang Soo confidently affirmed, what do you think, am I right? Sung Hyun kept staring at him. Kwang Soo felt a bit scared. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Sung Hyun smiled and said, you do not realize you just showed your weakness, do you? He was utterly bewildered. What? I did not do anything. Sung Hyun kept answering vaguely. You're the one who should know. The manager asked sharply, what do you mean? Sung Hyun teased, then why do you keep mentioning Din Hyung like he is always on your mind? Kwang Soo's face turned bright red. He frantically explained, hey Sung Hwing, it is not like that. I'm just a manager like Din Hyung, that is all. We just play poker together because she is always with Hong Jora, so I remember. Seeing that there was no response, he awkwardly asked, hey Kong Sung Hyung, are you listening? In Sung Hyun's mind, there is always the name of a girl, Hong Jura. It is undeniable already. At General Hospital, the doctor is updating Sung Hyun's condition. The wound is not too deep and won't leave any scars. Anyway, take care of the wound for the next 2 to 3 days and do not overwork yourself. Kwang Soo breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky. On the other side, Sung Hyung sat worried, wondering if Director Do would understand the situation after 2 or 3 days. When hearing the director's advice, Sung Hyung was told to take 2-3 days off to focus on recovering from his injury. They stood glaring at him, making him startled and ask, what is wrong with you two? He was surprised, thinking that the director would have him film some non-action scenes first, but unexpectedly, he got a 3-day break. Not long ago, Hong Jura also got injured. I wonder if he cares. The night had already fallen as he and the manager returned to the familiar apartment. In the room, Kwang Soo kept diligently writing something down. Sung Hyun curiously asked what he was complaining about. He replied, Sung Hyun, if I shoot men on Wednesday, I should change tomorrow to the day after. The director asked if I could move the schedule to next Wednesday. The theme of men is quite relaxed, so it won't affect the injury. After listening, he could only remain silent in exhaustion. You do not even give me time to rest. I guess I will have to find a new manager. Kwang Soo felt happy hearing that from you. Grateful if you do so. All right, take a break. I am going to have a few drinks. Sung Hyun tried to stop him. Wait a minute. After a while, Kwang Soo bought a load of barley drinks. Then, while drinking and watching TV with great delight, Sung Hyun felt uneasy and asked why he was sitting there drinking. I need a quiet space to rest. Kwang Soo pointed at him and said, you can lie to everyone, but you can't fool me. He listened, standing still in bewilderment. Sung Hyun gasped, oh no, I can't fool him anyway. What are you going to say, Mun Kwang Soo? He drank beer while glancing at you. Then suddenly he slammed the beer can on the table as if to assert something. Two people sat and chatted for a while. Kwang Soo gathered all his courage and confided, I am truly impressed with Din Hyung. I know her well enough to say why I like her. I think someone who enjoys her work is really attractive, like an ideal type. Sung suggested a few cool ideas to him. So, tell her. You two should exchange numbers. Kwang Soo, feeling frustrated, said, how can I talk over the phone? If you want to talk, you have to meet in person. But no, actually, even if we met, I would not know what to say. All right, here's the translation. Oh, stop it. Let us end this here. What is going on between you and Hong Jura? To the point where Kong Sung Hyun got distracted while filming. He immediately looked for an excuse to avoid it. What is the big deal? Why would two men play truth or dare? Really, he angrily shouted, do not change the subject. You know you would not be like that, unless you are having trouble at work, right? It seems Kwang-soo hit the mark with Sung-hyun, so he did not speak up to deny it. Just a click of the tongue, as if implying something. I experienced something similar. Kwang-soo was thrilled and said, "See, I knew it." Sung-hyun asked curiously, "Why are you so excited?" Kwang-soo activated management mode and gave him plenty of advice. "You are not a 90s kid anymore. You are grown up now. I do not want to stop you from dating, but do not make it too obvious. If the public finds out it could affect your work, that would not be good for either of you." Sung-hyun asked irritably, "But wait, why do you keep complaining all the time?" He listed a series of reasons, saying that my advice could help him at work, but he should be careful. I worry that he might spiral out of control and cause a lot of trouble at work if he keeps acting like he has been recently. He sat back and reflected on what the manager had said. After the conversation, both of them resolved their misunderstandings, and Kwang-soo became more cheerful. A morning in the bustling city. Traffic bustled on the road. Jura lay on the car like someone drained of life. Din-hyung looked at her and said, "Have a productive day at work." She sleepily replied, "You too." She talked to her in tiredness and sleep deprivation. Din-hyung anxiously asked, "Are you okay since filming the scene in the lake? Maybe you were in the water too long so it might have affected your health. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup." Jura immediately smiled and said, "I am fine. I have been filming that movie for 3 weeks now. I've also looked into his activities on almost all social media platforms." Din-hyung eagerly made a suggestion. "Jura, do you remember the amazing coffee shop we visited before? Would you like to drop by and have some coffee to help us stay alert?" She replied, "I would love to." At the Eden Cafe, Jura and Hyung were heading upstairs. When they got there, she was very surprised. Since it was the weekend, it was not too crowded. Jura calmly replied that she had rented it. Hyung said, "I will go get some water." Jura stared at his phone screen. She is getting drawn into this game round. It is really tough. The gem playing app keeps playing failure notification sounds. She was so angry that she pressed her face close to the screen, determined to crack the code. Hyung went to buy water for a while and then came back. Jura frowned and said, "You came at the wrong time. Please help me with this round. I really can't do it." Suddenly, she froze for 5 seconds. The person sitting in front of her was not Hyung, but Sung-hyun. He gently took her phone and asked, "What is this? Is this image making you dizzy? Is it a maze gem?" Jura was so shocked he was left speechless. She felt confused. "Am I dreaming? I thought Senior Kong Sung-hyun was supposed to be filming in Busan." She sat curled up, watching him play games. Just hearing his voice was enough to make her nervous. Sung-hyun hesitantly asked, "Can I play one more game?" "Can you answer me? What are you doing here?" He said he had some work to do here, then went back to focusing on playing gem. The two remained silent, not speaking to each other. To break the awkward silence, Sung-hyun opened up, "Something I like." He hesitated for a moment, and then continued. "That thing is," she widened her eyes and looked at him. "It seems like you are eagerly waiting for this answer." Jura was completely surprised when he thought about himself. He sat still like a statue watching her. Then gave me a knowing smile. Suddenly, he stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "Return the phone to her." Then he turned away and left. Jura picked up his phone to check. "What is going on?" He already put his phone number into her phone. Hyung smiled with admiration. "Absolutely perfect." "What just happened, Sung-hyun? What did he eat to sound so cool? Oh my god, I am so excited. Did you see that? I got goosebumps." Seeing Jura sitting with her head down on the table, Hyung waved her hand and asked, "Hey Hong Jura, did you hear what I said?" At that moment, she suddenly snapped back and asked, "So you have seen it already?" The older woman smiled and replied, "How was my performance? Should I quit being a manager and become an actress?" Jura stammered, asking what is going on. Hyung gently asked her, "You know the manager of Kong Sung-hyun, Kwang-soo, right?" Jura answered in confusion, "Yes." She started the story. When she was in Busan, she exchanged numbers with him. He contacted her a few times after she returned to Seoul, but yesterday, he suddenly called her and said that Kong Sung-hyun had been injured during filming. Jura was extremely worried upon hearing this. "Why, how could this happen?" Hyung pointed directly at her and said, "It is your fault." Jura panicked. "Why is it my fault?" The older sister had to tell the truth. "Maybe it is because he keeps thinking about you, so he got distracted while filming." Kwang-soo said that at this point, it is already considered an accident, so he booked a place for the two of you today. She shyly smiled and asked, "What do you mean by saying I lost focus because of you?" "Hyung, did you notice I was smiling? Haven't you heard?" He asked if you remember or think about him. Anyway, sorry for not telling you beforehand. He went back to Seoul for a magazine shoot. I do not know his schedule, so I'm not sure about this meeting. Jura quickly interrupted. Wait a minute. So you mean Senior Kong Sung-hyun got hurt because he was distracted thinking about me, and he also asked if I miss him too? You confirmed it, saying that is what he said. Jura started to realize the problem. So that means Senior Kong Sung-hyun. Hyung smiled with admiration. Absolutely perfect. You still can't believe it, can you? She was helpless and had to confirm once again. That is right. Jura's face flushed red. She still seemed quite shocked by the situation. Oh, what should I do? Hyung took advantage of the situation and told her. What should I do now? Should I pick up the phone and call him? Sung-hyun would probably answer right away, right? Should I tell him that I miss him a lot too? Actually, if you had not thought about it, I would not have arranged this meeting. After filming, you secretly talked to Kong Sung-hyun, right? At this point, Jura had to admit, yes, well. A thought crossed her mind. It truly was an unexpectedly interesting experience. Sung-hyun Kong, the person I met on set, turned out to be amazing and perfect. But about that. This is similar to Kim Chung. No one in the world is as caring, kind, and attractive as him. I never imagined he could be that kind of person. Of course, Senior Kong Sung-hyun might be different, but I still do not have the courage to face him. Please confirm it. The conversation between the two fell into a silence. Hyung happily announced when he got home. Jura, look, there's so many casting calls at the beginning of the year. This upcoming movie looks pretty good. What do you think? The work of director Lim Jio at the end of the year, in contrast to the excitement of manager Jura, who was only focused on his phone. Her face showed clear determination. But within just 3 seconds, she reverted back to being a shy girl. Jura sadly put down the phone. Hyung saw this and grabbed her phone, handing it to her. Then calmly wrote the message for her. Please contact me. Jura sincerely begged. Sis, please do not. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly grabbed her phone back. Hyung seriously shared. Come on, did not he tell you to get in touch? If not, just forget him. Why hurt yourself? She sat in a corner, expressing her feelings. I am so worried. I do not know what to do. The older sister looked at her sadly. Finally, she decided to sit down, hug her, and said, Jura, I understand, but in my opinion, Kong Sung-hyun is not a bad person. He cares, has feelings, and is kind too. Suddenly, old stories flooded her mind. At first, Kim Changa was the same. He pretended to be perfectly kind in every way, as if no one in the world was like him. She did not realize it either. Hyung immediately defended himself, saying there was no such thing. If that trash Kim Changa could act in front of a camera, he would have won a Kin Award by now. She softened her tone and said, after all. In conclusion, if you are attracted but do not trust Kong Sung-hyun yet, there is no need to start dating right away. Just stay in touch and slowly get to know each other better. Jura said something that left her speechless, but what if it was not the case? She quickly changed her approach. Hey, do not say that, have a shot of soju, who knows, maybe the alcohol will give you the courage to call him. She shyly replied, fine, but calling while drinking is even ruder, and I do not even know what to say. Hyung kept saying tempting words. Why not you just tell him you miss him? Drink to gain some courage. She kept refusing. Enough already, sis, I won't drink. She kept reassuring her. Do not worry, if you call him and start rambling, I will stop you. Jura was teased by her so much that she could not help but laugh. That is exactly where the problem lies. After trying to persuade her until I was nearly toothless, she still stubbornly insisted, I do not want to. I thought she was tough, but in the end, your sister got so drunk. What are you doing? Keep drinking. I did not expect Jura to handle his liquor better than Hyung. She kept babbling, Hyung, my sister. You invited me to drink, do not pretend to be drunk and fall asleep like that. She is totally wasted, and told Jura to stop pushing her. Jura sat helplessly, staring blankly. A few seconds later, she flopped onto the bed. My head won't stop spinning. In the end, I still did not call my senior all day today. Anyway, I need to tell him so he does not have to wait for me. It is too late to call now, is not it? All right, who in the world picks up the phone at 2 a.m.? Send me a message. She tossed and turned, thinking until nearly 3 a.m. Her expression looks really cute. The clock struck 3 a.m. sharp. Jura made a decision. All right. She mustered all her courage and picked up the phone. If I send it, he will see it in the morning, making it harder for him to avoid since he just woke up. Anyway, it will last until I am fully awake. She carefully typed each word. Senior, my name is Jura. After composing the message, she still seemed hesitant, deep in thought. The moment has come, the message has been sent. She just sent the message and immediately buried her face in the pillow, screaming, I sent it. He sighed deeply, regaining his composure. Let us go to sleep. I have done what needs to be done. I will handle everything tomorrow morning. Just fell asleep and the phone rings. Jura jolted awake. She leaned forward to grab the phone. The face was full of surprise. Her eyes stared at the screen, unblinking. Senior Kong Sung-hyun is calling. She became confused. What should she do now? What if I do not pick up the phone? After a moment of hesitation, she decided to answer. A soft voice whispered hello. The other end of the line remained silent. Jura gathered all her courage to call Tien, but before she could finish, Sung-hyun had already asked if she was drunk. The voice made her soul feel as if it had wandered into a dreamy realm. Your voice is so beautiful, she calmly asked again. How did you know? Sung-hyun told her to message me. I did not understand anything. She gaped in astonishment. Yes. Why is that? I was careful. Did I wake you up? He asked. No, I have not slept yet. Are you outside? She gently said, I do not drink at home. He curiously asked, so what are you doing tomorrow? Jura replied, I have no plans for tomorrow. You set up a meeting yourself, so let us meet tomorrow to clarify what you messaged me. She was very surprised when she heard this. See you tomorrow. Sung-hyun kept teasing her. What is wrong? Did you curse in the message or something? Jura quickly denied. No way, I would not dare. He said, all right, I will send you the address and time tomorrow. Hearing that, she shouted, wait, hold on. A long beep left her stunned. What just happened? She trembled at the thought of tomorrow. What should I do? I probably won't sleep tonight. Early the next morning, the weather forecast predicted heavy snowfall in the Gyeonggi and Seoul areas. However, due to the high temperature, the weather will feel slightly cold for those going outside. Once again, at our familiar cafe. Jura arrived early to wait. Finally, I could not sleep. Perhaps I woke up before the time you sent me. I was in such a rush because I was afraid of being late, so I arrived half an hour early, but elder sister Din Hyung suddenly called. She quickly answered the phone. Hyung anxiously asked, are you outside? Where are you? Jura replied that she had just arrived, and she could not believe how quickly everything unfolded. She said, yes, I think I will be late because of the snow, but luckily it is only snowing lightly. Where are you right now? Hyung was walking and said, you are at Myeongdong. Jura was skeptical. Are you really meeting a colleague? You dressed up nicely today. It is suspicious. You have a boyfriend, right? She denied it immediately, but I knew. Do you think she has time to mess around with men when she is always by my side? Jura seemed to sense something. Hey, you are nervous, so you do have a boyfriend, right? Hyung kept denying it. I told you, I do not. While talking, a waving hand made her flustered. Hey, I am hanging up. Meeting you at home. Jura looked at the phone, thinking it seemed suspicious. Analyzed the recent behavior of Din Hyung. It is possible she gave her phone number to Kwang-soo in Busan, and they stayed in touch even after she returned to Seoul. But there are no signs at all, so it might not be the case. Now I should worry about what is going to happen to me, she thought as she touched up her lipstick for a fresh look. Turn on the camera and fix your hair. Try tucking your hair up like this. I still have plenty of time to take the picture. Suddenly Jura widened his eyes at something. Those sparkling eyes captivate everyone. So Sung had been standing behind her for some time. Grata. He gently brought his face close to hers. She smiled and asked why you came so early. Jura was so shy she did not dare to lift her face. Why was she always so awkward in front of him? He arrived, sat down politely, and said, sorry, did you wait long? She quickly replied, not at all, it is not even time for our appointment yet. Besides, he did not look like a famous person at all. She randomly chose a topic to talk about. The snow was heavy on the way here. Did it cause you any trouble? But instead, he asked her back, Jura, have you ever taken an express taxi during the day? She looked puzzled and said, no, I have not tried it yet, but why do you ask? Expecting a sweet response. She was surprised when he said, next time you should try it. I want to get sick after imitating that. Jura was surprised. Did you come by taxi? Sung-hyun said, yeah, it is more convenient than going to separate appointments. Ben feels the same. She cheerfully said, you are right, but only got a bland response, yeah. The conversation reached a dead end. Jura silently thought to himself, this is so awkward. She secretly glanced up at him. He keeps looking at me. She quickly turned her face away. Why was he staring at her? Suddenly, he called out, startling her, and she quickly responded, yes. Sung Hyun reminded her of last night. If she is awake, she should explain the message from yesterday. Ji-Euro was stunned as she recalled. He handed her the phone. I do not understand what you're trying to say. She held the phone in her hand, her face full of confusion. Strange, I checked it carefully before sending it yesterday. For him, Jura's face changed unusually. Her hands started trembling with this. Did I send that message? She could only exclaim, oh my God, did I send this? Senior, I apologize for bothering you at this hour. My name is Hong Jura. I am very happy and grateful that you have taken care of me, but at the same time, I feel a bit uneasy. The truth is, I recently went through something very hurtful not long ago, so I might need some time to feel better and figure out who truly cares for me. Could you just be a senior looking out for a junior? If so, that would be great. Thank you for reading this message. Even after drinking, could I really send such a long message? I thought I would not get drunk even if I drank a lot, but clearly I was wrong. She lowered her head and handed him the phone. I am really sorry. I did not think I would do something so stupid. Sung Hyung, go ahead and search for answers, she wrote to herself so she can explain. Jura hesitated with this. The man sitting opposite was also eagerly waiting for an answer. She was so scared that she had to think carefully before speaking. The image of Sung Hyun's handsome figure keeps lingering in my mind. It might have been a polite rejection, but when I met him, my heart skipped a beat. I can't speak. He watched her actions and sat pondering. I do not know what you mean, but you do not have to give such a long answer. I have just one question you need to answer. I often think about and miss you. How about you? Jura was stunned by the direct question. The question that requires no worry. I think about you every day after filming to the point where I mistake the person in front of me for the wind that is gradually growing in my heart. How will he react if I say that? I am both scared and curious. So what should I do? And then she kept on being sullen, refusing to express her feelings. The two chose to stay silent again. Sung Hyun recalled what happened earlier. Kwang Soo was very surprised when he heard the news. Why did she say that, and then hang up? So you met Jura today, he replied. I sent the address and time this morning, so I will head to the studio at noon. Kwang Soo shared his heartfelt words. Sung Hyun, it is too early for you to say those things. Do you think Jura will accept it? He confidently said. I do not think so. He asked 100,000 questions again. So, are you afraid of being rejected by Hwang Jura? His answer is always no. Kwang Soo angrily said, look at you. That is why I said so. I also think that when you confess, no one would turn away, but everyone has their own approach. You might not need to worry, but Hwang Jura won't feel the same. Those words made Sung Hyung restless, deeply pondering. I am starting to feel a bit scared now. After a while of no one speaking to each other, Jura finally spoke up. Senior, your phone is ringing at just the right time. Sung Hyun hurriedly said, I am sorry. She forced a smile and replied, it is okay. He decided he would better pick up the phone, otherwise it would keep ringing loudly. He started the phone conversation with hello. No, I have not asked yet. Of course not. She sat there listening to the entire conversation. Who was that? Suddenly, a stranger appeared saying, I am here. I did not even know the name of the place, so I just kept wandering around. Sung Hyun, confused, said, you suddenly showed up like this, what am I supposed to do now? Jura, completely surprised, looked at him. He was so old-fashioned. The friend replied, no, because I've been waiting for a long time, and you still have not called me. Not sure if your phone is dead, he asked me helplessly. I tried calling, but what did you say? He casually sat down at the table, laughing and saying, come on, let us go over here, while Jura kept wondering if the person in front of him was really who he thought. I have been thinking for a long time but just can't remember. He saw that. She immediately introduced herself. Oh, do you seem to know me? Anyway, it is our first time meeting, so maybe I should introduce myself a bit, right? Great to meet you. I am Jang Min-sung, the director of some of the most popular dramas. Sung Hyun asked if it was really necessary to say that. She immediately jumped up, smiling, and said, oh yes, nice to meet you, I'm Hong Jura. Two people shook hands in greeting. Min-sung responded warmly, yes, it is nice to meet you. She thought to herself, he is friendlier than I expected. Jang Min-sung was previously a model. Now he is the director of countless impressive projects, truly talented. Jura asked why you came here. He said some really thoughtless words. Yeah, quite an honor, right? I am very pleased to meet you, he said, shaking her hand repeatedly. Sung Hyun worriedly asked Jura if she was okay. She pouted and asked him, how did things turn out like this, senior? He explained, I am sorry, I actually wanted to ask for your opinion before inviting him. Min Sung interrupted their conversation. Stop talking about that. Hong Jura startled and replied yes. He reached out and asked Hong Jura if she wanted to be famous. Hearing about fame, her eyes lit up like car headlights. The thing is, last night, Director Jang ran into a big problem. Not really. Seeing him slam the table in anger, Sung Hyung gently asked what was wrong. He screamed in despair, that character. It seems you are already quite used to this by now. Director Jang was pulling his hair in frustration, almost losing his mind. How could everything be fine when they met, but only perform well at that moment? They did nothing during filming. It seems I only got 100 views. He wondered whose film it was. The young man replied, New York. Sung Hyun also knows that movie. Ado, Min Sung keeps complaining that comeback is coming soon. I am going crazy. I thought the audition would go smoothly, but who knew there would be a problem? He asked about what happened to the role. The guy got mad because it was not about the role. It was a rebellion. A woman with a deep emotional wound. One day, a new love appears. But because the wound was too deep, she was afraid to love again. She was drawn to that love, but too scared to accept it. She was about to give up, but she kept thinking about him. But no male lead was able to express that emotion. Of course, I will look for other actors even though I could find the old ones out. There are many new faces after listening to Director Jang's script. He sat and pondered the woman with a deep emotional wound. Tam's role is quite similar to this character, even under harsh conditions, as Director Do is very strict about acting skills. I think she can do well in this role, so he immediately suggested to his friend that there is someone, but Min Sung heard it, sat up, and asked, really, who is it? Sung Hyun confidently said Hong Jura made his face stiff with spray. He went online to search for information about the girl, Hong Jura. While he read the message on his phone, something's on his mind. Min Sung suddenly shouted, making him very curious. Do you know her? What is going on? He hesitated for a few seconds. She is attractive, but it seems a bit too old for this role. Sung Hyun was completely shocked. What? If you think she's old, then how old do you want her to be? Just tell me. Even if your work involves social standards. The search results show that Hong Jura, a culinary researcher born in 1956, is a South Korean actress with a company. He helplessly wondered if he was really useless or just not thinking. In the end, he found the right person. Is she the actress with the same name? The actress Hong Jura. Her profile picture is decent, but she does not have any standout works. How did you know about her to recommend her to me? Sung Hyun replied, we used to film together before. Min Sung thought, really, if Kang Sung Hyun thinks it is okay, then it should be fine. He turned around and said, oh, you have already met her. He was confused. Me when? Sung Hyun said, that was the wedding of Mi Ran, the one who ate crab soup and wore glasses. He was shocked, wondering how it could be her. Oh my, what a strange relationship. It seems like there is something off between the two of you. You have feelings for her, right? He immediately denied it. No, I do not. But I want that too. Min Sung felt embarrassed for him. Oh my god, Kang Sung Hyun, what is wrong? Say something, speak up, and then act on it. He panicked and said, all right, stop. The phone notification sounded. Director Jeong woke up groggily. He turned around and saw him sleeping soundly. When did he fall asleep? I was just listening to the love story of the Hollywood star. The message is not mine. Song Sung, you have this message, he replied unconsciously. Yeah. You stood still, staring at your phone, unsure of what to do. You do not want to read it. What if it is from someone you care about? Hearing that, he immediately sprang up as if a spring was attached to his back. Min Sung teased, saying there was no private announcement at all. Sung Hyun was sitting and reading a message from Jura apologizing for the late text. I am Hong Jura, very pleased to have your guidance. He suddenly stared at the phone. Actually, I just went through something that hurt me a lot not too long ago, so I probably need time to feel better and figure out if someone truly cares about me. Can you just be a senior who looks after junior? If so, that would be great. Reading this part, do you feel something is unclear? What is this? Director Jong's nosy face is as clear as day. Why did you say that? He decided to call Jura. Did she fall asleep while texting? The other end of the line answered, hello. That voice drew him into a world of sweet, stirring emotions. She quickly said, senior, are you worried I might be drunk? Jura was surprised. How did you know? He told her, I did not understand your message at all. Min Sung still could not believe it. Is it really her? She fearfully asked. That is strange. I was very careful. Did I wake you up? He replied. He seriously replied, no, I have not slept. are you outside? His friend stood next to him, chuckling. You are not asleep yet. You have to handle a call and deal with this annoying friend of yours at the same time. So, what are you doing tomorrow? Let us meet and clear up what you messaged me. All right, I will send you the time and place tomorrow. Min Sung keeps teasing him. Kang Sung Hyung is really cool. He awkwardly turned and asked, it would not be a problem if you just sleep, right? He asked back. Anyway, you are meeting her tomorrow, right? How about I go check tomorrow instead? Wouldn't it be better not to meet the person introduced from the outside? Sung Hyun refused not tomorrow another time. He ignored his words. What should I wear tomorrow? I should make a good impression on the first meeting, right? Have I shown you the jacket I bought at the market yet? He cried out in despair. Jang Min Sung, do not go, please. He laughed and said, yeah, wearing that is just right. I can't wait anymore. Sung, feeling powerless, said, I told you not to come tomorrow. Did you hear me? Returning to reality, Min Sung smiled brightly and said, that is right. That is why I came here. Jura smiled in bewilderment. Yes. Min Sung talked to her like they were close friends. I was really curious about her too. Honestly, Kang Sung only introduces talented people. As soon as he heard his name, he immediately spoke up. It is what I should do. Those words made Jura's heart skip a beat. She suddenly asked, do you think my acting in Tam was good? He invited me to audition. What do you think? I like Jura a lot. She was surprised. Of course, it would be an honor for me. Min Sung excitedly asked, really, when can I audition? Like I said, I am in a bit of a hurry. Sung suggested, we do not have anything scheduled today, let us just go now. One surprise after another kept coming at Jura. Now, really, now. As soon as they finished speaking, both of them stood up and said, all right, let us go to my studio right now. She was confused. That is not what I meant. These two bulldozers. Sung Hyun turned and asked, can't you go now? She shyly looked at him and quietly said, actually, suddenly auditioning like this feels a bit. But why did I miss this valuable opportunity? After some careful consideration, she confidently made the decision, no, I will go. Min Sung and Sung Hyung smiled, their eyes focused on her. He said Jura Sung Hyun will send you the address, then you can go after I leave. I wish I could go with you, but it would be too complicated if we got caught. She stood behind watching the two of them. Thinking back, the famous person should care about that. It has been 7 years, and I have never felt like this before. I need to talk to Sis Din Hyung about the audition. But if I say I am going to audition, she will definitely rush over. I won't bother her, so I will tell her when I get back. A loud scream echoed, threatening to sweep Jura away. She quickly turned back to see what was happening. Below, a crowd of fans is surrounding Min Sung and Sung Hyun. Amazing Min Sung, I am going crazy. Behind them is Kang Sung Hyun. He is so tall and handsome too. She stood there thinking, it is really great that we did not go together. The snow is still falling heavily outside. In the luxurious car, Min Sung sat talking, Sung, my brother. Were you planning to discuss something important when we got to the second floor? Did I interrupt the mood or something? He replied with a hint of irritation. You already know, why ask? But why? He wondered if she felt the same way he did. Is it a yes or no? Answering this kind of question should not take so much time. When Min Sung appeared, it was probably thanks to him. Why am I feeling worried? The studio gradually appeared before my eyes. Everything inside is invested with great care and professionalism. Min Sung handed her a stack of papers and said, here's the script, Jura. She politely took it with both hands and thanked him. You might want to note a few things as well. The audition is a bit sudden, so I apologize for not being too detailed. Just focus on the emotional dialogue scenes. Would you like to see script number 10? That part is really important to me. She looked surprised and said yes. Suddenly, she paused as she read this. Min Sung found it strange and stood still, asking, what is going on? Jura, startled, quickly replied, nothing, I just really like the script. He laughed with his nose flaring. Really, I knew it. She smiled back to ease the awkwardness. Oh my. This is just a story, right? Another love appeared before the wound could heal. She carries a sorrowful heart that cannot be explained because she is afraid. You do not need to create emotions, just express them. She looked up and glanced around. Then walked over to Sung Hyung and called out Senior. Did you watch my audition? Sung Hyun checked his watch and said if it does not take too long, I still have to get to the set later. She expressed her determination by saying, I will do my best not to prolong the time so. You asked, curious, so. Jura clenched the script tightly and hesitantly said so. I hope you will take a really close look. He was really surprised by her action after thinking it over carefully. Sung Hyun gently said, "All right. Keep smiling and stay strong. I will review it carefully." Jura closed his eyes and thought, the main character's heart is still unhealed from past love. It seems like the day he wants to trust someone again will never come. Until I met him. At that time, she was just a faint spectator in the vast stands. Sung Hyun Kong always shines wherever he is. The graceful movement of On remained etched in her mind. The ball was skillfully put into the basket by him, delivering a satisfying finish. Her cheers blended with those around her. That smile, that figure had stolen her heart before she even realized it. The moment our eyes met, Jura's face turned red. And then she felt good for not trembling. Will I be hurt like in the past again? I keep hesitating. Until my heart is ready. Her heart was full of unease, wondering if she should ask him to wait a little longer. Is it too selfish? Sung Hyun silently watched her, never taking his eyes off. Director Min Sung-jang was also sitting nearby. He gave a sly smile. Din Hyung suddenly jumped up, asking, "What?" The main actor in New York's MV. Jura's face was full of anticipation. She continued asking, "Director Jong Min Seo." Jura nodded like a little puppy, constantly saying yes. Two people embraced emotionally. "Oh my gosh, my little sister, how did you get such a miraculous audition?" Hyung suddenly jumped up. "It is time. I need to buy wine and make cake." She was full of energy, but suddenly she froze, her entire body drained of strength. Jura quickly comforted. "It is okay, lie down quickly. How could someone who went a whole year without injury end up like this?" Her voice was flat, yet she felt guilty as Kwang-soo went out of his way to meet her at the store. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly shouted. Jura also sprayed glue on the spot. After a moment, she teased, "Are you Kwang-soo? Are you guys dating?" she stammered. "Not yet, we just decided to get to know each other." Jura was curious why people were like that. Hyung quietly said, "I am good to you, but I'm also worried about you." Seeing the other person's expression, she immediately lost her composure. "Hey, do not look at me with those eyes. What is going on between you and Kang Sung-hyun?" Hearing that name, Jura immediately found an excuse to run away. "Really, eat something and take your medicine. I will be back soon." Hyung could not react quickly to this sudden turn. "Huh? Oh, okay. I do not want to eat anyway. Besides, you and Kang Sung-hyun." She quickly interrupted, "I will be back soon, just lie down." Before she could lie down, a crashing sound reached her ears, filling her with fear. What on earth was that? "It is snowing outside." Jura slowly took one step at a time. She could not resist taking out her phone to check. "My mood feels off. Has Senpai contacted me yet? Did he watch my audition?" When the audition ended, he had already left. Outside, it is cold, just like how she feels inside right now. "Why, everything. I do not want to take anything, but why does it feel like a loss when we lose touch?" What a selfish act. Suddenly a beep sounded. Jura could not believe his eyes. That is true. Senior Kang Sung-hyun is calling. She did not hesitate to pick up the phone immediately. "Yes, sir," the voice on the other end asked. "Are you home yet?" Jura hesitated and then awkwardly said, "Sorry for not telling you anything because I was in a rush, but the audition went really well." She was secretly pleased when she found out he had seen it. Sung-hyun continued, after waiting for a while and hearing nothing more, she just responded with a yes. "I do not know if I understand correctly, until you are ready. If you want me to wait." Jura was worried. Was she being selfish? He seemed to answer her question. "It is okay." Sung-hyun's voice was warm and deep. "Take it slow." "I will wait." These 3 words warmed her heart like a flame. The party atmosphere was lively as Director Min Sung spoke up. "Come on, let us greet each other." He reached out his hand towards her and introduced, "Our treasure, Hong Jura." She bowed her head low and said, "Hello, I am Hong Jura. Please take care of me." The applause welcoming her echoed throughout the room. Jura stood there, bewildered for a moment. Then, feeling touched, he said, "Thank you for welcoming me. This is the first time I've been welcomed like this." Min Sung laughed. "Jura, today is the lead actor's day, and you have already made such an impression. What am I supposed to do now?" She asked in confusion why. Standing in front of the changing room door of Hong Jura. Hyung, and she looked at the board with sparkling eyes. "Jura, you are not dreaming, right?" she answered. "Right, I can't believe it, but it is true." Her heart screamed with joy. "It is the private dressing room, sis. Can I take the name tag as a souvenir?" Hyung was equally thrilled. "Sure, I want to frame it and hang it up." Jura still has not come down. I still can't believe it. All of this is meant for me up until now. She fondly recalled the time before, eating her lunchbox while shivering from the cold. The rice was too hard. The costumes I have to change the corner of the film set. Sitting in the car waiting, these things happen every day. Until today, Jura has had his own locker room. The hairstylist, the makeup artist, and the prepped lunch, these are the dreams of the famous. She sighed inwardly. If this is a dream, do not wake me up. Hyung exclaimed with emotion. What do I do? What do I do? You are so beautiful, Jura. From head to toe, she exuded a gentle beauty. Isn't it beautiful? This is the first time I have worn such colorful clothes, so I am a bit shy, Hyung sincerely said. It is a little strange, but it is wonderful. In the end, a professional is still a professional. Her tears flowed. Thank you, teacher. Thank you for making Jura so beautiful. Jura also bowed politely and said thank you. Suddenly, Hyung noticed something, and she unexpectedly let out a gasp. Then opened the door and stepped out of the room. Jura said, I'm stepping out for a bit. The woman casually replied, sure, go ahead. Her face lit up with a mysterious smile, and when she went outside to pick up the delivery, I noticed Kwang-soo, did not I? Jura checked his phone and saw a message from his senior, Kong-sung. This is the road I took after filming all night. Today is the first day of shooting, right? Do well, do not worry too much. Receiving encouraging messages from him made her feel very happy. Then immediately respond back. Yes, I will work hard. You must be tired from working all night. Take some rest, senior. Jura remembered that day. Sung said, take your time, I will wait, and I am sorry. She was confused and did not understand anything. Sorry what? His voice echoed. I gave my heart and judgment to Jura. Maybe our thoughts differ. What is easy for me might be hard for you. I did not know that. 2 weeks ago, Jura still had not received an answer. The senior did not ask anything but apologized. In the end, did he think even a call was a burden? We just texted back and forth. That is it. I am grateful for that kindness, but now I miss everything. From his face, to his voice, then his warm hands, and even that intense fragrance. Hyung did not know when, but behind her was Kong-sung. Right. She quickly stepped back, saying yes with a smile. I just wanted him to do well since we filmed late at night. Hyung replied with a dangerous look on his face. Isn't Sung Hyun talking about Kim Chong-gu? Jura questioned. Why did you mention that name? She replied. Nothing much. It seems the extended filming session was because of Kim Chong-gu, you know his acting skills. He suddenly faced a shocking event. What should director do now? Moreover, there were quite a few scenes where the actors had to perform their own stunts. But they took care of their bodies that way. After all, a loach went off course, causing the other actors to suffer. Somehow, Jura was seriously searching throughout the filming session. Hyung suddenly asked, but Jura, when do you plan to date Kong Sung-hyung? It seems like you really like Kong Sung-hyung. What will you do if you keep hesitating and lose him? Jura pretended to be calm. What? She sighed. Well, she thought he would easily change if they only texted for 2 weeks. Do you know if that person is like wood, Sung-hyun? She felt a sense of worry growing inside her, thinking back now. Song Dina once said in an interview, the actor I want to work with the most is Kong Sung-hyun. Singer Lena said, my ideal type has not changed. It is still Kong Sung-hyun. Even the model Do So-din smiled when mentioning Kong Sung-hyun, and I also want to meet him. Her expression darkened. She could only force a smile, thinking about the contest to see who would win Kong Sung-hyun. Jura wished he could be indifferent. She started sweating, unsure of what to do in this situation. Kim Chong-gu carefully looked in the mirror. Damn, is that a scar? Why does this movie have so many action scenes? The assistant spoke up. It is just a small wound. You can't see it, but you got upset. How can you be so indifferent when your artist has an injury on their face? Kong Sung-hyun, is that intentional? The assistant only dared to think this, but actually, Kong Sung-hyun was just doing what he practiced, but you dodged the move and got hurt. Chonga still has not calmed down and is still angry. You knew that, right? The assistant confirmed. Your face is fine. A call suddenly came in. You hesitate, unsure whether to pick up the phone. Just a moment later, his face lit up. Ah, me Ran, right? She responded. Chonga, are you okay? Of course, I am fine. You are not hurt anywhere, are you? How's your face? Hearing them bicker back and forth, the assistant thought, oh, your face, it is just the same. Miran put the coffee cup down. In front of the camera, you have to do it this way. Well, that is good. Next week, we are meeting up with friends, so when you get a Seoul, drop by, because everyone says they really miss you, Chongo. After hearing that, he became confused. Next week, huh, she wondered. Yeah, why? His hand clenched tightly. No, no, of course, he will go. Mi Ran cheerfully said, thank you so much. Take care of yourself, and do well with the filming. You smiled and replied, sure, I will contact you later. The sound of the phone hanging up echoed. Kim Chonga's expression immediately changed. His voice was filled with anger, damn it. Jura was now lamenting and cursing everything. Hyung quickly reminded, lead actor, your expression does not look right. She collapsed onto the sofa. I do not have the energy to put on a friendly face anymore. Sis, what time is it? She took out her phone and checked the time. It was 10:55. Jura thought to herself, it had been 17 hours since she left home. Hyung tried to help her sit up. Actually, 24 hours is not enough for filming. There are many cases where the schedule gets extended. Keep going, keep going. She forced herself to say, of course. Compared to filming at the beach in winter, this is much easier. Jura's face was dazed, as if just realizing how difficult it would be. Fixing makeup and making countless changes turned out to be harder than expected. Now there are things I am very envious of, but it turns out everything has its own challenges. She announced the schedule. The next interview is with director New York and the entertainer Tin Tuc, which will take about 30 minutes. You can take a lunch break until then. Her voice was completely drained. All right, I will get some sleep now. Jura, wait, can I come in? Just then there was a knock on the door. Hyung spoke up. Yes, come in. A person walked in and apologized for interrupting your break. Jura, you must be really tired. She quickly replied, I am fine. The staff here work hard until late at night too. He forced a smile. It is just what we should do. The weird director of our team wants a bit of your precious time. What should I do? The two people, confused, simultaneously replied, yes. The night has fallen. The call for Kong Sung Hyun echoes everywhere. Come here quickly. You are still so cold. What is going on? Kwang Soo told Jura she was on TV. His expression suddenly changed 360 degrees. Jura is indeed beautiful and appeared on TV. Well, I can only say this is an honor for me, Director New York and the staff. She seems very confused. Oh, I apologize. Thanks to them, I had a great time during the entire shoot. Everyone treated me very well. Kwang Soo said, looking at Jura, you seem too worried. Sung kept quietly gazing at her. The host continued leading. While waiting, I glanced briefly, but the director did not find any mistakes with Jura. Director Jang is known to be very strict. It seems like he was a bit lenient with Jura. He spoke up. Oh, if you look, you will know Jura is perfect. As soon as I saw her at the audition, I liked her a lot. Right, Jura? The host was excited, and the atmosphere was heating up. Jura blushed and stammered. Well, what he meant was that he liked my acting. Director Jung almost wanted to cry. Jura, the way you say it makes it even more awkward. After hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. Her eyes accidentally met the director's. Then she gave a sweet smile. Sung could not take his eyes off that girl. He could not hide his feelings. You are so cute. Kwang Soo is bored, but now looking back, it feels amazing. What is going on? He asked without even looking at Kwang Soo. Even if you said you would wait, it has been 2 weeks and Jura has not called you. Or are you the one waiting, both of you? Sung remained calm. She messaged me, right? The assistant asked anxiously. Do you think texting and calling are the same? How can you resist the urge to see her face and just settle for hearing her voice? It is not like that. At first, you wanted to meet someone stable and calm. I think it is a bit different from your ideal type. Sung Hyung looked thoughtful. I do not know anymore. His face turned lovesick. It is just that you have changed your type, thanks to Hong Jura. Kwang Soo froze after hearing that. Your tone is sarcastic. Seriously, even the amazing Kong Sung Hyung has no other choice when he is in love, right? Oh, I just remembered something. By the way, have you sent the premiere tickets for this Sunday yet? You confidently replied, oh, I already got the address from Din Hyung and sent it out today. Sung warmly thanked you. Kwang Soo gathered all his courage and asked, so on the premiere day, do you want to tell Din Hyung about it? What do you think? He assured, it will be fine. He watched her on the TV screen, that event. No matter what happens between you and Jura, I will still move forward. The car is rolling down the road. Jura's voice rings out, sis. She said, I think I should take this opportunity to improve my endurance. I have already signed up for the gym. Suddenly, the car sped up, making her flinch. Where are we going? There are gyms around our area too. Hyung was extremely excited. Hey, no matter what. Jong Din Sung. Director New York. My leading role, I can't just go anywhere, right? You have to go to Gangnam. There are many famous people there. Jura panicked and screamed, bragging too much. She snapped back, bragging about what? It is an investment. An investment? It seems you still do not realize that your video will be shown everywhere. You have to be the keyword on real-time search engines. Jura got even angrier after hearing that. Let us worry about that later. Someone concerned about paying for heating this month won't care much about a fancy gym. Hyung stopped the car in front of the gym. Too noisy. She got out, shaking her head in frustration. I am losing my mind, she thought. Although he did not want to, Jura no longer had a chance to resist. The gym appeared before her eyes. Everyone was passionately working out. Jura could not lift his head. Hyung kept shouting in her ear, "You are perfect for this, a true celebrity, actress Hwang Jura. Even in workout clothes, you still shine. You look stunning in anything you wear." I could not take it anymore, so I playfully put Hyung in a headlock. Her voice whispered, "Can you lower your voice a bit, please? I'm trying to stay quiet, but you are shouting so loud, like a fan signing up to work out at a celebrity spot." Hyung quickly said, No, if anyone recognizes me, it is definitely because I am beautiful. When you are done, call me. I will come to the nearby cafe." Jura quickly stopped her. "Wait, you are not working out with me." Her face was innocent. "What are you talking about? Do you know how much it costs to train here, and you're asking me to train with you?" Her voice echoed throughout the room. "Go for it, actor Hong Jura. Jura just wanted to dig a hole and disappear. You are really something, sis." She randomly opened a workout on YouTube. "Now, this move will adjust the misaligned pelvis, and this one will help boost blood circulation." Jura gritted his teeth and endured it. There was nothing else he could do. He had paid for the training, so he had no choice but to work hard. Stretch those legs. In this position, pressing your partner to form a straight line, she silently lamented that she was done for. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Let me meet him and break his neck right away." A man spoke up. "Calm down, DCO. It is in the past now." "No way, even if I forget, I'm still really angry." Jura silently observed the two of them. She was surprised to learn that they were done. DCO and Chong Hyun-cho. DCO frowned, clearly unhappy. He had prepared a lot for that role. What a shame. Hyun-cho remained calm. It will be useful. Jura was completely shocked. When the dating rumors surfaced, they denied it, but it seems like they are actually dating. Although unintentionally, DCO's voice still reached her ears. Director Do really disappointed her. No matter how high the production cost, the fact that he left on to choose someone like Kim Chong-gu is truly unfortunate for Seung-hwin, who has to act alongside him. GORA also guessed their story. Yes, they were talking about time. DCO changed the subject. "Ah, Sung-hyung, we have not seen him in a while since the screening last Sunday. It is coming up soon." Hyun-cho was surprised. "Huh, what?" Jura also remembered. "Right, the screening. Seniors also gave me a ticket," she worried. "I still do not know what to wear." The girl continued gossiping. "Oh right, after the premiere, should we seat Sung-hyun next to Dina?" When Dina forced Sung-hyun to introduce her, I was speechless. Jura felt the same way after hearing it. If it is Dina, is she talking about actress Dina, that person openly admitted to wanting to collaborate with a senior actor, Kang Sung-hyung? Everyone knows that Doon DCO and Song Dina are close friends. Sung-hyun won't agree. She thought to herself with glee, "That is right, say no, Chong Hyun. It seems like it has been a while since we last met, we should stretch a bit." Jura felt like falling off a cliff. Chong Hyun. She suddenly remembered Hyung's words. "If you keep hesitating like this and lose Sung-hyun, what will you do?" It actually makes perfect sense. If the dating rumors about them are true, and if the senior is attracted to Song Dina, if that is the case, I have no right to stop him. Because DCO felt someone approaching. Jura's face was dark and gloomy. "We are nothing to each other yet," she shouted, startling me. She quickly explained, yes, we are nothing. Are you a reporter?" Chong Hyun spoke up, calming DCO down. "This person is so strange. What is wrong with her?" Jura blames himself. "I am going crazy. What am I doing?" Her lips mouthed each word. "Well, I think it over, Jura." Her brain is trying to operate at full capacity. Finally, I found an excuse. "I am actually a fan of you both, but I was too shy to say anything. Can I have your autograph?" 2 signatures were given to Jura, and she escaped danger. Hyung asked curiously, "What signature is this?" She sat in a corner mumbling. Yes, when he came to the gym, he was very, very friendly. "Sis, can we switch practice spots?" The teacher immediately objected. "No, do you know how much the fine is?" Jura looked at his phone after hearing the notification sound. "This is a message from Kang Sung-hyun to you. The weather is warm today, but it is still cold in the morning and evening, so remember to dress warmly." She could not believe her eyes. Her emotions rose. Even if her senior cared about her all day, she would still feel fluttery. How could you wait, even though he did not get an answer? She looked out the window, thinking. Senior kept approaching her with warmth and ease, while she kept hesitating. Then, make a brave decision, and give him your answer now. Early the next morning, Hyung called out Jura. Get ready now, it is Sunday, so traffic will be heavy, her voice echoed. Yes, I am ready. Jura slowly stepped out and looked at how she was doing. Hyung was surprised, looking at you so bright. Spring has come. She was a bit worried and asked again, really, do I look okay? Hyung firmly confirmed, of course. In my eyes, you are number one. Jura was disheartened. Oh my, that is why I should not ask for your opinion. She opened the door and looked back. I am serious. My little princess, put on your shoes, Jura replied brightly. Yes, madam. Finally, the premiere day arrived, and Jura still had not found the right moment to express his feelings to his senior. Jura felt a bit nervous, even though we had not talked about meeting after the screening. It has been a while since I last saw him, so I am really nervous. After a while, the two arrived at the movie theater. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Jura's eyes widened in surprise. They have all been invited to the premiere. Hyung spoke up. Not really, it is mostly just fans going to meet the artists. Oh, and Kwang-soo too. She immediately answered the phone. Yeah, Kwang-soo. We just went up to the second floor. What about food? We already ate. Ju-ra wondered, since when did dating become so casual? Oh really, I will go right away. She hung up and turned to Jura. I am heading to the restaurant on the main floor. You just need to go to the box office from the hotline to start the premiere. You know where the hotline is, right over there. Jura waved. Yeah, I know. You should go now. It has been a while since you last saw Kwang-soo. Hyung smiled cheerfully. Sure, call me when you are done, she replied obediently. Looking into the distance, the sound of cameras started clicking. Oh, they have begun taking pictures. She observed carefully, and there was Chong Hyun Cho. And Dundee Seo. Jura blended into the crowd. They looked great at the gym, but when it came to the job, they were different. Hopefully, one day, I will be standing there too. Suddenly, she noticed someone. All the cameras turned towards that direction. She walked gracefully into the spotlight, radiantly beautiful. Jura stood still in place. In her mind, she thought, Songdina saw. She is so captivating, no one of the crowd is cheering like crazy. She is stunning from head to toe, with solid acting skills and a strong career. Compared to her, Jura feels like she can never measure up. Based on what was heard in the conversation a few days ago, it seems that Songdina and the senior will meet after the premiere. The announcement echoed, the premiere is about to begin. Honored guests, please take your seats. Jura slipped into the middle row to avoid attention. When they met, it was over. If it were me, I would fall for her in real life too. She racked her brain, thinking she had to do something to prevent it from happening. The host introduces, now please welcome to the stage. A round of applause for director Kim Dong-ho and the main cast. Jura just realized it is starting. Everyone stepped on the stage one by one. Sung Hyun walked at the very back. His whole body seemed to radiate an aura. Jura intently observed. That man. Not long ago, he sat in front of me to express his feelings. He took the microphone and spoke, thanking everyone for coming to see our Red Forest. Our team worked hard through the heat of summer to the freezing cold of winter. Now the film is finally complete. Once again, thank you. Jura kept worrying, hoping it was not too late. Now, director Kim Dong-ho and the cast will conclude the greetings. Everyone will slowly head inside. The director and actors will enjoy the Red Forest together, so we hope you stay with us. All the lights in the theater went out. Jura let out a sigh of relief. Now it is time to focus on the movie. This is the one I've been wanting to watch. You should switch to vibration mode. She took out her phone and saw a message from Sung Hyung. Have you arrived yet? Where are you? She secretly glanced around. Silently calculated the seating position. After that, she carefully typed each word. 6th row, right side. Sung Hyun is sitting in the front row. Suddenly, he glanced back. Just a few seconds later, he immediately turned back. Jura's heart pounded. What should I do? My heart is about to explode. Oh no, she kept receiving messages from Sung Hyun. She was too emotional to speak, and after 20 minutes, please step outside. I have told Kwang-soo to wait outside. 20 minutes passed after a long wait. Jura gently opened the door. Hyung arrived just in time. Jura, are you here? She immediately recognized the two, Kwang-soo's sister. Kwang-soo smiled and said, Long time no see, Jura. I hope you are happy knowing I still have not had lunch. She responded nervously, I am sorry. Hyung lightly punched him in the stomach. Do not joke with my sister, you already ate earlier. She felt uneasy. My sister and Kwang-soo look so natural together. Just imagining facing my senior makes me feel nervous and shy. The elevator has arrived. You pointed and said, Jura, do you see the last room over there? Let us get out of here. She was stunned. Are you two really leaving? Kwang-soo replied excitedly, Jura, we are not that careless. Hyung cheered on, Jura, you can do it. She quickly denied, no, that is not what I meant. Everything around suddenly became gloomy. Just the two of us would be so awkward. She stood in front of Sung Hyan's waiting room, thinking there was no other way. They had not seen each other in a long time, so she could not interrupt them. Jura tried to control her breathing, and she also needed to clarify things with him. She nervously opened the door to the room. Her head peeked inside. Senior, may I come in? Sung was drinking water while waiting for her. He spoke up, you are here already. Jura froze on the spot. Her heart seemed to be dancing. She ordered it not to beat too fast to calm down. Seeing her standing still, he called out, what is wrong? Come in. Yes, she stepped in and closed the door. The silent atmosphere enveloped the two. Sung spoke first. The awkward tension hanging in the air made her heart skip a beat. Yes, sir. Seeing her like that, he could not help but smile. Then walked straight to the corner of the room. Then sat down on a sofa. His hands slapped repeatedly on the spot beside him. Sit here. His eyes never left her. In Jura's heart, it felt like flowers were blooming. She walked slowly over. As soon as she sat down, her face turned red. I really want to watch the movie, but next time I have to go with Din Hyung. She turned away. Oh, there is a screen over there. We can watch the movie from here. Sung Hyun bluntly asked, why are not you looking into my eyes? It has been a while, so it feels awkward, right? Jura is a sound. Then he lowered his head and replied, actually, that is true. A bit shy looking at each other like this. Your voice has a hint of joy, good. At least you noticed that. He continued asking, I look more like a man now, right? Outside, Jura tried to hold back his emotions. But inside, her soul was screaming, of course, there is no one more manly than him. Wait, she suddenly remembered. In her mind, a fierce battle raged, unsure of what to do. Is this the right time? Jura clenched his fist. All right, speak. My thoughts, senior. The main issue was interrupted by a phone call. He turned away to take the call, and she immediately sighed in relief, thinking her heart was about to explode. The name Chong Hyan was suddenly mentioned by him. I will head in now. I went out for a bit. What? After finishing up, let us talk later. Okay. Jura thought to himself, did he just get invited on a secret date? Sung Hyun politely said, I am sorry, she replied. Oh, it is okay, so is he going or not? He suddenly asked, Jura, what are you planning to do after the premiere? She hesitated and replied, I still do not have any specific plans yet. What about you? I have a press conference, he said. She sighed in regret. He continued, the press conference will end soon. Do you want to go somewhere else and wait for me? Jura's cheeks flushed pink, asking if I was waiting. He wants to meet me after the press conference. Sung looked a bit shy as Chong Hyan said he wanted to introduce his girlfriend to him, so let us go together. These words struck Jura like a bolt of lightning. She stared at him, wondering what he had just said. The call was to arrange a meeting with Songdina, nothing more. Going together, her voice could not hide the excitement. What do you mean by going together? Sung Hyun replied straightforwardly, sit next to me to make them jealous. After hearing that, she was stunned. What are you talking about? Are you joking? His face remained as usual. He was not joking at all. Seong asked for her opinion, so he said, I will go alone then. Jura can't keep up with you anymore, man. Seriously, I have no idea what you're planning. Her hands clasped together. After all, he is going on a date with Songdina. What could I even say? The person who looks better standing next to their senior is Songdina. She bowed her head in silence for a long time. Sung Hyun lost his patience, sighed, and turned away. His voice carried a hint of sadness as he openly said he was going on a date, yet you did not want to hold him back, did you? You have been gone for a while. Today that is it. He came in, saw you stand up, and said yes, looking confused. She watched Sung Hyung's back as he walked away. That means he went to the door and was about to open it. Suddenly he paused. Jura grabbed his shirt and said if you stay. If you won't go, she can't face Sung Hyun directly and just stares at the ground. She tried to express her feelings, hoping he would not leave. At that meeting, Her face turned bright red. Why does he feel somewhat happy inside? Sure, here's your translated text. What? He turned around, looking for an answer from her. Jura stammered, unable to speak because everyone knows. Her voice murmured, well then. Because I have you. Sung Hyun could not believe she said those words. Even Jura himself does not believe it anymore. His face lit up with a happy smile. His hand gently touched her face. He then hugged Jura tightly. At this close distance, she thought, I can almost feel Senpai's heartbeat. His warm voice rose, thanking you. Because she held him back, she secretly glanced at Sung Hyun, who always looked calm. But you are no different from me. Jura also returned his hug. Hyung overheard everything and exclaimed how amazing it was, just like in a movie. How could a Sung Hyun be so dramatic in real life? Jura looked around and signaled for silence, embarrassed. Oh, sorry, I got a little too excited. Thank you for your time. But is Kwang-soo okay? Hyung laughed and said it is fine. Kwang-soo has Sung Hyun. Jura replied helplessly, I understand. She curiously asked, how did you get out of that situation? I really admire you compared to me. While sipping some Jura and recalling what happened earlier, I do feel a bit guilty, after all. I am heading into the theater. What about Jura? Do you want to come too? She had no choice but to turn down Sung Hyun. Oh, I will check it out later. I am going to a nearby coffee shop. Really? Okay, I will go in first then. When she heard him say that, she felt a bit disappointed, such a shame. Seeing him still standing motionless, she worriedly asked, what is wrong? Sung Hyun leaned against the door and admitted bluntly he did not want to go. Her mood was like floating on clouds, so happy that her senior felt the same way she did. Kwang, are you done? Yeah. Hearing Hyung answer the phone, she roughly guessed that the press conference was probably over. Jura held the phone, waiting for a message. The senior would text her soon. Got it. See you later. Hyung hung up as soon as she finished speaking. Then he stood up and said, let us go, Jura. She looked confused and asked, how where? Hyung replied that it was Incheon Park. She stood there dazed, not understanding what was happening in Incheon Park. Incheon Park came into view in the blink of an eye. Director Min Sung-jang was already waiting. He called out loudly, Juradin Hyung, over here. Hyung eagerly responded, how's the director doing? And Jura, surprised, asked, what about Director Jang Min-sung? Please take care of Jura for me. All right, I will try. Watching the two of you improvise, she was just speechless. You started the conversation. The weather has gotten much better, right, Jura? She wondered to herself, really? Where did our director go? She asked shyly, looking at him. The director explained, it happened again. It seems like Sung Hyun has not been clear enough, but anyway, he needs to change his habit of saying important things first. We planned to meet after they were done, so I wanted to give Jura a ride to Sung Hyun's place. Since it is my car, there is no doubt, because I go to his house all the time. She did not foresee this turn of events. What? The senior's house, Min Sung calmly replied. Oh, do not worry. It is snowing heavily outside, and suddenly the two of us did not want to leave the house. Wouldn't it be better that way? Jura shouted. No, you reassured with a laugh, Jura, do not worry. She gazed out the window just like that, but there are pictures of seniors all over the city, so it will be hard to meet outside because there are so many people. In a way, that is just normal. Jura remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Min Sung asked, do you understand? She looked confused but responded with a soft yes. Now it is your turn to stay silent. She awkwardly replied, oh yes, of course. Her mind was in turmoil. This was not about understanding or not. I am Sung Hyun Kang's girlfriend, and I do not want to reveal my name to the public. So there is nothing to be sad about, it is just. I wanted to share the little moments with you, but it is a bit of a pity that I have to let go. The director stopped the car. Oh, we have arrived, Jura. She replied, yes. Then glanced outside. The towering building. She was too shocked to speak. At this moment, Chong Hyun suddenly remembered, that is right, I had thought about Sinsadong and decided to move to Upgyujong. I have to work really hard. Sung's face remained as indifferent as ever. Director Kim and Kwang-soo have been working hard too. The decorations are almost done, but I still have not gotten there yet. Chong Hyun anxiously asked, are you okay? You've been waiting for this for so long. He calmly replied, yeah, what matters is the kind of person I will be and how I will face it. Min Sung's voice interrupted them. Kong Sung, your letter has arrived. Jura hesitated, apologized. Everyone, the sound of English echoed. Come in, Chong Hyun cheerfully said. Long time no see, Min Sung. She was surprised to see him. wondering why Chong Hyeon Cho was here. Se-ung suspiciously asked if the car was locked. Min Se-ung reproached, saying that he did not even explain to Jura why he brought her here, and that Jura was very confused. You pointed toward her, the gym room. Jura did not know where to hide his face. The director looked at her curiously. What gym room? Sung wondered. Do you two know each other? He immediately recounted the story. After a moment, everyone burst out laughing. Min Sung held his stomach, trying to suppress his laughter. Ah, Yura is really amazing, Chong Hyeon continued. For some reason, her actions were quite suspicious for just a fan. Yura, embarrassed, lowered her head and said, I am really sorry about that. Then he looked up and reminded, Hey, you're laughing a bit too loud. Sung Hyung quickly changed the subject. Oh sorry, let me cook something delicious for you. Jura could not believe his eyes. You can cook, Chong Hyeon replied. Surprise, he played a chef role and ended up enjoying it. Now he is really good at cooking. Not long after, a grand feast was served. Wow, this is not just any ordinary skill. Sung Hyung remained indifferent to Jura's admiration, saying he just did something simple. Try it. She immediately took a bite. Delicious. Min Sung also complimented it. Kong Sung Hyung, the food is amazing. Thanks for the meal. Jura thought to himself, before that, we were all strangers, sitting next to each other like this, talking and laughing. After all, the power of good food and wine is unbeatable. Suddenly, her glass of wine was snatched away. Sung Hyun reminded, do not drink any more, you will get drunk. She objected, I am not drunk yet. He took her hand and pulled her along. I just think so, go inside and rest until Din Hyung comes to pick you up, she insisted. I'm fine. Next to them were the whispers of the other two. What music was playing then? Some kind of mice N. Are you okay? He asked with concern while helping his aunt up. Finally, Jura sat down on his bed. She stopped here and obediently replied yes. Her eyes were fixed on him. Why do you look even more tired than I do? Sung Hyun patted his head. Oh, I filmed until morning yesterday. Her gentle voice rang out. Let us take a break. She held his hand to keep him back. His face showed a bit of confusion. You are really drunk, she insisted. No, I am not. Her words caught him slightly off guard. Jura reminded again, I spoke first. I am not drunk. Two people were chatting. Jura, you suddenly came home today, so I was really surprised. A little, since he did not mention it earlier, Sung Hyung sincerely says, I am sorry. By the way, I have heard from many people that I often leave out the important parts, but I can't fix it. Jura laughed. Director Jang Min-sung also talked about that. He asked in surprise, really, what did he say? She blamed herself. That, oh my god. I am crazy. She finds excuses to avoid it. He does not say anything at all. It is really him who often forgets the important parts, senior. She recalled what she had said. You said you were not drunk. What were you thinking when you clung to your senior? Sung Hyun looked straight into her eyes, waiting. She did not dare to say a word, only thinking to herself. I spoke while I was still clear-headed. Then suddenly he spoke up. Anyway. Naturally, with just the two of us at home, I was afraid it might be awkward, so I asked them to come over. Don't you feel comfortable? She quickly replied. Not at all. In fact, I am even happier. Her voice became more relaxed than at the beginning. They were both really interesting. I laughed a lot. Jura looked up and said, This is the first time I have seen you cook. I can't believe it. You do not seem like someone who cooks often. But from that moment, she suddenly stopped. She silently watched the man in front of her, his eyes. Until the last breath. The warmth of you. All of it fills my heart. The air was suffocating as they shared their first kiss. Sung hugged her tightly. Both were captivated by each other. The only image in my eyes is that of my other half. Jura's face turned red. They're still outside. Is that okay? His fingers gently caressed her full lips. His deep voice asked, Do you like it? She hurriedly pushed Sung Hwing away. Is that your style? He responded. I am sorry, it is not like that. Jura's mood improved. Luckily it was not like that. He smiled at her cuteness. The first time I saw you act naturally in front of me. Really? Yeah, before, whenever I was around you, I was always tense. She asked skeptically, Aren't you feeling nervous, senior? Suddenly, she burst out laughing because Sung Hyung was being funny. Wait, that tickles, she exclaimed. The voice of Hyung echoed everywhere. Really, Kwang Soo? Is this entire building owned by Kwang Soo? You smiled and admitted, that is right. She looked around. Could not believe it. My boyfriend is the representative of the whole company. Kwang Soo replied, Well, Kong Sung Hyun and I are co-owners. She could not hide her surprise. That is so cool. A company teamed up with someone as famous as Kang Sung-hyun. I can't believe it. When did you prepare for this? You remember and recount. It has been a long time, just like Din Hyung said, because of Sung Hyung's honor, he could not afford to be clumsy. It took quite some time, but thanks to it, both the staff and the system are now organized, and a few artists have signed contracts and negotiated. It is simple, so the company is not newly established but has already been operating. After hearing her, he immediately replied, that is right. Kwang-soo put the glass of water down on the table and took the opportunity to make an announcement. We really respect Jura's talent, and I do not understand why an actor like that does not have a management company. Hyung's whole body trembled. Oh, it means. You continued, yeah, bringing Jura to the company was totally understandable, and as for Din Hyung, she was absolutely thrilled, of course. Suddenly, she hesitated. Oh, but. I am a bit worried because Jura mentioned having bad memories with management companies, but he does not understand what those bad memories are. Hyung remembered, we did receive an invitation from a fairly large company. At first, we were called to the company, and they spoke so convincingly that we were completely satisfied and trusted them. However, not long after that, only Jura was called to sign the contract, and it was at a bar. Kwang-soo was furious, asking if they were crazy. She continued, then they tricked the girl into signing the contract as a partner of those damn scammers. Hearing this, he exploded. They're crazy. What happened next? The girl did not do anything else. She did not sign and left without looking back. We had to endure a lot because of those jerks. Kwang-soo is worried, probably deeply traumatized. Hyung was gloomy. Actually, at that time, he could not mention the companies in front of Jura. Besides, it was tough for him because the director and sponsors had already contacted him because of the girl. You interrupted, but Din Hyung looked up and said yes. Kwang-soo's voice turned serious, if that is the case. You should invite Jura to work for you, right? At Incheon International Airport. A girl shouted, hey, look over there. The guy turned around in confusion, huh? Isn't he a celebrity? Oh, he is the one who recently married Ki Sung-mun's daughter, right? Oh, Kim Chong-gu. All eyes are on him, truly heartwarming, just like a movie character, such a sweet smile. He is greeting everyone. Authenticity is the real charm. The car door slammed shut loudly. Kim Chong-gu got into the car and immediately complained, my ears hurt so much, just leaving the airport is tough. Myung-ho glanced over, are you tired? He frowned unhappily, of course. What else did you expect? Why do I have to go from Busan to Seoul without a single day off? Myung-ho replied, Miran has been away for a while. So she really misses you. It is true that you just got married. Chonga suddenly asked, do you think Miran did this because she wanted to see me? He was puzzled and responded with a huh. As he looked out the window, he muttered, if that is true, then why does she keep calling me when she has already got plans with someone else, and she has never even been to Busan? It is nice when a handsome actor husband wakes up only to be shocked by her words. She just wants to show those around her how she treats me. Myung-ho thought to himself. You are the one getting married to take advantage of that family, even though you know it. He tried to tell himself to keep his mouth shut. Chonga pondered, damn it, he had to return the same day. How to escape from? You suddenly leaned forward. Oh, did you postpone a TV show last time? Myung-ho thought the filming schedule would overlap with his own. Chonga's face lit up. He called and said, I will do it. Now go get the script right away. He shouted in panic, what? Say that again, right now? Myung sighed. Find this damn job. He immediately called and said, hello, I am the manager of Kim Chong-gu. Is everything still all right? Chong-gu chuckled to himself. Good. If the film production company suggests an urgent meeting, then I do not have to go to that damn place. It is also a reasonable excuse for Miran. When the time comes, she will say that Chong-gu can't come because he is on a film shoot. Everyone will understand. After all, he is a famous actor. You are extremely pleased with this plan. After all, I am so smart. Mira will check on you right away, you know what to do. Myung-ho quickly responded, got it, I understand. By the way, what is the name of that movie? You explained further because we have to speak the same way. He tried to remember, maybe it was. At this moment, Jura is also holding an audition script, asking if it is a fancy dinner table. Her phone suddenly got a notification. That was Senior Kang Sung-hyun. Her face lit up with joy. She immediately picked up the phone, and a sweet conversation began. Yes, Senior. What are you doing? Oh, I am on my way. Where are you going? I am heading to the supermarket because the fridge is empty. In the afternoon, I have an audition. On audition day, if I just sit still, I will get anxious, so I want to do something. Sung Hyung smiled and remarked that it is indeed unusual. Jura and I have been dating for 10 days now. He is still busy filming in Busan. It is a bit of a shame that this feels like a long-distance relationship, but gradually, staying in touch every day has become normal. Where is that supermarket? Hurry up. Is it the Hack supermarket? My area does not have many big supermarkets, so I have to go a bit far. Goodbye. Good luck with your audition. She smiled brightly and replied, yes, senior. You too. Keep going. When the two entered the supermarket, Hyung's curiosity kicked in. Jura said, what did you tell Kong Sung Hyung? Well, just the things I did today about the audition. She was surprised. You talked about that, Jura asked. Yes, why? Hyung felt a bit awkward, or maybe it was just the plan. She innocently asked back, the plan. Hyung changed the subject. Let us plan the shopping trip. Jura confidently said not to worry, I have written it all down. Her tears flowed inward. I promised Kwang-soo I would tell Jura about the company, but I never got the chance. Now I will worry her while she is preparing for the audition. She blamed herself for boldly declaring, I will handle it, trust me. Wait for the right moment. Just then Kwang-soo called. Jura, you go look around first. I will take this call and be right back. She cheerfully agreed. Okay, I got it. I will head to the electronics section. See you soon. After that, Jura went upstairs alone. Her attention was caught by something. That is the image of Sung Hyun. She could not take her eyes off it, even though she was getting used to it. It is hard to believe he is my boyfriend every time I see him. A familiar voice reached her ears, but the real person must be much more beautiful. She let out a sound, then curiously turned her head to look. Someone was completely covered right behind her. He slowly took off his mask. It was Sung Hyung, he asked, right? The movie star suddenly appeared in front of Jura as a big black figure, leaving her frozen for a few seconds, her brain momentarily unable to process. It was not until Sung called her name that she suddenly realized the person in front of her was real, not just a figment of her imagination. Sung Hyun, dressed entirely in black like a ninja riding a scooter, wore a helmet and glasses to avoid being recognized. Jura was shocked when she realized it was him and quickly shouted in surprise, what are you doing here? Actually, Sung Hyung came here to check the entertainment company's sign. Before he left, he was told that the entertainment company Din Hyung said they would talk to Jura first, so he was not supposed to say anything to her. Facing Jura's bewildered expression, he simply diverted the conversation, saying he had urgent business in Seoul. Jura blushed and awkwardly replied, well then, just like last time at the cafe, this time you're also planning with Din Kyung, right? Sung Hyun used his exceptional acting skills and replied, not this time. Even Din Hyung does not know. I deliberately did not say anything because I have to go back to Busan immediately. But at that moment, I was also quite close to the H supermarket. Jura saw that the situation between the two of them was awkwardly unfolding in such a crowded place, so he quickly tried to get his lover to leave. All right, let us get out of here first. If someone sees you, what excuse are you planning to use? Sung Hyun, on the other hand, remained confident, believing that since he had covered his face, no one would recognize him. However, Jura thought to herself that even if he stood still, he would still stand out, so there was no way to hide. She kept ignoring his existence, glancing around so much that her eyes almost crossed, just to see if anyone noticed or recognized Sung Hyung. Jura at this moment was like a possessive little wife, afraid that if she let her lover out of sight for even a second, he might be whisked away. Sung Hyun immediately spoke up to catch her attention, saying it has been a long time since we last met. You do not seem very happy, Sung Hyung said, lowering his head with a sad expression like a child who just got abandoned and is now sulking. The seemingly simple psychological blow hit Jura like a hammer to a sparrow's head, leaving her frozen in place, unsure of what to do, feeling as if she was the one at fault. Jura, embarrassed, said, of course I want to see you. But where are you going? She hurried after him, thinking Sung Hyung was leaving in a huff and would not talk to her anymore. Turns out that while Jura was still confused, he had already grabbed the shopping cart and the list of items she needed to buy today, gently reminding her that they had a lot to purchase and needed to hurry. Come here, the image of my boyfriend is already so blurred, but he still kindly goes shopping with me. Jura's face turned red, losing control, wanting to throw away all her dignity. Both of them strolled through the supermarket like an ordinary couple in love. Jura walked beside him, constantly worrying and asking if he was sure this would work, while Sung Hyung remained indifferent, softly saying that if she kept worrying like this, it would give them away, so just act naturally. Jura was a bit hesitant and asked why she did not know he was so excited. At that time, Sung followed the instructions on the sticky note to find paprika but accidentally grabbed a bag of green bell peppers instead. Jura had to remind him that it was a bell pepper for him to realize. Jura did not miss the chance to tease him a bit. Someone who can cook but can't tell the difference between bell peppers and paprika, Sung Hyun, unfazed, quietly said, "Usually the ingredients are delivered to my house. This is the first time I have gone shopping like this." The response was somewhat unexpected for Jura. She gazed intently at his curious expression. So this is why he was as excited as a kid seeing a toy for the first time. "You must have lived a very different life from mine for a long time now." Looking back, I realize I could not ask him to leave here. So no one recognized us. Thinking that, she continued with him to grab the bag of ingredients placed on the highest shelf. The tenderness and care you show. The warmth filled Jura's heart, making it feel like they were a newlywed couple shopping together. Jura thought to herself that everything was just beginning. When she found a bottle of water, she happily ran out to show Sung Hyun. "Senior, have you tried this? It is really good." However, when he turned around, he had already vanished without a trace. I can't believe I am grown up yet still have to look for a lost kid. So Jura had to run from stall to stall, glancing around to find her boyfriend, wondering where he had disappeared to. When she turned her attention to the cashier counter, what caught her eye was Sung Hyun's signature, all-black look, unmistakable and impossible to miss. He was casually sampling food at a small shop. Seeing this scene made Jura's inner self scream endlessly. Sung Hyun calmly stood there, facing everyone, not even bothering to wear a muzzle. The saleswoman on the other side stared at him with a scrutinizing look. Whether she recognized the familiar face or not, she had definitely noticed something. Jura rushed over at lightning speed, almost wishing she could drag him straight into a pit to avoid being caught. She hurriedly grabbed his hand, her face full of panic, asking, "Senior, what are you doing?" That clueless Sung Hyun even naively offered some grilled skewers from the shop for her to try, saying, "Try this, Jura. It is really good." Jura had to snap at him, saying, "The issue is not whether it is good or not." That was until the saleswoman looked Sung Hyun straight in the eye and called this young man, which made Jura so scared that his face turned pale, bracing himself for what was about to come. The saleswoman continued, saying, "I have been thinking for a while, but are not you an actor? I saw you on TV." Speaking of this, Jura was momentarily petrified, thinking this was definitely a disaster. He should not have brought the Avenger to the supermarket like this. In contrast to Jura's blood boiling, the one responsible for all this was completely carefree. He gave a smile that could not be more fake and said, "Thank you. Many people also think I look like an actor. The meat is delicious. Wishing you great business success." Then Sung Hyun skillfully nudged Jura forward, leaving her astonished and full of questions, while the vendor, without a hint of suspicion, praised them both for looking like actors. Jura and Sung Hyun successfully escaped a perilous fate. She curiously grabbed his shirt and asked directly, "Is this just great acting, or are you really that good at lying?" Sung casually responded to her judgmental gaze. "Let us see, it is probably both," that half-smile of his, full of mystery yet deadly charming. Jura froze again, his mind filled with uncertainty. It was not until Sung called out, "What are you doing? Hurry up and come here," that she realized she might have stood there frozen all day. By the time Jura's mind started working again, his blood rushed his head in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He wondered if he could really stand this person. At the same time, Kim Changa quickly approached the TV drama producer to get the script. The director warmly greeted and offered drinks to the two people, thinking it would just be the manager coming to get the script, but surprised that you also came here. Changa politely replied, "I am sorry for this sudden visit, director." "No, you are always welcome." The director seemed regretful and said, "But what can I do? I want to treat you to a nice meal, but there is an audition tonight." Changu, upon realizing that his brilliant plan was about to fall apart, chickened out. "The audition, well, it is over. The plan is doomed." The director continued, saying that the role of Min Deong, who often works with Changu, will also be auditioned. Changa suddenly had an idea and said to the director, "Director, I am sorry, but can I be a judge? If someone often works with me, I think it is better to check things personally." I could not believe the director was so pleased with the suggestion. "We are really grateful. Changu, if you have time, please join us." "Really, that would be wonderful. I hope I did not say anything rude." The director was about to step outside when she quickly added to Changu, "We are truly grateful if an actor shows up, so just wait a moment." When Changa politely said thank you, she had already stepped outside and closed the door. The manager noticed Changa was quiet and curiously called out, "Changu, are you acting cool again?" He replied, "Got it." now turn it into an opportunity. Finally, is not being a judge more reasonable than having a meeting? After a day of shopping, Jura arrived at Sung Hyun's car in the basement. Before opening the trunk to store the items, he asked her if she had bought everything she needed. Is there anything else you need? She hurriedly waved her hand and said, no, I am good. Actually, today they went shopping and bought so many things, but in the end, Sung ended up paying for everything, so now she feels a bit guilty. Sung Hyun calmly picked up a tiny milk carton and said, it is fine, I bought this for you. Jura looked at the cheap milk carton, pouted, and said, with the money you paid, I could buy 100 of these for you. Sung Hyun, on the other hand, showed an incredibly joyful expression, as if he liked this more than 100 boxes. Jura shyly looked at him, her cheeks unknowingly flushed with a cute blush. Perhaps the two of them would have continued exchanging glances if not for an intruder. Din Kyung suddenly appeared and cheerfully said, Jura, I've been waiting for you. And Sung, it has been a while since we last met. Jura excitedly ran out, and the two sisters warmly greeted each other. Sung Hyun also greeted his sister Din Kyung, saying it had been a long time since they last met. He asked if she had seen Kwang Soo, and Din Kyung quickly replied that she had, mentioning that Kwang Soo had already headed straight to the parking lot. Sung Hyun then said, well, you have to go, Jura. He gently smiled at her and said, good luck with the audition, do not get nervous. Jura felt immense happiness in his heart and responded to his senior's wishes and expectations. Yes, senior, have a safe trip to Busan. Both waved goodbye there, and Jura quietly thought to himself how surprised he was to see his senior suddenly appear. Perhaps I got an energy boost before the audition. I have trained enough to feel satisfied. After that day, it was time to start the auditions for the upcoming TV series. Finally, the assistant announced Jura's turn. She politely bowed and got ready to enter the audition room. Din Kyung sat in the waiting area next to her, excitedly winking to signal Jura to do her best and nail the audition. Jura was in a great mood, brimming with confidence as she responded to her friend. Somehow, she had a feeling that this time, everything would go smoothly. Standing before the judges, Jura was still energetic as he greeted. Hello, I am Hong Jura, number 47. I have prepared the role of Minda, among the characters you provided. I hope for everyone's support. She smiled brightly, looking at all the judges' faces with full confidence, ready to see how she would persuade them. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. That was until the appearance of the July ghost Changgu on the judging panel. Jura went from stunned silence to immediate anger, his smile vanishing instantly. Changgu, not knowing any shame, waved at her, probably thinking he was some kind of miscongeniality. The unexpected appearance of this guy wiped out all the confidence and effort Jura had prepared. She wondered why he was here. At that moment, the film producer also noticed the intense stare between the two and the strange, awkward atmosphere. She immediately smiled innocently and said, Hong Jura is also a fan of Changgu. Many contestants were surprised to see Changgu here. He must be quite popular these days. Jura felt there was no greater humiliation than this, just wanting to quickly make the other person disappear from his life forever, hurriedly explaining. The name Changgu quickly jumped in and explained to the production director that Jura recently co-starred in a movie with him. He even glanced at Jura with a gaze that could not be more uneven. Yes, she has been an amazing actress so far, and I am really looking forward to her performance today. The director smiled brightly and said, really, we are all looking forward to this performance. Their mocking directly made Jura's blood pressure rise, almost causing him to explode. Looking at his obnoxious face, Jura could not help but curse silently, this disgusting jerk. The anger reached its peak, but to maintain her dignity, she could not rush over and knock that guy down. Jura clenched her fists, thinking to herself, how could that person just show up here out of the blue? In Busan, they met as lead and supporting actors, and now as judge and contestant. Kim Changgu is going to judge my acting skills. In this awkward situation, Jura had no choice but to accept it. The director picked up the script and said, all right, Jura, are you ready? Jura probably wishes the movie she auditioned for was an action film, so she could ask to smash the jury's faces with stones. She could not suppress the feeling of disgust at the thought of having to perform in front of this loathsome person. She hated to admit she was trembling, but there was no other choice. This is why she despised ruining an audition she had worked so hard to prepare for. Jura quickly regained his composure and smiled at the judges. Let us get started. At the same time, Din Hyung was also anxiously waiting in the lobby. The person thought, why has not it come out yet? As Jura finished his thoughts, he stepped out of the room with a face that showed no interest in speaking. Din Hyung saw this and quickly ran over, putting his arm around Jura and asking about the audition. How did it go? Why did it take so long? Jura hesitantly replied that besides the part she had prepared, the judges asked her 2 more impromptu questions. Din Hyung's eyes lit up like car headlights. What do you mean by 2 sentences? I think they really like it. Contrary to the eager anticipation of Din Hyung, Jura displayed a face as if attending a funeral, about to lose pressure at any moment. Yes, if that could happen, it would be great. That attitude puzzled Din Hyung. But why do you look so unhappy? You look like you messed up the audition. Jura hesitated a bit, unwilling to mention it. There is a piece of trash sitting in there. Din Hyung suddenly did not get what she meant, so he was slow to react. Jura, feeling helpless, scratched his head and said, "Who else are you calling trash?" Din Hyung froze for a few seconds, then shouted in utter shock, putting on a face of extreme surprise. From the look of it, Jura guessed his friend had figured it out. Din Hyung, eyes wide open and mouth agape, asked why that person was here. Jura, on the other side, was equally puzzled. I do not know, it seems like he is a judge, but of course, they would not invite someone unrelated to participate. It seems like the main character is Kim Chong-gu, sis. The worst-case scenario hit us, even more accurate than winning the lottery, throwing Din Hyung into a panic, crying hysterically. What a terrible situation, this is unacceptable. Just in time, Jura heard someone calling him from behind. It turns out Myung-ho was just a few steps away from her. Jura was astonished to see his opponent present here. Myung-ho greeted the two, saying, "It has been a while since we last met. Back in Busan, I could not properly greet you because things were not going so well. How have you been?" When Myung-ho kept staring at Jura and even said some sweet words, Din King already disliked it and coldly said thanks to whoever. Myung-ho seemed confused when he heard that, as if realizing he was putting the other person in a difficult position. He gently bowed his head and said, "Sorry for saying this late, but I deeply apologize for insulting Chong-gu." Din Hyung suddenly flared up, arguing, "Why are you making excuses now? I do not want to hear it. Can we leave now?" Seeing the tension, Miengo quickly waved his hand, explaining that it is not like that. Chong-gu wants to talk to Jura for a bit. Can you spare some time for him? This surprised not only Din Hyung, but also Jura, leaving them both wide-eyed. Din King-young, after a moment of surprise, immediately revealed an unprecedented look of disdain. No need for her sisters to get their hands dirty, she already switched to full-on verbal attack, ready to take on anyone. Is this story really that funny? Did you really have to say that to Jura? If there is any regret, you should deal with it yourself. But Jura stepped in to stop Din Kyung before she could grab the hair and slap the person in front of her. Alright, he is gone. Din Hyung was extremely worried when he saw Jura willingly face that stinking pile of trash again in the same room. Myung-ho revealed that Chong-gu was waiting in the underground parking lot, despite Din Kyung constantly trying to stop him and advising him not to follow that unreasonable request. However, Jura had already made her decision, saying that anyway, if there was nothing else, he would not bother you anymore. I do not want to see that guy's face again, sis. Jura's determined gaze left Din Hyung slightly startled, realizing that no matter what he said now, he would not be able to change the other person's mind. Even so, when seeing Jura off to the parking garage, Din Hyung still gave endless advice, as if his brother was about to face some great danger. Jura, you remember, right? If anything strange happens, I will jump in immediately. Jura chuckled and reassured, "Don't worry, I will be done soon." Then both Myung and Din Kyung stood waiting while Jura entered the tiger's den alone. Just as Myung-ho was about to say something to Din Hyung, she quickly cut him off. "Choi Myung-ho, if you're planning to make excuses, just forget it. You must know that Chong-gu is an evil name. Even though we met through Chong-gu, Jura was really kind to you. So why did you stay silent like that? Do you know that you are being awful, faced with such questions from the other person?" Myung-ho could only tense up and lower his head. Finally, he let out a deep sigh, truly exhausted, with nothing left. "No matter what you say, it is just an excuse." Din Kyung did not hold back and said, "That is right, just be quiet." The affection for the person next to him was absolutely zero. Myung-ho hesitantly said, "Just like I told you, I know Chong-gu is a bad guy." As soon as Jura heard that, he snapped, "Why did not you tell me earlier?" Myung-ho also loudly explained that this was why he did not want to involve you from the beginning, because he thought we would break up just like the others he had met. Myung suddenly became tense and speechless. When Myung-ho met Jura and Chong-gu, he thought that love had truly changed this red flag. Because Chong-gu looks like he has truly fallen in love with Jura with all his heart. Din Kyung said with a blank expression that it was just a misunderstanding and the acting of that jerk. Now the issue is, What are you doing to explain why Jeonga acted that way? I am really upset right now, so just do not say anything else. Myung-ho now regretted his past mistakes and could not say anything more, thinking that Din Kyung was right. He knew what Changa was like, a scoundrel who only knew how to deceive and exploit others. Are those signs fake too? At that moment, Changgu, even though it was not the full moon or the 7th lunar month, appeared right in front of Jura with an attitude that could not be more arrogant. Jura, I would be very sad if you did not come, but anyway, thanks for coming. Jura slowly opened a car door, got in, and sat right next to him, suppressing the nausea caused by this two-faced jerk. Jura did not think he could share the same air with this trash for long, so he got straight to the point. What do you want? Spit it out. I did not expect Changa to live up to his self-absorbed and boastful reputation. I heard the role you auditioned for is that of Mindyong, who secretly likes the male lead, right? Jura asked with a cold expression. Changa started playing psychological games. Judging by the atmosphere, the judge seemed quite pleased with her. Maybe you and I will have a chance to perform together. Wouldn't it be better to stay calm before that happens? Jura still looked at the jerk with the same expression she would use for a mosquito. She knew well that in the end, the protagonist would still be Kim Chang-gu. She simply gave a slight, contemptuous smile and said thanks a lot. But so what? Maybe it is just because you are not good enough yet. If it were someone else, getting along would be easy. The simple statement successfully hit Changa's narcissism, making him feel a bit embarrassed, but more than that, it was the judging and pitying look from Jura that struck him without a miss. Changa exclaimed, "What? Someone else? What did you just say?" Jura, who acts as a villain, lives comfortably, saying that yes, everyone already knows, but what is new with you? Changa could not stand the heat despite not eating chili, grinding his teeth in frustration. At first, he called her here, probably just eager to see her broken and resigned to her fate. But he did not expect this Jura to be more stubborn than he thought. The scumbag finally dropped his fake smile. "Hong Jura, it seems you have not grasped the situation yet. One word from me will decide whether you pass or not." Yet Jura's eyes remain calm. She probably just sees a power-crazed lunatic rambling on. Changa shouted that she had to satisfy me, do you understand? For this extreme case of narcissism, Jura will only give a half-hearted glance, especially if it is affecting the audition results to this extent. I won't play that role anymore. Clearly, Jura had put in a lot of effort and hard work to prepare for this role, yet now he is easily giving up the opportunity. That scumbag probably never imagined this would happen even in his wildest dreams. Jura looked straight into Changa's eyes and said, "I am not like you, someone who does dirty things to get this position." Changa went from stunned to bewildered, then completely floored. After that, he burst out laughing like someone high on drugs who forgot to sober up with tea. A glimmer of darkness flashed in his eyes. "Hengura, stop, if you regret it, do not be ashamed. Do you think you are special? No, stop being delusional and start living authentically. Her face is plain, her talent is nothing special. Someone without hundreds or even dollars like her is just useless, you know that, right? Pretending to be independent won't get you anywhere." My brother clearly saw that Jura was right and could not argue back, so he switched to the tactic of body Samsung, wasting 7 years. "You do not know what you are doing. If someone like you wants to survive in this industry, there is no other way but to please those with money." In the dark basement, having to sit with a pile of stinking trash was making Jura almost unable to stand the smell anymore. The little snowflake Chung-woo kept rambling on with his old psychological manipulation tricks. If that is the case, she should know. In this industry, someone like her has no other way to survive except by taking money from the rich. Contrary to his expectations, Jura's expression seemed to say not a chance. That was indeed an interesting self-introduction, Kim Chang-gu. Kim Chang-gu could not believe how thin-skinned he was. Just a few words and he acted like he had been jolted, shouting what? Jura calmly said, "You are right, I do not have money or connections. However, I am not so bad as to lack any sincerity like you. I have lived like this my whole life, so if I die, I do not want to live like you, scumbag." Changa was stunned when he heard that smooth insult. The memories he had long avoided mentioning suddenly flashed through his mind. A childhood lived in misery like a dog hiding under the floor was beaten mercilessly by Jura. "Even if I die, I do not want to live like trash. It is hard to hide a dirty past." Changgu, embarrassed and angry, slapped Jura. A harsh sound tore through the air. Right after regaining consciousness, he realized he had lost control and accidentally struck Jura. I did not expect Jura to laugh and say, "So now you have done what you wanted, right?" Her cheeks flushed red after the powerful slap, but her eyes remained unwavering and fearless. Until now, I had enough reasons, but thanks to you, today I am certain. Gura then wasted no time delivering a swift kick that sent the jerk flying. She then reached out to open the car door. Please do not let me see your face again. I have my limits with your trashy behavior. She then gracefully stepped out of the car, welcomed by her friend Din Hyung. Din Hyung anxiously ran over to ask Jura if he was okay, with Myong following right behind. Suddenly, Din Hyung's face went pale as blood rushed to his head when he saw his beloved younger sibling's cheeks swollen. What is wrong with your face? Jura turned away to hide the bruise and reassured the other person that she was fine. But Din Hyung is someone who has never backed down from anyone, so he immediately started questioning harshly, as if he was ready to go all out against that jerk. What happened? What did Kim Chae-young-gu do to you? When words fail, violence will take over. Din Hyung rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight to protect the sisterhood. That bastard, I will break his bones. Jura, too scared, quickly grab her hand to stop her before someone ends up tasting dirt today. Hold on, I do not want to stay here another minute, let us go home. Under Jura's sincere gaze, Din Hyung also began to hesitate. At the same time in the car, Changa looked hurt, his fragile heart wounded by the sudden ambush from his ex-girlfriend. He lost control and hit his daughter. At least this would gradually humiliate him. Changa suddenly remembered the days of his childhood when he had to live with his father constantly abusing his mother brutally. Throughout his childhood, every time he saw that man hit his mother, he always thought that, I will never become the kind of trash who would raise a hand against a woman no matter what she says, but now I have become him, Kim Chong-gu, clenching my fist in anger. Damn it, he bent over, hugging himself, cursing under his breath. Returning to Jura's group, a very familiar curse filled the air. Oh my god, it is impossible not to be angry. How could that guy hit a woman? He is an actor, so he should know how important a face is to an actor. Seeing Din Hyung constantly bad-mouthing, Jura comforted her sister. It is okay, you've already slapped him back, but it seems that is not enough for Hyung. Just one slap is not enough, is it? Boys and girls are not equally strong. She knew he was a jerk, but she did not expect him to be this bad. Damn it. You should have taken him to the station. You must be really upset. Somehow, the one who needed comfort ended up comforting the one who came to offer it. Don't apologize, please do not cry. Because she feels it is unfair to you. Why settle for a minor role when you have such skills? If you had backing, you would not be facing such unfair and awkward situations. Of course, the most cursed name is Kim Chong-gu, but she's also angry at herself for not being able to turn you into a star, and instead making you endure all this. Din Hyung's words deeply moved Jura. Why are you saying that? Is it just because I have not made much money yet? You have already inspired me, and giving up won't do any good if talent is all we have. Jura, register a management company. What are you saying? Calm down. Are you serious? You say this not because you are the manager, but because you feel it is a waste of Hong Jura's talent. Hearing what Hyung said made Jura reflect deeply. Clearly, she had never felt the need to find a management company. Especially after the audition, feeling overwhelmed by the cast from major entertainment companies, when asked about the agency, I said I wanted to be treated fairly because I do not want any special privileges. Actually, I tried to sign the contract many times. Suddenly, images of unpleasant memories appeared in Jura's mind. Recalling those memories made Jura feel uneasy, clenching his fists tighter. Recognizing her unease, Din Hyung reached out, gently took her hand, and softly reassured, Jura, I know what you are thinking. You know there are companies that can be a bit stifling. Right now I want to take you to a reputable place. Hearing that, Jura was a bit surprised. What, Jura? Just get the stamp, Din Hyung said firmly. Jura Hong appeared with a bewildered expression. Contrary to her, Din Hyung has a very bossy demeanor. Sister, does my face look okay? Is it swollen? Jura feels a bit insecure asking Hyung. Come on, let us sign the contract, boss. Seeing Hyung's outfit and demeanor left Jura speechless. What is today's topic? But did you really accept the audition invitation? Seriously, on the way there, Jura could not hold back and asked Hyung. When, where, and why did Jura start to smell something suspicious? You know everything when you leave. Hearing the answer from her good friend, Jura could not help but secretly marvel at how suspicious it sounded. While she was still in doubt, they had already arrived. Jura looked at the company they were about to sign a contract with through the car window and was a bit surprised. Entertainment Company MK. Hello, I have an appointment with a representative at 10 o'clock. Ah, is MS. Hong Jura here, go up to the 5th floor, there will be the representative's office. While Din Hyung is working with the receptionist, Jura also takes the opportunity to look around this place. Couldn't wait for Jura to admire, Hyung had already called her. The elevator information panel is designed and presented in a very professional manner. I do not know what this place is, but everything seems fine. I have never heard of such a big company. Sister, is this the new company? Jura could not hide his curiosity any longer and asked, but Hyung just gave a vague reply, you will know soon. How can you be sure it is trustworthy? The representatives here are very reputable people. Listening to Din Hyung's review makes Jura even more curious. Who is it? You will know right away when you meet. Hyung gently knocked on the door in front of him, and a voice from inside called out, yes, come in. The door slowly opened, giving Jura a clearer view of the person inside. After hearing the voice from inside, she could not help but think to herself, I have heard this voice before. Din Hyung entered, and immediately greeted the man who was standing with his back to them. When the man turned around, the light from outside made him glow like the Buddha's radiance. Jura was startled and exclaimed, is not this the senior? Sung Hyun looked at Din Hyung and spoke, come on, Din Hyung, you are here too. The older sister smiled warmly in a polite manner, while Jura had been standing frozen in place since the beginning. Stammering, no, but why is senior here please come on? Sung Hyun calmly pointed to himself and introduced, yes, I am your representative, K. Jura went from one surprise to another, leaving his mind temporarily unable to process the situation. Just then, Kwang-soo suddenly appeared in front of Jura and introduced himself, I am the co-director Mun Kwang-soo. Jura was shocked and kept asking repeatedly, are you really Kwang-soo? Kwang-soo shyly replied that he still was not used to this look. At first, Kwang-soo had a cute, cheesy appearance like this, but then he switched to a gelled hairstyle that made him look much older. No wonder Jura kept rubbing his eyes, unable to recognize him. Jura is currently overloaded and temporarily down, as everything happened too fast and too dangerously. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, I realize I am not the type to share my story unless asked, especially when it comes to work. To get Sung Hyung, who recently became available in the market due to the expiration of his company contract, is because I heard in the entertainment news that all the companies are busy. Jura now yelled at Din Hyung, demanding an explanation. Why did you keep it a secret? Why did you avoid the reporter's eyes? Why did not you say anything to me? Din Hyung awkwardly tried to explain to calm Jora down, saying it was because she had not seen her in a long time. Only Sung Hyung, who lacks understanding, would add fuel to the fire at this moment. It is not a secret, he just did not say anything. He turned to take the contract from his associate and said renewing the contract would not be polite to the old company. He had tried to handle it as quietly as possible. Sung Hyun pushed the contract in front of Jura and told her to read it. Looking at the management contract with clear terms in front of me, a sudden wave of unease surged within Jura. The schemes and calculations hidden behind the facade of management contracts haunt her. Adding to the words of Changgu, someone like her to survive in this industry, you can only take money from others. Jura suddenly snapped awake. She shook her head to dismiss the doubts and worries inside, reassuring herself. What am I thinking? I know there is a difference between that jerk Kim Changa and this legal contract. Even so, her body could not stop trembling, but more than this thought, she could not overcome it. Despite everyone's anticipation, Jura hesitated a little. Did I get this job just because I am the director's girlfriend? This strange question made Din Hyung worried. Jura, what do you mean? At this moment, Sung Hyun spoke up, clearing away all her doubts. As a management representative, you deserve to be invested in. I brought the contract because that actor is Hong Jura. Jura was deeply moved by his affection for her. She just still felt a bit insecure about her past and feared that she was not worthy of such sincerity. She lowered her head and softly asked, is it worth investing in? Do you know why I've been here for 7 years? I know the entertainment industry is tough, but I do not want to rely on others' emotions. If you help me with your heart, I am afraid it might hurt you. The blunt truth directly caused In Hyung and Kwang-soo to turn pale on the spot, thinking they could not save the situation and stop the slip of the tongue. Sung Hyun thought for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. Because we love each other, I gave you the contract, and it seems like you agreed. I did not expect the situation to go from cheerful just a moment ago to such a deadlock now. One side dared to ask directly, while the other responded just as frankly. Only Din Hyung and Kwang-soo stood by, pale-faced, as the main duo's conversation got a little too candid. Din Hyung was too tense to say anything more. Looking up, Kwang-soo was gesturing wildly, trying to communicate some kind of message from someone in the hallway, basically suggesting that the two of them should make a quiet exit and let the main couple talk things out. Din Hyung had no choice but to raise his hand in agreement. Kwang-soo immediately stood up, flashing a painfully fake smile as an excuse to slip outside. Din Hyung, let us go to a private room for a quick chat, her friend, always knowing how to play along, replied. Sure, let us do that, Jura. Let me know when you're done talking. After finishing their words, both vanished as quickly as the wind, leaving Jura and Sung Hyun in a deadly, silent atmosphere. Sung Hyun let out a soft sigh. He leaned slightly towards his lover and said, I understand what you are worried about, but I met you when you were an actress before we became lovers. I recognized the actor in you before I started missing you. I won't claim to have a good eye for people, but I do not think I am wrong. Can you believe that? Jura seemed still bothered by something. She lowered her head slightly and said timidly, It is not that. I understand your intentions, but honestly, you would not have gotten such a great opportunity without the seniors' help during the music video shoot. But if there is a management company involved, I am afraid that without you, I can't do anything. I am really worried. When Jura expressed all his worries, Sung suddenly stood up as if he wanted to say something. However, the words that reached his lips were held back. Yes, I understand what you mean. But I do not want to help you literally. You deserve much more than that. Your words caught Jura's attention. As the company director, you need an actor like Hong Jura. To be frank, you want to leverage your value to benefit the company. It would be a great loss if the company missed out on investing in such a deserving actor. Take your time, think carefully before making a decision. In the end that day, Jura still had not decided to sign a contract with Sung Hyun's company, even though it was an incredibly valuable opportunity. Not until the way back did Jura still keep a gloomy look, pondering his choice endlessly. Din Hyung noticed her sister did not seem ready to share about today, so she just focused on driving without asking anything. Suddenly, Jura said, Sister, I am sorry. Din Hyung turned around in surprise and asked why, to which Jura replied that this had to do with her future, but was ruined because of him. Din Hyung just let out a simple "oh," not too surprised. Actually, she felt a bit embarrassed when you asked if she was really the girlfriend of the contract owner. Jura was teased until her face turned completely red. Din Hyung, at crucial moments like this, stopped joking around and switched to a more composed tone to reassure his silly little sister. Jura, I am not an irresponsible manager. I think you will be a successful actress, and you have nothing to apologize for because I will always be by your side after considering my own interests. Seeing you endure like this makes me want to cry, but if you do not like that company, you can go back to how things were before. It is up to you. The understanding and empathy from his closest sister brought great comfort to Jura. She decided to ask Din Hyung if he could drop her off in front of the parking lot so she could take a moment to think before going in. Looking up at the treetops bathed in the gentle golden light of the late afternoon, Jura sat on the bench, lost in thought with a whirlwind of conflicting ideas in his mind. The chance that happened today won't come again. Jin Kyung sacrificed her future for her own benefit, treating me like someone proposing a contract. Even though it is fortunate that you are not someone who acts on emotions, I do not believe I would get this contract if I were not your lover. Jura gazed endlessly at the horizon as nightfall approached, reflecting on how many opportunities had been missed over the years. She thought to herself back then, in those moments of sleep, did I really believe I could not rise above it? The phone's alarm rang at that moment, catching Jura's attention. She opened it and saw a message from Jin Kyung, sending her a music video and telling her to watch it even if she was worried. Jura now, for some reason, still does not know how to react. She froze for a few seconds before suddenly realizing with surprise that this was none other than Nee's new music video. Yes, tonight at 6 is the launch. I got distracted these past few days and forgot. Jura quickly clicked on Vi's link to check. Unable to control it, my heart raced wildly, pounding hard in my chest. There is an image of a girl with long, flowing hair in Vi's mind. When the girl turned around, her stunning beauty left Jura speechless in astonishment. She could not believe this person was actually herself. So that is how it is. Director Jang Min-sung is amazing too. Furthermore, I thought it was already great on set, but it is so different now. Normally, when Nee releases something, it quickly climbs the charts, but this time it is going to be huge. Jura could not wait to see the reaction from the audience below MV. As Jura expected, there were many comments expressing a love for the choreography and music of this release. Browsing through the comments, Jura's eyes suddenly lit up. She read people's comments about her appearance, and some still recognized her as the supporting actress in the movie Snowy Summer. That person even praised her acting, saying it was solid, but wondered why she had not appeared more frequently. Those words moved Jura so deeply that he had to cover his mouth to contain the overwhelming joy rising from his heart. She felt like collapsing from the overwhelming joy. Deep down she had always hoped for a change this time. That evening at my management company, Sung Hyun is also sitting and watching you sing. He looked at the gentle and beautiful Jura on the screen and said to himself, "You still do not understand yourself. Invisible to others, a rising star does not mean it is not shining. From now on, everyone will see that star." He looked out at the night sky through the window of the high-rise building, wondering if it was the light of the galaxy or the dazzling city like falling stars. Early the next morning, Jura finally returned to Sung Hyung's company to sign the contract. Kwang-soo warmly handed her the completed contract and said, "If you do not need me to explain anything, just sign below." Jura picked up the pen, but there was still a bit of hesitation in his heart. Finally, she signed her name on the contract. Kwang-soo picked it up, checked it once more, and cheerfully announced, "All right, with this the deal is done." This time, not only could Jura breathe a sigh of relief, but everyone else was also overjoyed. Kwang-soo said to Jura, "Wishing you all the best in the next 5 years, Jura." Jura quickly said thank you. She held the contract close to her chest with great appreciation. For the first time in 7 years since her debut, she had her first contract. From today, it is a fresh start. With trusted hands, Sung Hyung turned to Jura. She smiled a radiant smile that could melt any girl's heart. Jura told himself that even though he was living under the protection of his lover, she will never rely on him. The more challenges she faces, the more certain she is that she will be just fine. After that day, I went home. Din Hyung escorted Jura home and then said goodbye. "Jura, I am leaving now." Jura cheerfully replied, "It has been a while since we have had time to relax together." Din Kyung excitedly replied, Yes, this is the last break before I become a top star. It is my last vacation." Hearing that, Jura could only helplessly tease, "Why is my sister so funny?" Din Hyung, noticing the other person's attitude, hesitantly asked, "Are you upset? You are evolving day by day, and at some point, you are going to become incredibly famous, right?" Jura just had to accept it all, and quickly sent her nosy sister away. Yeah, go on, bring back lots of squid, okay? Sure, I will bring back so much that you will eat until you burst while cutting the squid's head. After signing her first contract, Jura quickly felt the company's power. All she had to do was sit at home and search her own name. I was completely taken by surprise. Her personal profile was once overlooked in the industry, but now her name tops the search rankings. Articles about her have gradually spread. Joy arrived like a sweet dream, leaving her a bit bewildered, not yet adjusted. Time seemed to have stopped 7 years ago, now it has returned. Everything was over in an instant, and she still had not felt it. Jura let out a soft sigh and gently closed the laptop. She stretched wearily. Her sister would not be back from the countryside for 2 more days, but her senior mentioned that there was a fan meeting today. She thought for a moment. Quickly, she got dressed, grabbed her bag, and headed out, feeling incredibly excited. I need to get to the office for practice. Now I do not need to rent a room anymore. Jura just arrived at the company and was warmly welcomed. Welcome, Jura. You have come to practice, right? She was thoughtful enough to buy a coffee for the receptionist at the company, who happily said thank you. Jura eagerly ran to the elevator, knowing that he could use the room for free if he wanted, and if needed, he could ask the company for a lesson. In reality, people do not just sign contracts for no reason. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded nearby, making her instinctively turn to look. I did not expect it to be Lee Kong. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Are you the person in Ni's MV?" Suddenly, someone recognized him, leaving Jura so embarrassed that he froze on the spot, unable to say a word. He is Lee Kong, an actor who quickly rose up the ranks 2 years after his debut and is considered quite charming to older women. But why is Lee Kong here? The guy suddenly got flustered and blushed in front of Jura, just like Fan did when he first met Ado. Sorry, it is just so unexpected. But you are Senior Hwang Jura, right? Jura was suddenly stuck in place. A senior, it has been 7 years since their debut, but it still feels unfamiliar. Lee Kong became even more flustered as he tried to explain, I have no doubts. I am actor Lee Kong. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior. Jura responded in confusion, Lee Kong, of course, I know you. I never expected this young, talented guy to have such a strong passion for flying. As soon as he heard Jura respond, he lit up with a bright smile. You know me so well. I became your fan after watching one of your videos. I read in the news that you signed a contract with MKA, but I never thought I would actually meet you like this. Even though the flower is already in the pot, standing in front of this super charming smile, Jora has to admit, it is really surprising. Everyone is going to go crazy over this smile. And you're such a good actress too. Li Kong was suddenly called by his manager for being late, so he quickly bowed to Jora and disappeared like the wind. I will take my leave now, senior. Yura enthusiastically responded, feeling a bit unfamiliar with being greeted like that for the first time. From a distance, she could still hear their lively conversation. You did great today. Song, please do not disappear like that again. I do not know why, but at that moment, Jura felt like he was falling for that smile too. Kwang Su, upon hearing Jura talk about meeting Li Kong, smiled broadly and asked, Li Kong, that friend is really friendly, is not he? How did you meet him, Jura? Li Kong also signed a contract with MK this time. Jura nodded and said, so that is how it is. M was really surprised when I saw him step out, and the superstar treated me like a superstar. Kwang Su casually said, your future is also as a superstar. Jura heard this, not sure if it was encouragement or pressure, and just replied, I will try my best. Kwang Su used his trustworthy face to assure her that they would help her as much as possible. Sir Kwang Su, actually it should be Sir Moon. He left management and worked for the seniors company because of the brand power of Kong Sung Hyung, even though it is a new company. The young generation seems to have many standout faces, from superstar Chong Hyun to Song Dina. Mentioning this name brings back a painful memory. When Jura first heard that Song Din-a had signed a contract with MK, he was very surprised. She is the one secretly dating the senior. Senior, it seems you do not know that person is Song Dina. Kwang Su saw her suddenly freeze up and asked, Jura, do you have any plans today? She replied that she was free today. Kwang Su suggested, why do not you secretly attend Sung Hyung's fan meeting? After the meeting, he has to head down to Busan. Jura did not expect this idea either. She immediately accepted as if afraid Kwang Su might change his mind. Kwang Su happily helped her. Chong Hyun's schedule isn't here today, so let us take Chang's car. I will call the manager. They know about your relationship, so there is nothing to worry about. At first, Jura was very confident, but when it was time to leave, he hesitated and asked if this was really okay. Kwang Su picked up the phone to call the manager while smiling at Jura. Of course, today is a special day, so we should give a gift to Sung Hyung. Manager Lee, can I ask you to come over right away? Jura felt a bit nervous inside. It was a special day, and thinking back, it had been a long time since he had a fan meeting in Korea. Finally, I did not expect to meet a senior. Just thinking about it made her eyes light up like headlights. Thank you so much, Boss Mun, got it. Jura was quickly taken to the television station. She shyly told the driver, sorry, Manager Lee, you had to go far today because of me. Manager Lee smiled and said, no worries, I had to go to the TV station this afternoon anyway. I see the meeting spot for fan, just hearing that made my heart race. I look around to see if I can spot my love anywhere. The crowd outside the TV station was packed, making Jura marvel. Are all these people fans of the senior? This moment is truly amazing. Jura suddenly noticed a direction as he skimmed through the crowded line of people. The cover photo has a picture of Sung Hyun on it, along with the words Happy Birthday. Jura froze in place, leaving the manager Lee surprised, asking her what was wrong. She trembled, pointing outside, then turned to ask Manager Lee, I see the sign over there says birthday. Isn't today Sung Hyung's birthday? Don't you know, Jura was totally SOS right away. She recalled that today, Kwang Su had hinted that it was a special day for Sung Hyung and suggested they should give him a gift. She did not realize this was what he meant. How is that possible? We talked this morning, and it was not about leftovers. The most important thing is when it comes to gifts, Jura is stunned, unsure of how to handle it properly. At that moment, the car stopped, and Manager Lee said we had arrived. Jura quickly turned to Manager Lee and said, wait, I did not know today was his birthday, so I have not prepared anything. Is there a shopping mall nearby? The manager smiled brightly and said, is there any gift more meaningful than your unexpected arrival? After all, he does not really need anything else. Then he handed Jura a bag, saying it was from Boss Mun. She was thrilled, wondering if it was a gift for her senior that had already been prepared. But to her surprise, inside were jackets and camouflage outfits of the staff. Setmun said wearing camouflage like this would keep them from being recognized. As for the female lead, she did not know whether to laugh or cry at this point. The staff in the television station lobby were also busy working. Jura, disguised as a spy, hid in a corner, unsure of what he was avoiding. She marveled at how crowded it was, thinking no one would recognize her at this rate. After all, Manager Lee had mentioned that once she reached the staff area, another manager would be there to guide her. Unexpectedly, just as we mentioned Tao Tao, he appeared right behind us. The manager popped up out of nowhere and greeted us. Jura was scared out of his wits and stammered, "Hi, manager." The manager awkwardly replied, "Sorry, did I startle you?" Jura regained his composure and said, "No, you should be the one apologizing. You know how busy I am, but it is nothing. He is going to love it." The manager pointed to a nearby room and said, "Over there is the waiting room, hurry up." Jura barely had time to nod in thanks before dashing off. She carefully looked around to avoid the rice-powered cameras while walking. Just then, a female employee came out of the room, startling her for the second time. "I am just going to the restroom for a bit. Finish up and come out." "Okay." Fortunately, the employee walked in the other direction and did not notice Jura here. Jura's heart raced, feeling like it would leap out of his chest as he cautiously opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. Inside, only a deadly silence remained. "Where did Senior go?" she asked, puzzled. Just in time, the sound of rustling came from the locker room. Jura thought to himself, "He is probably changing clothes. What should I do? It would be so embarrassing if I showed up looking this dull." Jura thought it over and chose to make an impressive entrance. "That is it. I will pretend to be an employee until he realizes. Let us see what is in this room to do." Unfortunately, footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. "Have you finished getting ready, Sung-hyung?" "Not yet. I need to use the restroom first." The changing situation ruined Jura's plan. The employee is back, and she still has not figured out how to show up. "I need to pretend to be an employee." Jura panicked, desperately seeking advice from the universe on what to do. The lounge door opened, and the staff member walked in. The room was still as empty as ever. The staff member turned towards the dressing room, which was strangely quiet. "Hey, are you done changing yet?" But no one answered because Sung-hyung was still gagged at that moment. Jura was unexpectedly bold, jumping into the locker room and covering her boyfriend's mouth with her hand to stop him from shouting in surprise. "Who is this?" Sung-hyun gently asked. Jura quickly shushed him to keep quiet, then carefully removed her mask. "It is me, senpai." The staff member outside, not hearing any response, asked again, Sung-hyun, "Is anyone here?" There is still no one speaking up. "Why is he in the bathroom? That is strange." Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed through the locker room. "Sung-hyun, you finally spoke up and apologized to me. Why, are you joking with me? You are acting so strange." At the same time in the room, Sung-hwang was still happily laughing while Jura was scared out of her wits. Sung-hyun whispered, "What is wrong? Are you okay?" Jura hesitantly turned back to look at him. Then he turned to his phone to type a message. She held out her phone for him to read. "I was planning to surprise you, but you surprised me instead. Why did not you tell me today is your birthday?" In response to her questioning, he simply displayed an innocent, guiltless expression. Jura furiously typed a message saying, "What kind of reaction is that? You are the only one who does not know your boyfriend's birthday while everyone else does." I did not expect him to smile so brightly after reading it. Sung-hyun took her phone. Later, he did not even bother adjusting his shirt, casually revealing his well-defined abs. Sung texted Jura asking if she was mad at him. Jura froze for a few seconds. Sung-hyun just texted me saying he finally feels like we are dating. Jura was fuming with anger, blood rushing to his head, silently cursing him for being so unreasonable. "Now is not the time to talk about that." Sung-hyun whispered back, "So what are you planning to do now? Have you forgotten where we are?" Jura suddenly blushed, about to say something. Finished, then just stopped, powerless, head down. Just the translated text, seeing the entire plate of sliced fruit right in front of me. Jura's face turned red like a monkey eating chili, then she quickly turned away. "I am sorry, I will turn back once you're dressed." She blushed with embarrassment. Sung-hyun seems really happy. He immediately reached out and pulled her back. "And hold your loved one close." Jura awkwardly turned to look at him and softly called, "Senior." "What are you doing? You will get caught at this rate." However, Sung ignored her struggles, refusing to let go, and instead, he moved even closer. Sung-hwang slightly lowered his head closer to Jura's face, making her inner self scream, "This is bad, not here." Though she says otherwise, she is actually hooked but hesitant. Just when it was crucial, an employee called out, "How much longer, Sung-hyun? We are running out of time." The urging startled the pair of doves in the dressing room, making them too afraid to act. In the end, Sung had to let go of Jura while he went to put on another coat. Sung told his girlfriend that he would be right back and that she should hide in there. Then he finally stepped out of the dressing room, apologizing for keeping her waiting. The staff member complained a bit, wondering why it took him so long to change, then sat down to fix his hair a little. Jura is inside the locker room, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, and slumped down on the floor. Her face was still uncontrollably red. Her heart felt like it was about to explode. Calm down, Hong Jura, calm down. I did not expect you to think we were dating. I did not realize it was that serious. You are right, even when we were dating, we did not see each other often, but I can't demand too much from someone so busy. I do not even know his birthday, and I called him senpai too. Suddenly, Jura had a new idea. She texted him on his phone. Sung Hyun opened the message and saw that she texted. I suddenly remembered I should give you something. Hey, text her back to see what she plans to gift. Jura took a deep breath, then quickly typed out a message. The face was getting redder and redder. After much consideration, she finally decided to hit send. When Sung Hyun received the message, he was a bit surprised. His lips curved into a slight smile. Sung Hyun suddenly stood up, surprising the assistant. He walked back into the locker room without a word. When the assistant asked where he was going, he simply replied that he had forgotten his watch in the locker room and needed to get it. Sung Hyun pulled back the cover and saw Jura curled up in the corner. She was surprised, not knowing what he intended to do. Sung Hyun leaned in close to her and whispered, I just lost my mind because of you. This time, not letting anyone stop him, he continued to place a sweet kiss on Jura's lips. Jura sent you a message, happy birthday my love. Jura's life returned to its usual routine, and soon spring arrived with cherry blossoms blooming all over the city. Jura could not stop exclaiming, look at this, it is so beautiful. Jin Hyung agreed, yeah, we do not need to go see the cherry blossoms anymore. On his way to go shopping, Jura saw a happy couple walking arm in arm down the street. She admired them immensely and wondered if she and her senior could ever enjoy the flowers like they did. Jura looked up at the building across the street. There was a sign with a picture of Sung Hyun, but unfortunately, the couple's simple flower viewing activities became quite challenging for us. After that fan meeting, you had a bunch of overseas activities while filming, and both my company and the production company are preparing a hybrid project, making it even more challenging. Except for the main production companies and the stars in the script, the biggest project the company is fully committed to involves the appearance of top stars from MK. At first, I was getting ready for this movie, so I received the script. This movie is going to be a big hit. Because it is so interesting that I never get tired of memorizing lines. Din Hyung was driving while saying, now that I think about it, is not Sung Hyun in Seoul today? Jura confirmed that and added, today is Lai's press conference. Din Hyung heard that and got excited, thinking whether this time it could surpass the 50 mark. Jura chuckled and said, either way, even if it does not, it is still great, right? Din Hyung shook his head and said no, do we reach 50? There are up to 30 selection rounds, and their Jura contributed significantly and will become a star. Jura, feeling helpless, reminded her, you know you are just a supporting actress, right? Just being a part of it is an honor. However, to everyone's surprise, including Jura, Dinking's ominous words came true. What, you are really going to play the role of Doon? Kwang Soo cheerfully confirmed, that is right, since Dindi, who plays this role, can't perform due to a scheduling conflict in Hollywood. Jura, have you read the lines yet? Din Hyung was overjoyed, shouting at the top of his lungs, because if Jura got to play Doon, it was almost a lead role. Jura asked curiously, yes, I read everything, but I remember that role was already decided. Kwang Soo replied that yesterday, after discussing replacing Doon, the screenwriter suggested Jura because the image was a perfect fit. Sung Hyun also mentioned that moreover, that was the only person completely immersed in Jura's performance the other day. Jura could not contain the joy in his heart, so they decided after reviewing your performance. Din Hyung was joking around, as if he was about to start a celebration. So, have they decided who will play the role of Daeung-soo, the partner of Doyon yet? Kwang also mentioned that this role will be played by Lee Kong. You met him, right? Din Hyung, upon receiving this information, became even more excited and quickly turned to ask if you had actually met Lee Kong. Jura hesitantly replied that she did meet him in the company hallway, which triggered Din Hyung's gossiping instincts. Why did not you tell me? Lee Tsan is quite popular these days. Jura's cheeks were slightly flushed. I know, I felt a bit relieved when I found out the co-star was Lee Kong. Even though we have only exchanged a few words, he comes across as bright and friendly. Furthermore, Doon is a very interesting role, and it is the one I want to play even more than the lead role. It is true that this opportunity has come to me. That day, while having tea with his lover, Jura expressed his excitement about this role. Sung Hyung, intrigued, asked, "You like it that much?" Jura smiled and replied, "Of course, if it is won, I will have a chance to work with that senior." "That is awesome." Sung was not too happy though. "Not about playing the role of a lover. Why do you like being my sister?" Jura did not mind at all. After all, having the chance to act together with his sister was all that mattered. Seeing his girlfriend smile so beautifully made Sung Hyung feel happy as well. Suddenly, he wanted to tease her, saying, "Then you have to act the kissing scene naturally." Jura sulked and asked, "Could it be that Doan also has a boyfriend?" "They do not have a kissing scene. You should know that if you have read the script." Jura pouted, turned away, and pretended to sulk, saying the writer should add one in. Sung Hyun saw that and laughed. Jura playfully winked at him. Looking back, "Who is your partner? Have you decided yet?" Sung Hyung immediately replied that he had. Jura excitedly asked who that was. But when hearing that it was Song Dina, the smile vanished instantly. That idiot Sung Hyung saw her freeze up like that and thought she had not heard who it was, so he repeated it once more. Jura was in turmoil, thinking, "You do not need to remind me, but why Song Dina? No, if I think logically, Dina probably fits the lead role better. But if you consider everything then." When Jura turned to look at her boyfriend, she suddenly noticed the back of his hand was red. Curious, she asked, "Senior, what happened to you? Your hand is red, are you hurt?" Sung Hyun seemed to not want her to worry, so he quickly hid his hand in his pocket. "It was just while filming in Busan, nothing serious." Jura held out her hand and said, "Let me see your hand," but he still hid it and reassured her that nothing was wrong. Speaking gently did not work, so Jura had to resort to a stronger approach, quickly grabbing his hand and raising it. "Then show me." His hand showed clear scratches that made Jura worried. "When did this happen? It is still swollen." "I am fine, it does not hurt at all." "What kind of scene were you filming to get hurt?" "It was just some action scenes." Sung Hyun quickly changed the subject. "Come on, let us go outside. Read the script right away, one will do well, right?" Jura could not help but wonder. He had read the entire script for the Time movie, but there were not many scenes with his hands like that. Were these new scenes added later? Suddenly, a sense of unease began to take over my mind. Jura sensed that something was wrong. "Yes, I have eaten already. I am on my way back now." "You have eaten too, right? It is probably late, so go ahead and lock the door." Jura walked home, playfully teasing the assistant. "Don't worry, enjoy your date," Din Kyung sighed. What did Sung Hyun Kong do after arriving in Seoul? Upon hearing his name, the female lead's eyes lit up. "I do not know anymore." It has been a long time since he last saw his old colleagues. Suddenly remembered something. Jura eagerly asked, "You are with Director Mun, right?" Kyung acknowledged, not forgetting to ask her sister, "What is going on?" She hesitated, wondering if she should ask about the injury on his hand. "If I ask, he will feel really guilty." Jura quickly changed the subject. "Just asking, see you at home later." Kyung found it strange but did not ask further, so his sister hung up. Jura walked heavily up the stairs, feeling downcast. She genuinely cared a lot about Sung, but no matter how many times she asked, he always ignored her. This time, he stayed in Seoul longer than expected. "Even though I am pretty stubborn, I eventually reached her room, sighed wearily, and slowly closed the door." Suddenly, a large hand blocked the way. Jura turned back to see a tall man dressed in heavy clothing staring at her. Jura quickly panicked. She dropped her expensive phone on the ground while grabbing the nearby glass. "Run quickly away from him." Jura's hand shook as he took a defensive stance, stammering, "Who is there? Get out before I throw this." The man remained still, showing no intent to attack. He pulled down his mask, revealing a face covered in bruises. She recognized him immediately, Kim Chong-gu. One hand turned on the light, while the other removed the mask. Despite the scratches, he was still quite handsome. Chong-gu spoke in a reproachful tone. "Do not treat me like a monster. I need to ask you for some favors." He did not notice Jura was still trembling like a leaf. Jura still kept his posture, his voice not yet free from fear. "I have nothing left to say to you. I am not listening and I do not want to listen." She was about to tell him to leave, but he shook his head in dismay. Unable to criticize, Chong-gu threatened, "So you want to go outside and talk? You have been quite popular lately. Must be fun hanging out with famous people." It seemed reasonable, so she allowed him to stay, letting him wait for the police to arrive before leaving, then searched her pockets for her phone. Looking at the empty bag, Jura paused. It lay right next to the door. Only now did she remember, in her panic, she had accidentally tossed away her beloved phone. Jura quickly ran up and grabbed it in front of Chonga's astonished eyes. The moment she picked up the phone was when he firmly held her hand. Changgu raised her hand, leaning in close to that beautiful face, demanding, Jura, what is going on between you and Sung Yin Kong? Upon receiving the unexpected question, she widened her eyes in shock and asked back, what? Jura angrily flung his hand. Are you crazy? You just barged in and started talking nonsense. Changgu insisted she answer, even that night in Busan, no matter if she flirted. Ignore the person in front of you, Jura quickly typing on the phone. She pressed the call button for 112. Changgu immediately stopped her. All right, I get it. I will leave if you tell me whether you are dating Sung Hyun. Jura looked up with skeptical eyes at him. Will you stop judging and listen to me? Receiving the proposal, Changgu was a bit surprised. Quickly adjusting his emotions, he agreed with her. It seemed he had already gotten his answer. Changgu, disappointed, turned away and left. The door slammed shut. Jura hurriedly ran out. Quickly locked the door. She collapsed to the ground, her face once again showing fear. Can't help but wonder, where did that damn bastard hear that news? Jura remembered his face being bruised from the beating. On the senior Sung's hand, there is also a wound. She connected the two events and realized the unbelievable coincidence. Changgu walked out of the building where Jura lived. He turned back to look at her apartment. He laughed painfully. Are you two really dating, Jura Hong and Sung Hyun Kong? The name Sung kept echoing in Changgu's mind. It seemed he could not accept this reality. He reassured himself it was just a rumor, then firmly left. The phone rings in a cafe. Din Kyung was quite surprised when he received a call from Jura. He told the person he was with, I have a call coming in. What is up? Wait a second, let me answer Jura's call. Director Mun agreed. Jura, what is wrong? On the other end, Jura spoke in a serious tone. Sis, I am sorry, but you are with Director Mun, right? Kyung asked again. Why? Do you have something to ask him? Kwang Soo was now focusing his loving gaze on Kyung. Jura, repeat what you just said. Can I talk to him for a moment? Kwang Soo moved to the car to talk on the phone. Ah, Jura, you went somewhere quiet. Do you have something to ask about Sung Hyun? Jura felt guilty for interrupting their date, so he apologized. Kwang Soo said it was okay. He asked again, so what happened? She hesitated a bit. Gathering all his courage, he asked, Senior, what happened in Busan? At the mention of this, Kwang Soo looked uneasy. He did not answer right away. What do you want to ask about? Jura did not choose to tell the truth. She made up another reason. I saw that Senior's hand was injured. I heard he got hurt during an argument while drinking, but I am worried if he is okay. Lying made her heart race. It was true that doing shady things left her uneasy. Kwang Soo went along with her. Sung Hyun asked if there had been an argument there. She widened her eyes, unable to believe Kwang Soo had agreed with her. Jura lowered his voice, did not he? Kwang Soo over here kept scratching his head, his eyes darting around, and his words were not clear at all. Well, if Sung Hyun says so, then that is how it is. He gave a sheepish smile and let it go. On the other end, Jura could not hold it in any more and immediately raised his voice. Kwang Soo. You want me to be honest, it is related to Kim Changgu, right? Kwang Soo stayed silent. Knowing he could no longer hide it, he confessed. Oh, this matter made Sung Hyun very angry. You are telling the truth. In fact, not long ago, you went to Busan to handle some things for Sung Hyun. Kwang Soo recounted that fateful night. Sung, did not you go to the dinner party? Yeah, I was too tired, so I went to the bar for a drink to relax. Kwang Soo, hearing that, did not stop him but reminded him to call when he arrived. Sung nodded in agreement, and they parted ways from there. Sung slowly walked into the bar. Suddenly, I ran into someone I did not want to see, also sipping here. Kim Changgu was intently reading something on his phone, unaware of his surroundings. To avoid facing, Sung turned out, but the unexpected conversation between the two held him back. Changgu, have you searched for Jura online when you had free time recently? He suddenly froze. Changgu calmly replied, if you look for it, you will find it awesome. Her face appeared on the homepage. Yeah, I did ask out of curiosity. Myung-ho stared, not understanding what the other person was thinking. Changgu suddenly changed his attitude and turned to Myung-ho, raising his voice. Do you think you are being too harsh on her? Already used to this, Myung-ho simply asked. What did you do with her audition? It was like hitting a sore spot. Changgu responded angrily. It is because she dared to hit on my girl. Myung-ho sighed inwardly. What a pain. Myung looked at the glass of wine in his hand and advised. Stop it already. You should feel guilty for leaving her to marry Miran. Changgu irritably questioned. Are you drunk? Why are you suddenly talking about this? Myung-ho replied. It is out of concern. You know Jura's situation. Chang'e felt no remorse, and even mocked her, saying sorry for what? How could he feel sorry when the company had already dropped her? How did Jura even get accepted into MNK anyway? Actually, I know Sung Hyun when she sneaked into his room already. Only the face. Myung-ho quickly interrupted as Cheongu kept speaking more and more recklessly. Stop it. What if someone hears? And indeed, every word that guy uttered had been provoking Seung all along. Sung approached Chang'e, who, unaware of the looming disaster, calmly retorted, "Who is even listening? It is just the two of us here." A large hand grabbed Chang'e by the collar and lifted him up, making him scream in panic. Sung looked at the annoying guy in front of him, challenging him. "Speak up." Myung-ho was surprised by his sudden appearance, while Chang'e was still wide-eyed and speechless as he was pulled up. He stammered in fear, unable to form a sentence. Sung punched Chang'e in the face without bothering to explain. He fell flat on his back, while Myung-ho standing next to him could not do anything. Having been hit and with a bit of alcohol in his system, Chang'e did not hold back and immediately shouted, "Hey, you crazy guy." The comment seemed to fuel the rage already exploding within Sung, who quickly pinned him down and beat him senseless. Seeing his little brothers beaten like that, Myung froze on the spot. After calming down for a moment, he quickly ran out to intervene. "Sung Hyun Kong, stop it. Making a scene is not good for either side." Sung glared at the intruder and ordered, "Go away." Kwang-soo appeared at the door with a bright smile. "Sung, you forgot your phone in your jacket." The smile fades just like that. In front of him was a fight. Kwang-soo was shocked and shouted, "What are you doing, Sung Hyung?" "Transition to the company building." Sung calmly ordered, "Do it, or I quit," not forgetting to add a threat. The man wearing glasses widened his eyes in disbelief at what he just heard. He asked gloomily, "Are you still going to slam the table?" Kwang-soo scratched his head and replied instead, "This guy, even in the dorm, still has not calmed down. Take a deep breath." The man burst out laughing. Sung could not help but ask, "Are you crazy? What are you laughing at?" He laughed until he cried and replied, "Amazing, truly amazing." What could have made Sung so upset at this point? Should not we show some respect for Chang'e? After speaking, he began laughing again as if the fight was something really amusing, and Sung sighed in frustration. After thinking for a moment, Sung hesitantly spoke up, apologizing to the staff. The man with glasses stopped laughing, put on a serious face, and comforted. "It is okay, Kim Chang'e can use that kid, so there is nothing I can do." He suggested, "So let us change it then." Sung was slightly surprised. "Hey," he explained, "after all, Chang'e does not make hasty moves. Now is the time to be cautious, even with the slightest sound." Seeing the disadvantage, Kwang-soo quickly spoke up. "I think it is unlikely they will be able to sue because as a presidential candidate, Kim Chang'e's father will be close to Ba Sung-hyun. So he will understand. In that case, it was Kim Chang'e who truly felt it." Sung turned and instructed, "Hey, do not let Jura know, or Din Kyung either." Kwang-soo agreed. He gazed out the window, lost in thought. Remember Jura's acting scene. Tears fell on that beautiful face. Sung wondered if it was because of Kim Chang'e. In the high-rise building, the rooms above still have not had time to turn off the lights. Sung is sitting in the living room reading a script. The doorbell interrupted his concentration. Sung walked toward the door, wondering who could be arriving at this hour. The sight that greeted him was the small figure of Jura, wrapped in a thin coat, her face slightly sad. Sung was surprised to see her. "Why are you here at this time?" Jura only now looked up at him. Without saying a word, she rushed straight into his arms. Sung hugged her tightly. Jura buried his face in the warm body and softly said, "I have something to say. I said I knew Mun Miran, but that was a lie. Of course, I was not invited to the wedding either. Remember the day that jerk Kim Chang'e met her to deliver his wedding invitation? That was the day she officially got dumped. She brought her angry heart to that man's wedding. The relationship ended badly, so she did not know how to act in front of him and kept deceiving her senior, who was him." Jura hugged tighter and sincerely apologized, while Sung gently patted her head. She suddenly looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Jura cried bitterly, asking for a chance to speak her mind even though he already knew everything. She thanked him. Sung gently looked at her with a hint of surprise. Seeing the little girl cry, he could not help but sigh. He gently wiped her tears and said, "You are Kwang-soo, right? If so, you should keep his mouth shut." Jura felt emotional. She happily held the warm hand resting on her cheek. "I can't believe I am this lucky. You have no idea how much I cherish you." Sung lowered his head and nuzzled her, responding, He could not believe he really liked this naive and silly person so much. However, I still hope that if I ever do something wrong, you will get mad or not. Like today, I feel really sorry. Jura was shy, a bit afraid of getting angry. Sung reassured her. You do not need to do anything to get angry, she said, feeling relieved. He pulled her into the house. Jura immediately refused. No, I am just here for a moment. I came because I could not meet you right away. Sung was slightly annoyed. Were you planning to leave now? Since you are drunk, I can't take you home. After that, he suggested, it is late and dangerous, so just stay the night. Caught off guard by the invitation, Jura froze. The face flushed pink immediately. She was so embarrassed that she could not speak while Sung just stared at her. Understanding her thoughts and feelings, Sung thoughtfully put his hand on his chin. He had not considered that perspective, but it was a bit emotional. His words startled Jura, who exclaimed, What? Sung smiled. You are thinking wrong. Suddenly realizing his somewhat overexcited attitude, Jura stammered. She bowed slightly and mumbled an explanation. Naturally not. I no longer think that way. My body keeps curling up tighter. Seeing Sung's playful expression, repeating her words just to tease her, Jura quickly straightened up. Of course, you do not think that way, right? He looked at her and smiled gently. Sung gently ran his hand through her silky long hair and asked, Do you want me to think that? You are really rough. His words made her explode. Not just her face, but her heart felt hot too. Jura sulked and was about to turn away, but Sung had to keep apologizing to make up. He pleaded, Do not leave, stay and help me study the script. It sounds reasonable. Jura just agreed to stay. Sung held the script on his shoulder and looked at something, this thing. The script does not have a sleeping scene, Jura. Turns out what you saw was your little girlfriend sound asleep on the cozy sofa. She looks beautiful even when she curls up to sleep. Sung smiled, not wanting to wake her up, guessing she must be very tired today. He gently lifted her up, slowly moving towards the large bed. Place her, who is fast asleep, on the bed. Sung gently covered her with a blanket, careful not to wake the girl. Jura, still not fully asleep, felt his warm gesture. She could not believe she was loved this much, and he had no idea how much she cherished him. Sung gazed at Ko-rae, gently touching her hair. He did not even realize that just being by her side gave him so much strength. So he cares for her, but he placed his kiss on her forehead. Take one last look, he walked out of the room. Gently closed the door to avoid startling her. Sung blushed. Smile foolishly to yourself. Jura in the room suddenly smiled, a smile of happiness. Today is the first day of shooting for the scene in Liba. Sung shouted loudly, Wait. Just keep going like that. Han Haiju, the beautiful woman, returns as Song Jina. In this film, she plays the lead female role. The two stood there for a moment, just looking at each other. The director shouted, Cut, we are done. Change the scene and do it again. Everyone on set was talking about how the two of them really acted so well. Jura, lost in the crowd, was also quite surprised. She thought to herself, what a difference. The voice of the assistant interrupted her thoughts. Jura, let us go. Yes. The car of the two people is going straight on the road. Kyung talked to her, saying the weather was beautiful today. Jura responded enthusiastically, admitting that she really did not know what to do during the summer. Jura is looking forward to working more with Sung, but it is like a senior in Team A while she is in Team B, and each movie has a different scene. To a place with luxurious golden lights. Jura wore an outfit that did not quite match the weather, making her sigh in admiration. The dress was beautiful, but wearing this winter outfit outside in such heat, she left the sentence unfinished. The short-haired girl hesitated as she looked at her. Sis, it is hard, but let me fan you. Jura smiled politely and declined. Thanks, Mina, but it is harder for you because you have to fix the interfacing. That got messed up from my sweating. Mina could not help but smile brightly. That is my job. No matter what you wear, you are always beautiful. Working with you is a lot of fun. Receiving such sincere words, Jura could not help but feel moved, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the young girl across from him. Jura jumped in and hugged Mina tightly, exclaiming, This adorable girl. Mina hugged back, teasing, Class is over, Mech Cup. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. May I come in? Jura's voice called out. Yes, come in. Kong appeared looking no different from her, also in winter clothes. The guy raised his hand to greet his senior. Jura also greeted back with a smile. Hi, today's pretty hot. Kong, feeling like he had found an ally, quickly loosened his thick coat and sighed. I can't even breathe. The outdoor shoot today is so hot. The young man voiced his determination. Should we confront the author, sister? Jura smiled faintly and said, all right. The logistics team arrived to inform that the scene featuring Jun and Young-soo would start soon, so get ready. These are the names of the characters that the female lead and Kang play in this movie. Team B has been filming for a week now. Thanks to Kang's easygoing nature, it has been easier to get along, and both of them work together seamlessly. Everything is going smoothly for Jura. Except for texting Sung, she got no response. Jura stared at the silent phone, clearly frustrated. Noticing Kyung's disappointment, Mina tried her best to console him, offering excuses and reasons for this, saying that filming a drama is different, and yes, the release date was indeed postponed. Don't worry too much, try this, it is so good. Those two keep trying to make Jura happy, but she does not care about them at all. They are utterly disappointed, wishing they could turn back time and hit themselves. Remember Jura from the past, no matter how busy you were, could not you spare 5 minutes to meet? If you love, those 5 minutes will be precious. Looking back now only made her more frustrated, forcing her to slam her hand on the table. Resentful, not even 5 minutes, not even one. Seeing her like this, the two did not dare to bother her and retreated to a corner to talk. Jura slumped over the table, feeling down. Is my senior really drifting away from me? Sung is leaning back in the car, his face tired. The assistant turned around and reminded him, you have barely slept in days, even I noticed. Sung turned on his phone. Reading Jura's messages, I think I can go see Team A. Can I meet you for a bit? I am already at the set, but why are not you in any scenes? I have to take some pictures. Keep it up. Encouragement was sent long ago, but the lack of response made him feel guilty. Sung is typing a message. Sorry, I keep having to turn around constantly. I was about to hit send when a call came in from Kwang-soo. Sung picked up the phone and immediately heard the voice on the other end. Hey Sung, brother, are you doing okay? Are you so busy you can't even catch a breath? He replied helplessly, stop watching movies, it is not your style. Kwang-soo reluctantly agreed. Fine then. Kwang-soo is reviewing some documents and casually informs that anyway he wants to discuss the contract and he has contacted them about your wish to extend it for another 3 years. He hopes you will decide soon, but is it okay if you keep going without knowing anything about it? You have not met anyone in 1 or 2 years. Sung replied wearily, sure go ahead. Kwang-soo encouraged him, okay I got it, work hard. You know Jura's birthday is coming up, right? This made Sung snap out of it. He quickly asked again, coming up soon. Kwang-soo added, she can't organize it because she is busy filming or if I send a gift, I do not have time either. Could you buy it for me? Sung refused, saying it would not be sincere that way. Kwang-soo asked for advice, so what do you think? Sung suddenly did not know how to respond. The assistant gently called him while holding up the schedule notebook. The person on the other end, growing impatient, asked, you bought it online, shouldn't you have chosen it in person? Sung stared intently at the notebook. Her lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, no. I will do it myself tomorrow. The crowd gathered tightly in front of shopping mall entrance. Someone asked, what is going on? Why are so many people gathering in front? The girl who had been eavesdropping turned around and answered, hey, it is amazing. I think they are filming Sung Hyun-kong and Song Ji-na. The director called cut, took a break for food, and an hour later got ready to shoot again. That is all it took to make everyone happy. Song Dina happily called Sung. Have dinner with me, will you? Before she could finish her sentence, Sung had already rushed off. Seeing his urgent attitude, she froze for a few moments. Dina went to find the manager. Where are you rushing off to, Sung Hyun? A pretty girl started a conversation with him, making him shyly admit that he was out shopping for his girlfriend. Dina was surprised, and the market manager suddenly realized he had misspoken. Quickly slapped his mouth a few times to stop his habit of letting his mouth run faster than his brain, while Dina was curious to know who that girlfriend was. The sales receptionist politely greeted him and asked what he was looking for. This made Sung a bit confused. He lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. I do not have anything special. The girls around had already noticed that the handsome guy was Sung Hyun-kong. Sorry, I planned to grab something during lunch, but now that I am here I have no idea what to buy. Everything around looks good for Jura. A woman's voice interrupted his thoughts, saying this is beautiful. Dina bent over to admire the jewelry, praising it enthusiastically. Oh my, this one is beautiful too. Looking at Sung, hey, is not he handsome, should I give it a try? She kept complaining, but it is too expensive. Looking at these things makes you feel pressured, right? Her words surprised not only you, but also the salesperson. Noticing someone watching, Dina stopped. She happily explained, "It is our 5-year anniversary. The director asked if I wanted a gift, so I quickly answered." Sung was caught off guard and interrupted before he could speak up. "You know that, right, Sung? You are the director of our company." You called Dina's name, but she pretended not to hear, just kept staring at the jewelry. Not only that, she moved closer to you, saying, "Hey, this one's pretty." "Oh, right." Dina whispered, "Honey, if you do not go along, I will be so embarrassed." "It is not just me. What about you and the movie before it airs? Do not let bad news spread." Hearing her speak made sense. Sung did not say anything more. Seeing that Dina was satisfied and continued with her game, she said, "Can I see this? I want this one too. The design is so cute." Sung rubbed his head in frustration, feeling like he was going crazy. Returning to the set, Dina bowed her head in a very sincere apology. "You went too far." Sung looked at the girl bowing her head in front of him, not understanding what was going on. Dina explained that the manager told her you went to buy a gift for your girlfriend. If you plan to buy it yourself, you should have told her. If your girlfriend gets exposed, it will cause big trouble. Before the movie is released, if there are dating rumors, the project will be ruined. I want to help you because I am worried you might feel self-conscious about how others see you and not be comfortable buying it. I genuinely want to help you. I am sorry for not asking you first." Sung pondered deeply. I do not know if she is truly sincere. I can't get angry. I am not sure anymore. Dina suddenly cried. Sung felt a bit scared. "Why are you crying, Dina?" he asked. She bowed her head, hiding her tear-filled eyes, and replied, "I am really sorry." As a father, Sung could not hold back his tears when he saw his daughter cry. He reached out and pulled the paper, then handed it to Dina to comfort her, saying, all right, do not cry anymore." She took it. Seeing that she had stopped crying, Sung continued, "Anyway, thank you for helping. If something like that happens again, do not act that way. If it repeats, I won't be the same." Dina hurried away, nodding. Sung said that and turned to leave, reminding her to wipe her tears. Dina grabbed his collar and held him back. Her radiant face said to him, "That means you forgive me, right?" Sung was left speechless, utterly powerless. Leaving without a word, ignoring her joyful shouts, "I knew you would do this. Thank you." At this moment, worry appeared on Sung's face. He had a bad feeling and wondered how he would handle this with Jura. The Team B table was set with a spread of sweet pastries that looked incredibly delicious. Jura excitedly exclaimed, "This is from your fans. Your fans are amazing, Kong." Kong smiled brightly, clearly proud of his fans. "That is right. My fans are really cool." Jura took a bite and immediately praised the food. "It is delicious." Kong said, "I told you, it is true." They really complement each other. Hyung, observing the conversation from the outside, also felt the same way. It seems like the two of them have good chemistry. Kong pulled out his phone, about to snap a photo to post on SNS. Jura supported the idea and asked Kong to send a thank you message to the fans. Kong naturally stopped. It seemed like he had read some news. The expression of surprise, "What is that?" Jura did not know but still cheerfully asked what is going on. The more he read the news, the more it became clear that Team A was exposed. Senior Sung Hyung Kong and Dina were mentioned, and the smile on Jura's face suddenly froze. She could not believe what she was hearing. Din Kyung quickly asked, "What did you say? Give me the phone." Seeing the strange attitude, Kong timidly handed it over. "Ah, here it is. It is already all over the internet." Mina patted Jura's back as if to reassure her. The headline caught my eye. Sung Hyun Kong and Song Dina enjoy a romantic break at the shopping mall, with a picture of the two in a jewelry store. Below are countless positive comments. Is this to promote the movie? Are they dating? That is amazing. Seeing the scene in front of him, Jura was frozen in place, unable to believe it, but he had to. Kyung excitedly announced, "Jura, I am so happy. The script that Sung and I are starring in has finally arrived. The filming is tomorrow, so you probably know how quickly the script comes out, right?" Contrary to the manager's joyful attitude, Jura sat still like a statue, his emotions plunging into the negative infinite. Hyung sat down next to her and comforted her. "Hey, do not overthink it. The headline says it is a gift for the 5th anniversary of Song Dina's debut, and I've also heard Sung Hyung Kong talking to the manager on the phone." Recalling what the manager just said to her, "He's filming right now, so if it is about the newspaper, you do not have to worry. The assistant director is waiting for you." I am hanging up. Jura did not have time to react before the call was cut off. Jura felt sad. That call left her even more confused. She thought he would explain, but hanging up like that just made things even stranger. Kyung quickly defended, I know this is Team A's filming location, and startups can send gifts to the actors for management. Don't worry too much. Jura continues as an actor-manager. Buying a necklace is normal then. That is something they could handle on their own. The more Jura talked, the more Kyung broke out in a cold sweat, unable to explain a word. Cornered, Kyung quickly dodged. You would not know, but you will see him tomorrow anyway, so go ask him yourself. Then he led Mina out of the room. Fine, leave her alone. Right now, it is best for you to think for yourself. To be alone, Jura opened her phone. Seeing the article displayed, I can't help but marvel at how beautiful this picture looks. Pointing at that handsome face, he uttered 2 words, useless. At the center where the film crew is shooting. The loud voice of a woman made the crowd turn around, clearly annoyed. She told some friends that she would play the lead role this time, but now she's been kicked out, so what can she do? The speaker is Miran, wife of Changa. She was walking and cursing about losing her role. Changa could only console her a bit, saying, Miran, I told you that you were not fired. Suddenly, the director wanted to change the direction of the film, so he decided to drop that script. What can I do? Even so, you are still upset, but I will be sad if you keep going like this, right? Miran turned sharply, her eyes piercing as she looked at her husband and exclaimed, Changu. Changu froze. He looked at his wife, who was chattering on and on. You said it is because of you that others can grow. Somehow, the image of Jura saying the same thing to him came to mind. Jura gently held Changa's hand and stroked his cheek, reassuring him, it is okay, we just were not lucky this time. Her smile brings a warm light, keep trying Changu. It is strange how the sound of the name Changu in reality is so heavy that it jolts him awake from his dream. Mira was frustrated seeing her husband just standing there, so she yelled, What are you doing? Changa quickly replied, let us go, to avoid the question. I do not know what he ate today, but all these random thoughts are driving him close to losing his temper. In the luxury boutique, the sales associate is admiringly saying, It suits you perfectly. Mira looked in the mirror and thought she looked beautiful. Deciding quickly, Changa settled on the luxury item without much thought. He calmly kept tapping away on his phone. He noticed something unusual and was briefly surprised. This is still dating news about Sung Hainkong and Song Dina. Reading the article left Changu confused. Was not he dating Jura Hong? Looking back, there was probably something between them. Have they broken up? It makes sense because Sung Hyun could not possibly be serious about Jura. Chongu silently celebrated to himself, feeling that fate was pushing him forward. Jura over here has not gotten over the disappointment yet. Proof is she only took kimbap and fried food. Hyung looked at Jura's plate and objected. Wait a minute, Jura, how did you get your food like that? At that moment, she finally regained her composure. Jura complained, Are you crazy? Why did you take everything? Hyung could not help but angrily scold his clueless sister. Wake up, thanks to the fans of Sung. We got to enjoy a free buffet at the hotel, and you only ate fried kimbap. Sitting at the table, she could not swallow anything. She was so upset that she could not tell if the food was going down her throat or her nose. Hyung was worried. But why? As for the necklace, Sung had already sent her a message confirming everything. Recalling the long, very long message from him made Jura feel helpless. How could one think it would explain anything? The original text was like this. It is a bit hard to talk over the phone. Have you seen the article yet? Don't worry. It is nothing. There is no misunderstanding. We have a shoot tomorrow. See you then. Hyung was also speechless. There was no way to defend the male lead anymore. Hyung advises, anyway, the two of you should meet and talk. How can you both work together with things like this? Looking back, the shoot with her senior was a moment she had been waiting for a long time, but she did not expect to face emotions like this. Something startled her. Her pupils dilated as if something bad had happened. Song Dina excitedly carried the plate of food over to Jura and greeted, Here I am. It has been a while. How have you been? Dina cheerfully started a conversation, not noticing the awkward expressions of the two. It is the first time we have met since the script reading, right? She placed the plate of food on the table and pulled a chair to sit down. Jura, watching her actions, felt so uncomfortable. Why did she choose the seat next to me? Jura awkwardly replied, I think so. Suddenly, she raised her hand, waving at someone, and Jura curiously looked in that direction. Realizing that person was his senior, Sung thought to himself, I wonder what expression he is making. Sung smiled, seeming to be pondering something, a smile that left Jura puzzled. He quickly approached her and asked, When did you get here? Jura coldly replied, just arrived. Jura felt uncomfortable as she kept eating continuously, stuffing all the food into her stomach in a short time. Sung noticed her strange expression and asked, "You will have indigestion. Why are you eating so fast?" She curtly replied, "I am hungry." Dina spoke up. It seemed Jura was very hungry. She reminded him to eat slowly, as indigestion could affect the shoot. Jura's sincere attitude left him a bit stunned. That is right, I do not know what this situation is, but Dina did not do anything wrong, so there's no need to hate her. Don't be mean. Just when he was starting to think well of her, she began cozying up to her senior. Hey, try this, it is really good. Sung did not like it, but there was not much he could do. Seeing the server carrying a tray, Dina curiously asked, Hey, the waiter is bringing cocktails, right? Do you think if I drink, it would interrupt the shoot? Hey, do you think the dialogue in scene C17 is a bit much? Dina kept talking endlessly, even though Sung did not respond at all, while Jura just wanted to switch seats already. Kong, with his usual cheerful face, suddenly appeared just in time to save her from this awkward situation. Dina warmly greeted, "Long time no see." Kong, with a bright smile, replied, "It has been a while." Kong hesitated to sit down together. Song turned away and declined, "Too bad, it is full. I will eat over there. Enjoy your meal, everyone." Jura quickly called out, "Wait, Kong, hold on." She suddenly stood up and suggested, "Come with me." Surprised by her senior's words, she was even more astonished. "Sure." Jura calmly replied, "Of course everyone here is Tim A, so I am a bit shy." Kyung was also shocked by her actions. Upon hearing that, our Kong was moved to tears. "Doon is the best," Jura cheerfully added. "All right, who else but Doon could take care of Chongsu?" The main character listened to their conversation, growing increasingly irritated inside, to the point where the anger seeped into his bones, yet outwardly, he did not say a word. Kong expressed his thanks to Jura. At that moment, the boy told her, "There is no room at Team B's table, so I did not know what to do." Hearing that made Jura feel a bit bitter, but still, even if you do not know what to do, you have to eat properly. Kong gazed at his senior with sparkling eyes. The face still as bright as a flower, truly moved. Jura felt guilty. She only took advantage of this to change seats. Who would have thought that this boy Kong would be so grateful? "I am sorry, Kong. You offered to get some water," Jura agreed, and reminded you to come back quickly. The phone on the table suddenly chimed with a message notification. Jura skeptically looked at it, guessing that the sender was Sung. Jura bent down, put a piece of kimbap in his mouth, and pretended not to see the message. However, her human instinct did not let her hold back her curiosity for long. She finally picked up the phone and was shocked when she looked at it. "Sung message to check on you. What is wrong? Why are not you sitting here?" High expectations followed by a hard fall left Jura disappointed. After that, he became angry and immediately hit reply so forcefully that if the phone could talk, it would definitely shout in protest. Kong would be really confused if you left him, but Dina was also there, and he was closer to Tima. Over here, Sung is bending down, sneakily texting her, ignoring the two girls chatting about all sorts of things. "Isn't it true? It has been 10 days since we last met, but you won't even look at me, and now you have even changed seats." Jura wanted to end the conversation. "Fine, just go eat." "Sung, are you upset? Come back." This made Jura furious. "Are you trying to piss me off? If I go back, will there be room for Kong?" She cursed to herself, damn it. Kong turned just in time to hear two words from her mouth, making him panic. "What is wrong, sis?" Jura jumped in surprise, embarrassed. To avoid embarrassment, Jura decided to make an exit. She apologized, saying her stomach was not feeling well and that she needed to use the restroom for a moment. She rushed out of the restaurant, still fuming inside. This showed on her face as if she wanted to devour anyone who dared to anger her. "Who should be angry here? I am going crazy. Do you think I will come back for lunch?" Sung's loud call startled Jura. The waitresses at that moment were overwhelmed by the radiant handsomeness of Sung. Jura hesitated and turned back. She asked, "What is wrong?" "Senior Sung Hyun Kong." Sung slowly approached and informed, "We have a scene together this afternoon." He leaned in and whispered, "Let us go to the rehearsal room for a bit." In the conversation room, Sung, like a little kitten, earnestly begged Jura to tell him what had happened. Jura looked at him seriously and asked, "What do you mean?" But inside she was completely confused. "Do you really not know?" "Sung, let us get straight to the point. You have a reason for avoiding me and changing your seat, right?" Jura lowered her head in denial. "I told you, Kong, I do not know anyone on Team A, so he would feel awkward sitting with them." Are you upset because you think I changed seats to look out for him? Jura could not hold it in any longer. All the pent-up frustration poured out. But since you can give gifts to someone else, why can't I take care of him? Sung was silently surprised by what she said. After a while, he spoke up. So that is it. I did it for that reason. You said not to worry, that it was nothing, just a misunderstanding, Jura replied sarcastically. You did not mean it. She looked him straight in the eyes and firmly said, something so obvious, but you say do not misunderstand, is not that wrong? If you tell me not to misunderstand, it is not okay for me to say, oh, I see, it is all good then. Looking at Sung's reaction, she was stunned. You misunderstood. You are suspicious about me and Songdina, Jura calmly replied. It is not that suspicious. I just do not understand why you would buy an expensive necklace for an actress you have only known for less than a month. Seeing everything spiral out of control, Sung scratched his head, unsure how to fix it. He hesitated, wanting to reveal the truth. After thinking for a while, I let it go. Sung gave a vague excuse, citing personal reasons. Such a meaningless explanation did nothing to appease Jura, who bluntly said so in that case. She wanted to say something more, but seeing his awkward expression, she stayed silent. Finally, Jura spoke up. I feel the same way as you. Does that bother you? Sung looked at her with a puzzled expression. Unable to speak, I could only stand up and walk towards the window, lacking the courage to face it. Two people carried mixed emotions. One was hurt, the other had unspeakable reasons yet to be revealed. Jura sat still on the sofa, her head down as if she was deeply disappointed by today's conversation. Sung over here is not doing any better, just hesitating and wavering. After a while, he finally turned around and said, you just do not trust me, do you? Jura lifted her head firmly. It is not that I do not trust you. Please understand me, senpai. Receiving Sung's answer, Jura did not know what to say, contemplating whether to tell the truth or not. Seeing his girlfriend sitting still, disappointment clearly visible on her beautiful face, he could not bear to hide it from her anymore. After all, everything would be revealed on her birthday, and he thought it would be a small happiness for her. But did it really hurt her that much? Above all, he did not know if there would be any joy in keeping this atmosphere until her birthday. All right, Sung decided to end everything. Just as he called out to Jura, the phone rang incessantly. Jura picked up the phone. Hello, Kong. She said in a panicked voice. Oh, I forgot. What should I do? I am sorry. Hearing the caller's name was Lee Kong, Sung felt uneasy, while Jura calmly replied, it is fine, let us meet and talk. I will be there soon, thinking to herself, did she give him her number? Jura quickly stood up and excused himself, saying he had forgotten to tell the guy he was going to the restroom. Sung stopped her from leaving, and Jura, out of habit, also paused. The two stood there for about a minute. Finally, he spoke up, we are not done yet. Jura stood still, not intending to talk. She was exhausted, said her final words, and left. Again, it was always the end. Was that okay? Sung looked around, confused, not understanding what was going on. Jura opened the door and greeted Sung, who quickly reacted by walking briskly toward her. He held her shoulders and asked, did you hear me say stop? Jura turned around, tears streaming down her cheeks without her even realizing. Sung was unexpectedly caught off guard by this situation. Jura pushed his large hand off her, saying I do not want to argue anymore. That is why I have been avoiding you. Just let me go. She said that and left, leaving him alone in the large room with an empty heart. Sung reflected on his actions and felt guilty. It has been 10 days since we last met, and now what are we even doing? Suddenly, he realized something. It is a script lying quietly on the chair where Jura just sat. Sung thoughtfully mentioned that she wanted to guess the lines and even brought the script. He stood up and walked to the sofa. Holding the script in hand, I monologued to myself, people often do crazy things. Talking about Jura, after leaving the room, she leaned tiredly against the elevator wall, looking at the sad face in the mirror. Seeing Jura's worried expression, he thought, what should I do? I can't let Kong see me like this. Just then, his phone chimed with an incoming message. She was about to check her phone. This is a message from Din Kyung. I think you need to talk to Sung Hyung longer. I told Kong that you were not feeling well, so you went back to your room to wait. Don't worry, you two can talk. Receiving such sweet words of care, Jura could not help but feel touched. Suddenly, I felt guilty towards Chi, and even more so, I could not be shy in front of everyone. Jura stepped out as the elevator reached the 9th floor. She walked while thinking about the situation between her and Sung. It is not that she does not trust him. She knows Min does not want to talk for too long either. Jura wearily opened the door to the room. Tired, he sat down on the chair. Recalling what she went through, he knew well there was a reason why she was so sensitive. But he just stays silent, so heartlessly sad. Jura completely lost her defenses, tears streaming down her delicate face. The sound of knocking jolted her awake. She suddenly looked at the door. Who is that? Jura stood up abruptly, a flicker of hope sparking inside. Could it be a senior? She quickly ran to open the door. As soon as Kong saw her, he anxiously asked, "What is wrong?" His face clearly showed concern. Not the person waiting for Jura feels a bit disappointed. She is also hoping for something. She replied, "I am fine. I was planning to go to the buffet area, but suddenly felt unwell. I am sorry." Kong brushed it off. "Why are you apologizing? You are sick." Stop and observe to notice the unusual expression on her senior's face. You asked a question that startled Jura. A new sister, huh? Hit right on target. She tried to avoid it. What? Who said I was crying? Jura felt increasingly uneasy, worried to the point of raising his voice. "I know you are crying, and if you are sick enough to cry, it is serious. Should we go to the hospital?" Seeing the boy's overreaction, Jura quickly waved his hand to decline. No, it is not that bad. Just rest, and you will be fine." "Sure, here's the translation," Kong continued. "How about I give you a massage? I am really good at it." Jura, who seemed serious, was visibly scared. "I am fine, really," she replied. The boy was still determined to show off his massage technique to his senior, but Jura kept refusing, not because she did not trust him. "I have been thinking for a long time but could not come up with a way to refuse Jura." She stood frozen in place, listening to what Kong was saying, as if she was about to be pricked by needles. Luke felt helpless and let Kong take over, happily leading her sister to the restroom while chattering away to comfort her. "Come on, do not be like that. When my family has an upset stomach, I give them a massage too." Not sure if it helps, but the heroine's spirits were seriously low. Kong, still cheerful, said, "All right, Ben has some digestive medicine. I will bring it to you." Jura thanked her with a worried look on her face. The door slowly closes. In the distance, a figure had been watching the entire conversation. Sung stood motionless, staring intently at that room. Kyung and Mina are excited after eating their fill. They are so well behaved. Hotel buffets really are something special. "It seems like I did not have enough dessert." Kyung realized someone was blocking his way, so he looked up to see who it was. She enthusiastically asked about both of them. "Have you talked to Jura yet, Sung Hyung? The girl has not eaten enough, and I am really worried." He hesitated, unable to form a complete sentence. Sung handed the script to Kyung, telling him to take it to Jura. Kyung happily accepted it, but before he could ask why, Sung had already turned away. It looks like something bad just happened. The elevator doors slammed shut, leaving the two girls standing in confusion. "The atmosphere is weird, is not it? Seems like it, huh?" Sung leaned against the elevator wall, lost in thought. "No doubt, no misunderstanding, it is not that I do not trust Jura, it is just not true." He smiled faintly as the sadness appeared. Sung wondered, what is this feeling? The film crew continued their work. Sung is applying makeup to his face. Yu and Max Cooper are having a lively conversation. Jura stood from afar and looked over. "Exactly as I thought, absolutely perfect." She shook her head, feeling like she was getting jealous. "Yeah, perfect, it looks so natural. I did not mean anything by it though." Kong walked over to her and waved. "Hey sis, is your stomach feeling better?" "Yeah, thanks to you," Kong replied. He pointed at himself with a proud smile and said, "You trust me, right? I told you I am pretty skilled." Seeing how pleased he was, she nodded slightly. Jura quickly changed the subject. "Kong, are you heading to the next schedule right away?" Eagerly replied, "Yes, but I still have a bit of time, so I plan to stop by the filming set to greet the Senior." She was surprised and asked how he knew when the filming would end. Kong smiled and said that, apart from Senior Sung Hyung, she was not an ordinary person either. "If it is okay, I will go ahead now." As soon as he finished speaking, Kwang suddenly noticed something on his senior's face. "You," reminded Jura. "Your forehead is sweating." She startled and wiped the sweat off. Jura did not have time to react before Kong quickly wiped away the sweat and reassured her, "It is hot these days, and we are talking about winter, so you are feeling hot. Right, look this way." The unexpected action left Jura unable to dodge. Jura quickly declined, "No need for that. When I put on makeup I can wipe it off." A loud noise echoed. Everyone around gathered where the sound came from, which was Sung's table. He slammed the table so hard that both makeup artist and the manager froze for a few seconds. Makeup artist gently asked, What is wrong? You scared me. Sung calmly replied, sorry about that. Only Jura, over there, was worried. As they watched the two walk away, Kung finally spoke up. Elder Sung, it seems like you are not in a good mood. Because of that article, right? Jura looked at him with a concerned expression. Finally, it is the scene with the male and female leads. The director is making an announcement. All right, let me explain the movements. Both listen attentively, afraid of missing a beat. They will link arms, walk around the marked area, then start their lines, right? Having everything ready, Jura and Sung took their positions. She linked her arm with his. The director called out, all right, John, Dwayne, get ready. Seeing her tense, he teased, what is wrong? You look like a bride walking down the aisle. His words made her face flush red. Jura, embarrassed and angry, pulled him close. Were you about to put your arm around me? Seemed like you were in a hurry. Seeing Sung smile, it seemed teasing her was his favorite thing. After the shout for action, all the disputes they've had until now must be put aside. Isn't it ironic that they just had a fight and now have to act out a close scene together? Jura Lo could not focus on the performance, but the crew was eagerly watching. She focused on Sung Hyung, not just because of his excellent acting skills, but also because he is a top actor who can guide his co-stars into their roles perfectly. Even if I am a bit upset. As an actor, Jura still respects you greatly. The director called cut, just as her mind returned to reality. If today's shoot keeps going like this, it will wrap up early. Let us take a break and continue later. Jura was pleased, thinking he had performed well, but Sung spoke up, hold on, director. I feel like it is not quite right. Can we do it again? His words almost made her fall over. What is wrong? The director rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. It is perfect, is not it? Jura silently agreed, but before he could celebrate, the director continued, well, if you want, we can do it again. Having achieved his goal, Sung quickly thanked him. Jura stood there, stunned. What is going on? Maybe the senior saw flaws that others did not. Walking side by side might not have looked great, so she resolved to try even harder. However, it was strange. Sung kept insisting try again. He's already shot it 5 times and still wants to do it again. Jura was terrified, only daring to struggle internally, wondering what exactly he was not satisfied with. Everyone in the group started buzzing with questions. What is going on? Everything was perfect, yet Kong stood outside, beginning to worry about Jura. The manager came over and said, Kong, let us go, we are late. You were about to say something. After thinking for a while, then I stopped. Jura felt guilty as he watched Kong leave in disappointment. Sung called the director Jura in a panic once again. She glanced at him, thinking he probably wanted to shoot again. But not now. Sung smiled brightly and said, something's off, but it is okay, let us just take a break. Jura stared at him unblinkingly. The director, hearing it was a wrap, was overjoyed and announced a break to switch scenes. Jura, still in shock, kept staring intently at the man who was smiling with satisfaction. Her mind screamed, was this person doing this just because he wanted to come back again and again? Jura slammed his hand on the table. Questioning Sung, you did it on purpose, right? Sung looked at her without any expression. He casually let out a word, Jura. Angrily, he said it straight, meaning he deliberately asked to do multiple takes. Kong said he wanted to wait for you until the shoot was over, so he was stalling, right? Sung took a sip of tea and calmly asked her, why are you asking when you already know the reason? I did not expect him to admit it so easily, leaving her face twisted. Jura was shaking with anger. That is a bit too much, you tell me not to doubt you, but you are overreacting. Sung looked at her and asked, same thing. Jura immediately exploded. Of course, it was different this time because it was completely unreasonable. Sung calmly placed the glass of water on the table and questioned her back. You said you did not want to argue, but now you are picking a fight. Jura slumped into the chair and replied, because I do not know what to do with you anymore. It is not like I went anywhere with Kong, but you do not believe me and postponed the filming. He calmly said, I trust you, but do not like Lee Kong. She was curious, what about him? Just do not like him. Jura objected, stop making excuses that you are mad at me because of Kong. He was not at fault at the buffet, you got mad at me because I gave up my seat for Kong. Why do you have to do that? Kong is not a 2-year-old child. His words shocked her to the core. She smiled. Jura brought up old stories, and I did not know you were that annoying while taking care of your co-star, and even buying a necklace. Sung immediately responded with honorifics. Jura Huang, the female lead, turned to him with a pouty face and said, Senior. Jura suddenly realized that his face was close to hers, startling her. Sung warned, if you do not want to be embarrassed later. You should not upset him. Jura blushed. What was he saying? Song Din suddenly appeared, breaking the awkward silence. Found you. Are you with Jura? They saw someone approaching and quickly separated. Jura smiled awkwardly, saying, we're just practicing lines. Dina was enthusiastic. Really, if that is the case, you should have invited me to join. By the way, Sung brother. Hearing someone call his name, he looked up. Dina handed over the Cartier box. She then said, I can't accept this. Jura was astonished, not knowing what was happening. What kind of situation was this? Sung disclaimed any responsibility, saying it had nothing to do with him, since they had already discussed it with the company. Dina shyly responded, really? Then I will say Director Mun bought it. In the end, I am the one causing trouble. I think I have to do this to feel at ease. Jura outside listened to their conversation without understanding anything at all. Dina seemed worried, thinking his girlfriend misunderstood because of that article. That is why they argued, right? Sung sighed and denied it, saying there was no misunderstanding. Because she believes in him, this made Jura blush deeply. Just as the manager walked in to remind him, Sung Hyun, the director, is looking for you. He hurriedly followed behind. Sung disappeared from sight, but Jura still did not understand what had happened. She scratched her head, piecing everything together. After assessing the situation, it seemed more likely that the necklace was bought by the company rather than by a senior. So, was it simply a gift to celebrate the 5th anniversary? Seeing Jura's pale face, Dina asked with concern, Jura, you do not look well. Are you tired? Jura quickly shook her head. No, I am fine. Dina sat down on the chair next to Jura, seriously looking at her. So, I guess you saw the article and think Sung and I went out alone together, right? Caught off guard. Jura awkwardly waved her hands, saying no, not at all. Dina finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, all the comments yesterday said we are totally in love. Yesterday, some comments like buying a 5-year anniversary necklace for her meant they had known each other for a long time. They were not dating, but still bought necklaces for each other, which is strange. Plus, those two really get along, making Dina so confused she had to talk to Jura. That is why I freaked out when I realized I was causing trouble. I was afraid his girlfriend might read it without understanding the context and feel sad. Dina was excited, relieved that the two did not argue, but she had no idea, she just turned a couple from not just arguing but arguing fiercely. Jura wondered, so what is the real story? It was then Dina remembered. She genuinely shared, actually it was like this, the senior wanted to buy a gift for his girlfriend, but I followed him on my own. I was worried that if he went shopping alone, there would be rumors about him dating, so I went along to help, but I ended up causing more trouble instead. Jura listened in shock, seeing the other person's attitude. Dina awkwardly explained, it was nonsense, right? Thinking back now, if I were you, I would not believe there was a debut keepsake. I just wanted to know and meet you, but I overdid it and ended up looking silly. Knowing the full story, Jura stayed calm. Dina added, as for the necklace, he said it would be pointless if he did not choose it, so he gave it to me romantically, right? Jura realized it because he went to buy her a birthday present. And then everything turned out this way. Dina, although unsure who Sung's girlfriend is, could not help but feel deeply envious of the girl as she watched him go out of his way to buy a gift. Jura was left speechless. Remember what Sung said earlier, he told me not to mind it, it is not worth misunderstanding. When he painfully admitted it was true. Sung awkwardly said, can you trust me a little? Everything is crystal clear now. Jura just realized he kept it a secret to surprise her for her birthday. Din Kyung anxiously asked, why are not you picking up? Jura waved goodbye, I could not. Kyung angrily shouted, you really won't catch it. Jura firmly said, I can't, while avoiding Kyung's gaze. Kyung answered the ringing phone. How long do you want to avoid him? Just pick up, Kwang-soo encouraged. Yeah, pick up, ignore what people say. Jura refused, feeling down. I do not know what to say. Jura turned to complain, you two knew but did not tell me. Hiding everything like that is a bit too much. Kyung stammered, I am sorry, but the person directly involved is Sung. It would be a bit awkward if you knew and he did not. Jura hesitated and shouted, even so, you should have told me a bit earlier. Things would not have turned out this way. Annoyed, Kyung handed the phone over again. Then you go and tell Sung yourself. Kwang-soo added to calm her down. I understand how you feel. The situation was tough at that time, so I nearly fainted when Sung told me the company gave it to her as a gift. Recalling that day, Sung informed Kwang-soo about the situation in a very calm voice. You have no reason to give her a gift, making Kwang-soo furious. Are you crazy? Why did you go and buy it? The company budget went down the drain, and several reporters took a lot of heat. Kwang Su angrily gritted his teeth and said, but Song Dina Sung Kong, you two are really something. Hyung, sensing the tension, quickly tried to calm Kwang Su. Come on, calm down, calm down. After all, Song Dina decided to buy it back as a way to promote the movie, seeing the pitiful state of director Jura, who did not dare to argue. Kwang Su regained his composure and continued, anyway. Sipping his beer, Kyung advised her, the misunderstanding has been resolved, so talk to Sung Hyun. Avoiding him forever won't help. Jura was pensive. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, she still felt a pang of guilt for not trusting him sooner and for not believing in him. Things piled up, so I do not know what to say anymore. Hesitated for a moment. Jura confidently raised the beer glass. She gulped it all down under the skeptical gaze of the couple. So refresh. Don't drink alone, Jura invited. Raise your glass, go ahead. The two people sitting across still have no idea what just happened to this girl. Let us forget everything and drink up together. I have not felt this happy in a long time. The bar is getting busier, packed with tables. Not sure how long he has been drinking, but Jura has started rambling. Anyway, not just this time, he has always been a man of few words, only saying what is important, so I missed a few words. She pointed wildly, her mouth constantly saying things, which led to the misunderstanding, right? Jura opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him, wondering why he had acted that way from the start if he had not intended to surprise him. She suddenly froze, her pupils widened. Facing her now was no longer Kyung and Kwang Su, but a handsome, elegant man in a black suit, Sung, who was staring at her intently. At that moment, the buzz of chatter in the shop began to rise. The person who just walked by was Sung Hyun Kong. Right, what are you talking about? He is right over there. The two main characters just sat there, facing each other, eyes locked. Jura laughed, thinking he was drunk. She shook her head, talking to herself, thinking the senior might still be here, or wondering if she was dreaming. Sung spoke up, it is not a dream or a mistake. Jura stopped his hand. He raised his flushed face from drinking and looked at the person opposite. How long do you plan to keep surprising me? Sung looked at her and remarked, truly courageous. Made him come right here. Jura still could not say a word, just thinking to himself, I can't let myself get caught like this. In the sparkling lights of the restaurant, the atmosphere gradually became lively as people started buzzing about the male lead. Jura was there too. She shyly looked at the man in front of her. Then the girl began to move her lips. He immediately got angry and scolded. Why are you here without a hat? Sung calmly replied, do you think wearing a suit with a hat looks good? The female lead kept yelling, now, is that really a problem? Everyone sees it now, Sung immediately questioned, then who has been avoiding the calls? If there is a rumor, it is not on me. Hearing these words, Jura suddenly paused for a second. She became confused by what people call rumors, and just at that moment, the male lead called for the staff. The man rushed to Sung and warmly said, oh my. Welcome brother Sung Hyun. The female lead beside him was taken from one surprise to another. She exclaimed, why did you emphasize that so quickly? The male lead did not care and turned to ask the staff if there were any rooms left on the second floor or something. About 15 more people are coming. Of course, the employee replied. Right then, a voice echoed around, over here. You have come to the right place, though it is odd the company suddenly decided to throw a party. A group of people rushed in and started chatting with each other very casually. Jura and the employee were left gaping at the scene. The main character hesitantly asked, so, what about that? Did you just come here without any plan? Sung, while taking a dip, replied. The woman suddenly got furious. Your plan was to call these people here. The main character calmly replied, yeah, why not? He emphasized once again, why not? Jura froze on the spot when he heard that. The girl went from excitement to shyness. Finally, she slowly told him to speak. At this moment, Sung gently asked, you know that, right? A moment later, under the glittering, luxurious lights of the city streets, Jura and Sung got in the car to head back when the female lead hesitantly asked, by the way, is it okay for the host to leave the party early? The male lead responded while focusing on driving, I came to pick you up. Do you want to stay at the party? I already gave them the card, so I have done everything I could. Why did not you answer the phone? Jura felt a bit confused after hearing it. The girl gently caressed her hands. Then she sincerely expressed, I do not know what to say, I have thought a lot, but I am not sure what I want. Sung gently asked, what does it tell me? You will know soon enough. At this point, the two of them had to stop for the red light. The main female character gathered all her courage to say it. Why did not you tell me earlier so we would not have argued? If you had told me sooner, I would not have been hurt. She hesitantly said, this is it. I honestly did not think about it. Here it is, this is it. Sung smiled and explained that. We are not done talking yet. You did not listen to me, and even followed Li Kong. Jura immediately denied it after hearing, and you really did not consider it. Finally, the girl reached out and took the initiative. Well, it is done. What is this? The male lead asked softly. Jura said that a reconciling hand is extended anyway since it is both sides' fault, so let us just make peace. Sung sighed in relief and remarked, really, seeing his lover so cold. Jura awkwardly said, isn't it your fault too? Adults should at least extend a hand to shake. If you pretend to hold me, before you can finish your sentence, the hand next to you has already gently touched the girl's slender hand. Initially, two hands touch each other. Gradually, their fingers intertwined. Sung softly apologized. Because I let you misunderstand. Jura at this moment suddenly felt a tremor. The main character also turned to gaze at the woman he loved with deep affection. The two of them held hands without letting go, and the car was filled with cheerful laughter all the way home. Finally, the car stopped in front of the tall apartment building. Sung carefully reminded the girl to take care as she went inside. Jura sincerely replied, thank you for taking me home. As the girl was about to step out of the car, suddenly, she asked if he could come in for a moment, thinking to herself, it would be such a shame to let him leave like this. She further explained that it was for having coffee and such. Sung was startled when he heard, and immediately looked at the girl. Jura was eagerly awaiting the young man's response. The male lead gazed deeply at the woman in front of him. After that, he leaned against the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on Jura. The girl thought he wanted to refuse, so she said it was okay, telling him to go if he did not want to stay. Sung slowly said, dating women. He looked at Jura and sighed this time. Do you know how to ask me to come inside? Hearing these words, the female lead suddenly became bewildered. When she finally realized everything, she blushed in embarrassment. Before she could react, Sung quickly opened the door and stepped out of the car, while Jura beside her kept explaining, no, I only regret letting you go like that so. Sung walked up and opened the car door for Jura. The girl gently asked what he was doing, and the main character politely said let us go. At the same time, in another part of town, the man took a drag on his cigarette and cursed. Why is not that Hong Jura girl back yet? Yeah, she is probably drunk somewhere. Her relationship with Kong Sung Hyun is a mess, and now that article just made things worse. A car sped by, catching the guy's attention. He wondered how there could be a BMW in this poor neighborhood. Changgu could not resist his curiosity and immediately went to take a look. The car suddenly stopped. The door slowly opens. Changgu looked at the man in front of him, surprised, and wondered, Sung Hyun Kong. Why would Sung Hyun be supporting her? Didn't he break up with Hong Jura? Oh, maybe he is here to say his final words. With Jura's personality, she would not date someone who is already taken anyway. As soon as the words left his mouth, Changgu was struck by the sight of Sung gently helping Jura out of the car. The couple gazed at each other deeply, perfectly matched in every way. However, that scene left Changgu completely stunned. He quietly watched the two of them laughing and chatting. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, Changgu. Changgu, that clear voice made the young man pause for a moment. For that reason, sweet memories keep flooding his mind, making him inevitably recall the moment Jura was so happy being with him. The scene shifts to a table where a phone is ringing. The man hurriedly stood up and said he needed to take a call. His two friends, upon hearing this, showed their displeasure, asking why it was Kim Changgu again. They told him not to pick up, reminding him how long it had been since they last met because of that actor. Myung-ho ignored the advice and picked up the phone. Changgu, where are you? Come have a drink with me. Changgu, who was sitting in the car, responded. Myung politely declined, saying, sorry, I am with a friend right now, so I can't make it. Changgu suddenly got upset, asking, why do you think your friends are more important when I call you? The man on this side continued to patiently explain, let him off today, they have not seen each other since their friend's funeral, these friends have been with him since childhood. But before he could finish his sentence, Chang interrupted, too many words. Who gave you money to buy alcohol? What is going on with you? Stop grumbling and go now. Even Myung-ho could not believe that the brother he cherished for so long could say such things. Facing this insolent attitude, the guy did not hold back and directly cursed out that bastard. Am I a servant in your house? Jungkook could not believe his ears and asked again, what? Myung finally poured out all the pent-up feelings inside. I work for someone like you just to make a living. You make me so ashamed I can't even lift my head. Changgu was shocked and shouted, are you crazy? Myung-ho quietly said, yeah, I must be crazy, otherwise why would I bow down to a jerk like you just to survive? Why? The voice on the other end asked softly. Myung continued, I know you are looking for Jura, right? Stop bullying the girl, go treat your wife well, and live a good life before you get cursed out. You jerk. Changgu, who always pretends to be diligent despite being utterly useless, could not help but burst into anger when he heard it and shouted, hey, you idiot, are you crazy? Where are you? Speak up. At this moment, Myung did not respond and directly hung up. Changgu could not let go of his anger and could only grit his teeth and say the name. In the luxurious villa, Mi-ran sat on the chair, calling her husband. Waited for a while before someone picked up the phone. A voice on the other end said, Miran, on this side, worriedly asked Changgu, where are you? I know you do not have any schedule today, so why are not you home yet? Lately, what have you been up to? I do not know what you are planning. Suddenly Changgu interrupted. It is too noisy, is not it? Miran asked softly. Changgu now showed his true colors, taking out his anger on others. I told her she was damn noisy. At the same time, Jura was startled at home by the sound of the electric kettle. Sung looked at the girl as she moved to the side. Then he asked, why are you so surprised? The main female character could only give a wry smile and said, I was just focused. Why are you so serious? It is just coffee, the main male character replied. Jura immediately snapped back. You underestimate the power of Vietnamese coffee. You have to brew it the right way to make it good. Sung, hearing this, decided to go along with her. All right, I know. I am just waiting to drink it. The woman turned her back on Sung Hyun, her heart feeling like it was about to leap out of her chest with joy. The girl recalled the words. Do you know what a guy thinks when his girlfriend invites him over? Then she secretly thought that her senior's remark made her overthink. As for Sung, he glanced at the photo on the table and remarked, you look like your mother, do not you? Why? The main character suddenly asked. When she turned around, she saw the male lead holding her family photo in his hand. The girl laughed and said, when I was little everyone said I looked like both, but as I grew older I looked like my mother. Are your parents still in the countryside? Sung suddenly asked. Jura calmly replied, they passed away when I was still in school. The main character froze after hearing that. Then he softly said, so that is how it is. Jura felt strange emotions as he watched Sung intently looking at the photo of his family. She thought to herself that no matter how much time had passed, she still felt sad whenever she mentioned her parents. But seeing that cold expression from my senior actually made me feel more at ease. The main character recalls the sweet words of her ex-lover and concludes that compared to those empty promises that were never fulfilled, that look speaks louder than words. Now he does not say the necessary words anymore. He just mutters. Thinking of this, the girl suddenly burst out laughing. The man next to him wondered what was going on. Jura just replied that it was nothing. She suddenly stopped worrying. The main character heard that and kindly asked, worried. The girl hesitated and replied, Sung coldly asked, is it because I said something strange that you are acting like this? Jura shyly turned to pour water, awkwardly saying a few words about what happened in the car. Anyway, it was real. Suddenly, the male lead approaches. He leaned close to her ear and whispered seductively. What were those words? The heroine turned to stare at the young man. Then she sighed, what a wicked thing. Sung listened and smiled. Jura could not help but feel confused watching the boy constantly smile. She softly said okay, whether it is Kang Sung-hyun or Kim Sung-hyun. Seeing that the male lead did not seem to hear clearly, she repeated once more, yeah, Kang Sung-hyun or Kim Sung-hyun. Sung suddenly kissed the girl. The lovesick guy stared at his girlfriend, who was wide-eyed. As Sung was about to repeat the scene, Jura suddenly interrupted. She quickly explained, we are not here because I wanted to do the same thing with you from the start. The male lead gently responded really. He stared at the female lead for a long time. Then gently tell him. I came because I want to clear things up. By now, Jura no longer showed any resistance. They shared a sweet kiss. They were lost in the lingering taste of love. Clinging to each other, never letting go. The two exchanged glances, both filled with laughter. Sung gently kissed the girl's neck. Feeling a wave gently gliding through my body. Jura could not help but feel a surge of pleasure inside. Her heart skipped a beat, and she could not hold back a cry. When their lips parted slightly, the two of them gazed at each other, unable to let go. At this moment Jura softly asked if he needed to wait. She looked straight into his eyes as if searching for an answer. Then she reached out her hand, gently buttoning Sung's shirt. The young man, treated that way, was stunned as he looked at the girl in front of him. At this moment, the female lead slowly looked up. The man exuded an air of grace, endlessly gazing at the girl. Immediately after, the bold man pulled Jura into his arms. He bent down to kiss the soft lips of the girl he loved. The two of them just went on to have an intimate moment. The next morning, when the sun had risen, the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sound of oil blending with the aroma of freshly toasted bread. Sunlight by the window accidentally cast its glow on Sung's back as he was preparing breakfast. At that moment, the young man suddenly realized something. He turned around, smiled, and said to Jura, "You are awake." The female lead on the bed is still half awake, not quite sure what is happening. After realizing it, the girl could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Sung Hyun quickly brought the tray of food in front of Jura and gently asked if this was okay, saying he made it with ingredients available at home. The girl, feeling deeply grateful, said thank you and silently remarked that this was her first time having breakfast in bed. She took the food and softly asked, "Aren't you eating?" The young man replied that he had to go film right away, but first, he needed to return the car to Kwangsu. "I know, her feelings are really complicated right now. He is leaving again." That dreamy time did not last long, but it was great having my senior with me until now. Suddenly, she made a surprising discovery. There is another letter on the tray of food. The girl picked it up and asked what kind of letter it was. "It is a birthday gift," Sung replied. After listening, Jura could not help but feel emotional, while the male lead beside him coldly said, "Open it." The girl immediately opened the envelope. Then he was dumbfounded by what was inside the postcard. She hesitated to say this. Then he handed the plane ticket to Bangkok over, as if wanting Sung to confirm everything. The man excitedly said, "Let us go out, just the two of us." Amid the sound of waves blending with the fresh atmosphere in Bangkok, an elderly couple is tenderly embracing on the balcony, looking incredibly sweet. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke to the two of them. "Sorry. Two people dropped this," Jura said as he handed the scarf to the other person. The woman took the scarf and quickly said thank you. "It is nothing," the protagonist replied softly. She turned away, while the couple kept praising the girl, saying how beautiful she was, exactly. Jura went to another corner. She looked up at the vast, windy sky. Lost in thought, she could not believe that just a few days ago, she would never have imagined herself going to Bangkok Beach. She recalled Sung's words, "Let us go have some fun, just the two of us." A few days ago, when I just got a suggestion to hang out from Sung Hyung, the heroine, deeply emotional, said, "Going to Bangkok feels like we are just visiting a supermarket next door." The young man calmly replied, "Yeah, even if we go together, the journey must be made separately." "Did you know my team will be filming in Bangkok?" Jura softly replied. The lead actor continued, "I will be leaving a day early. You can come find me, I will wait." Returning to reality, Jura in Bangkok kept gazing at the tranquil sea. She regretted saying it was a bit rushed. If she had left earlier, she could have met her senior. No one noticed on this foreign island. In another corner of Bangkok, where sunlight dances and waves gently lap, Sung Hyun is carefully building a sandcastle with a little girl. Two players enthusiastically engage with each other. At this moment, the main character suddenly stands up. Gently rubbed the girl's head. He walked briskly toward the place where his lover was waiting. The only sound left was Sung's footsteps. He approached Jura and softly said, "Hi there. It must have been tough getting here." Seeing Sung, the female lead's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Senpai, I am feeling so excited and nervous right now, you know." "I see," the main character responded. Jura continued, "That is why you. Can you try doing something you have never done before?" The young man listened and simply gave a charming smile. Then he extended both hands forward. He said, "Try something you have never done before." Jura could not hide the deep joy in his eyes. She ran forward. The footsteps grew quicker and quicker. The girl threw herself into Sung's arms and hugged her man tightly. Two people twirled around as if they were embracing, laughing out loud with joy. A little girl had witnessed the entire scene from start to finish. The girl's heart seemed to shatter when she saw her brother, who had just been playing with her, now happily with another girl. Watching the sun slowly dip into the sea, Jura could not help but admire its beauty. "The sun sets so fast, does not it?" the protagonist quickly responded. The girl turned and softly asked, "But who is the little girl with you earlier fan saw?" Sung immediately denied it, "Just a tourist. It is strange that no one here recognizes him." He tried to act handsome and said, "We need to get to Hollywood right away." Seeing Jura laugh like that made the young man very curious. Why are you laughing? Because you are just too cute, she replied gently. Sung's face immediately showed a look of confusion upon hearing this. He pointed at himself and asked me at that moment. The girl could not help but burst out laughing. She gently stroked her boyfriend's chin, admiring him. So cute, Kong Sung-hyun. The main character noticed and teased her. Do you realize you are speaking more and more bluntly with me? Why not? Can't I do that? Jura teased. Sung, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts indulgent, hugged the girl and softly said, it is only because today is your birthday that I am letting it slide. 2 people silently watched the sunset over the sea. Jura finally opened up. It all felt like a dream. Whether at home, in the office, or the waiting room, I am always happy to be close to you without having to hide. I already feel regret just thinking about tomorrow. Sung gently said he was sorry. What is it? The female lead asked curiously. The young man looked into his girlfriend's eyes, filled with love, and told himself, since he could not tell the world that he loved her, he had blindly loved her and made her lose the happiness that an ordinary person would have. The happiness of being with the one you love without having to hide. Even though Jura was calling out to his senior, Sung was still lost in thought. The little daily things like this he gave to you. As a birthday present. And because I am not good with words to fully express my feelings to you. Finally, Sung coolly remarked, because you are so handsome. The girl expressed her surprise. What? Why did you suddenly confess something strange like that? Do you also want to do something you have never done before, like me? The man could only tell himself, sorry, I can't do anything else now. Now my love for you is so strong that I can't let you go. Sung saw his girlfriend so happy and insisted that it must be true. I know you are just like me. Night was falling inside the hotel, and the girl's voice echoed, loving it. The dinner was great, and the hotel was beautiful too. How did you manage to prepare everything, Sung? He quickly replied, of course, I had to ask Manager Kim for help. We really need to thank Chief Kim later, the girl said as she jumped onto the balcony outside the hotel. The young man was startled and kept urging, what are you doing? It is dangerous, come down. It is okay, the railing is wide. You should come up here too, Jura replied cheerfully. The main character tightly embraces his girlfriend and sincerely sighs. Please listen a bit, miss. Jura suddenly leaped onto the young man. She softly said, I figured out something I have never done before, what the male lead asked. The girl hesitantly answered, can we kiss? Sung was a bit surprised by this request. He smiled warmly. Where did you learn these questions from? Jura kissed his soft lips endlessly. From her lips to her eyes, every corner of her face was caressed endlessly by the girl. Their eyes locked on each other. Finally, Sung said, not bad at all. He said, and lifted Jura up. Cheerfully laughing and talking about things never done. Under the romantic night sky, filled with countless stars. The main characters gently lead each other into the bedroom. They could not bring themselves to part. Sung-hyun placed the girl on the bed. Then he softly said, happy birthday to you. Thank you, I really like this gift, the girl replied. The man continued, the birthday gift is still there. Then he took off his shirt, revealing his tall and muscular body. She shyly clutched her shirt. Sung gently kissed Jura's lips. Gently and slowly took off her coat. The two gradually became close. The boy looked at the heroine's face and exclaimed, you are so beautiful. Gently ran his fingers through her hair. After that, the two of them shared an intimate moment, but it is not appropriate for me to describe it here. Please just watch. I can't describe this. Please come up with your own ideas. Just look, and you will understand. Sung quietly said it was still early. You have not even started the second gift yet. Suddenly, he noticed that his girlfriend had started tearing up. The young man stroked Jura and said, let us stop here. The heroine quickly explained, it is not like that. Because I am so happy. Because I was so happy I did that. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung gently kissed the corner of her eye. He said he was even happier. Neither of them would back down on this issue. No, I am not happier. How could you say that? I think I am even happier. I told you it is not true. In the end, the main character softly said he loves her. Jura froze for a few seconds after hearing that. Then she gave a satisfied smile. Sung saw that and teased, why are you laughing? Do not you have anything to say? The girl smiled and replied, yes, I do. The girl was silent for a moment. She then said she would save it, and the main character, not understanding, asked what. Jura said, I will save it, then save it again, and later I will tell you. The man sighed in relief and said, all right then. Today you are in trouble with me. I won't let you go all night tonight. Sure, here is the translation. All right, Jura slowly replied. Then the two continued to kiss passionately. Senior, I love you too, she said, and then they shared a moment of intimacy together. The heroine thought to herself, it is a shame to let these words slip out. I wanted to keep them in my heart. On the following day, the morning sunlight gently awakened the girl. Sung-hyun, who was nearby, asked with concern, you are awake? He patted his girlfriend's head. Feeling the love from her boyfriend, the girl smiled gently. The main character said in a gentle tone, go back to sleep, it is still early. Why do not you rest a bit more since you still have filming to do, Jura wondered. The man honestly replied that he wanted to watch her sleep, but the stubborn heroine insisted he was lying. Sung sincerely responded that it was true. The girl leaned on the male lead's shoulder, making him worried. Why are not you sleeping anymore? You have not slept much at all. It would be a shame to waste time. You can sleep on the plane, Jura smiled and replied. Sung gazed lovingly at the girl he loved. Immediately, he could not resist kissing his girlfriend's forehead. The guy suggested, let us go for a walk and watch the sunrise. Sure, the heroine eagerly replied. The sky outside glows with vibrant pink hues, accompanied by the gentle sound of waves in the distance. The couple walked side by side on the sandy beach, taking in the scenery. Finally, they could not help but remark, walking at this time feels so different from yesterday. Does not it? It really does. Jura looked at the man next to him, and thought, this reminds me so much of the time we were filming. At that moment, thinking about how my life and that of my senior would never be connected again, I felt heartbroken. Now I am dating him without the cameras around. I still can't believe these moments. Do you know I am getting greedier? Sung was absorbed in admiring his girlfriend. Finally, he spoke up. I want to ask you something, Jura replied. The young man continued. Do you want everyone to know about our relationship? The girl hesitated a little after hearing that. Sung's gaze deepened. Finally, Jura answered yes. Actually, I absolutely did not want to before. But now I do not know either. If the public recognizes me as your first love, then my nickname will probably become Kang Sung-hyun's lover instead of actress Hong Jura. I am also worried that Tien Boy will be harmed because of me. Before becoming a successful actor, I told myself not to have such desires. Humans are truly cunning, are not they? Greedy beyond measure, said Jura with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Sung in a dazed state, the female lead explained further, but she knew this was not a simple issue that could be decided on a whim. Now my life is good enough, so you do not need to worry about those things anymore. Seeing the boy stay silent, Jura kept asking, why are not you answering me? Don't worry, you got it. Sung's heart warmed even more with such an understanding girlfriend. He gently held her and said, all right, I know. Let us endure a little longer, okay? When this relationship goes public, you will become the boyfriend of Hong Jura. The female lead was stunned and asked, really, will that day ever come? The man quickly spoke up, of course, it won't be long now. Because you are an actress recognized by me. Jura seemed to want to immerse herself in this moment forever. She agreed, saying yes. It won't be long, she said, then gently placed her boyfriend's hand on her shoulder. Sung saw the female lead and smiled. Afterward, they walked side by side under the evening sunset, sharing this sweet and priceless moment together. The next morning at the airport, the woman cheerfully called out Jura. The female lead heard the familiar voice and exclaimed, sister. The two sisters embraced each other in joy. Din Kyung then remarked, it has only been a day. How was the trip? Jura cheerfully replied, the island was really beautiful. Next time you must go with Xiaomin. The woman looked around and then used her coat to shield the female lead, saying, all right, if you're going to explain, get in the car and say it before anyone notices the future star. The female lead, embarrassed, replied, anyway. The girl stopped mid-sentence, startled by the stranger's words. Isn't this Kim Chong-gu? That sweet image was just an act, really gave me goosebumps. Amazing, someone even saw them hugging on a car and at a fancy restaurant. So they had to get off the car too, but how could they hug each other? Jura could not help but feel curious after hearing that. What was her cousin talking about? Kyung replied, oh, it is nothing. And while you are on vacation, you should not go online. That is true. Kang Sung-hyun is always right in front of you, and his photos are all over the internet. Hearing this, the heroine blushed and quickly replied, no, it is not like that, but what is going on with him? The woman hesitated, saying it was. A moment later in the car, after understanding the situation, Jura was shocked, mouth wide open. What? A revealing article. Kyung quickly explained that yes, as soon as he arrived in Korea, those anonymous reports were widely published. The article is very detailed and even provides some convincing evidence. Former employees who worked with Kim Chang-ga have continuously posted statuses agreeing with SNS and had no intention of justifying the male idol. Fans also turned away one by one after reading Chang-ga's scandals. Public opinion is outraged by the terrible character of the actor. Kyung continued, Kim Chang-ga's management company quickly admitted it before the evidence was released. Anyway, the whole of South Korea was already in chaos yesterday. After reading the articles about Chang-gu, Jura's mood suddenly dropped. She had just landed in Korea a day ago, and already this was happening. Kyung then chimed in, saying that Choi Myong was the one who wrote those articles. Hearing this, Jura could not help but show a look of surprise. Kyung calmly replied, yes, this is my guess, but Choi Myong-ho is the only one who knows Kim Chang-ga so well, right? But in reality, letting that bastard get married and two-timing will eventually get exposed without him needing to intervene. That kid seems to still feel a bit guilty towards you, right? Jura was left speechless after hearing it. Kyung said that since he has already returned, do not overlook someone as talented as Kim Chang-gu, he is done for. At the same time, somewhere else, a cold-hearted person tossed the luggage into the yard. Chang-ga could not believe his eyes. He stammered, asking me, Mira, what is going on? The woman replied indifferently, what do you mean, what is going on? Isn't this Kim Chang-ga's luggage? Get out of here for me. Don't forget to answer the call from the lawyer, the girl said as she turned and walked inside. The man, desperate to hold onto a final hope, lowered his pride and pleaded, Miran, wait. He grabbed Miran's hand, pleading, just one more chance, I know you love me. But unfortunately, Miran was no longer as naive as before. She directly sent bodyguards to protect herself and coldly told Chang-gu, there is nothing. The girl boldly pulled her hand away and said firmly, Chang-gu, in this situation, you should be honest. We got married for love, right? What did you say? For love? No. Chang-gu, you want my family's money and status, right? I thought you would be a romantic husband. At first, I believed it. Because he knows his rank very well. He was like a little puppy clinging to my legs, making it easy for me to lead him along. If it were a movie, it could be res hot, but the article about him is already all over the internet. I will never forgive a dog that has crawled over my head. Hearing these words, Chang-gu was filled with regret. He desperately tried to explain himself Miran. At that moment, he'd been drinking, so he acted a bit too much. Without another word, Miran gave him a sharp slap across the face. The girl said mockingly, enjoy yourself, Chang-gu. I really like that face too. She said it and slammed the door shut. Regarding the female lead, Kyung said that if value is lost, the other party will immediately discard them. Seeing Jura's mood somewhat gloomy, Kyung asked, what is with your expression? Yes, the heroine softly replied. The woman next to me said that every time this is mentioned, you seem a bit uncomfortable, do not you? Jura hesitated and answered, it is just that I am feeling a bit strange. After all, I am the victim. I do not want to hear anything more about that Kim Chang-ga guy. Kyung quickly responded, oh well, it has all been resolved anyway. It is just karma, you reap what you sow. Sure, here is the translation. Yes, you must be very happy, the leading lady asked softly. Kyung could not help but burst into laughter, saying that all day she just wanted to laugh like crazy. While the girl was smiling with satisfaction, Jura gazed pensively out the window. She thought to herself, in the end it turned out like this, he weighed her heart down this much. Why did it turn out like this? I feel so sorry for you, truly sorry for your whole life too. Suddenly, the female lead's phone rang. She looked at her phone screen and suddenly wondered. Video call. She quickly answered the call, and Kang Sung's face appeared on the screen. Jura's attitude instantly changed, becoming warm and friendly as she called out to her senior. Can you see it clearly? The man suddenly asked. The female lead smiled and said, yes, I have finished filming. Sung on this side said no. Take a break, and we will continue filming tonight. Kyung, are you still doing well? Kyung replied yes, but why are you video calling? Just thinking back, we never had a video call with the guy said. Kyung changed the subject. You must have heard about Kim Chang-gu, right? But Sung did not respond and instead gently asked the main character, have you eaten yet? You must be really hungry. Sure, here is the text translated to English. You probably already ate on the plane, right? At this moment, Jura suddenly called out to his senior. I have nothing. Sung heard that and immediately looked surprised. In the end, he simply gave a faint smile and said fine. Jura thought to himself, just this once, okay. This short answer surprisingly made him feel much more at ease. She said that karma is something you must face on your own. I still do not know if that is really good in this world. Since I have encountered some exceptions, I still want to live and believe that no matter how arrogant someone becomes, they will eventually have to return to the finish line. I hope the world becomes a more beautiful place. Amid the bustling streets filled with people coming and going. At a salon, Jura opened the door, stepped in, and greeted, "Hello, director." The woman inside warmly welcomed her. "Jura, come in quickly." "Today, I'm just trimming a bit, right?" The main actress replied. "Yes, because I still have to play this role for a while, so I can't make any big changes." The owner suddenly exclaimed, "I just remembered today is the first broadcast of Lie Right." Jura said, "Yes, tonight we will sit down with the assistants to watch the first episode." The woman excitedly said she was really looking forward to it and that she and the other store members would definitely watch it. The female lead could not help but smile after hearing those words, thinking to herself about the dreamy first trip with her senior. "I have returned to continue the busy days of filming, so exhausting that I can barely keep my eyes open, unaware of how close the first airing has gotten." At the same time, elsewhere, a stack of documents was placed on the table. Sung Hyun looked at the pile of documents in front of him with a puzzled expression. He gently asked what this was all about. Kwang-soo smiled and replied, "You already know, so why are you acting like this? Of course, these are the movie scripts you participated in. Director Lydon looks really cool in the script. The character's background is completely different from yours, yet somehow it perfectly matches what you had in mind, right?" The main character listened and immediately declined, saying, "I can't do it. After this round ends, I will take a break for about a year." Kwang-soo on this side kept trying to persuade. "Hey, why do you say such creepy things? Just read the script first. Once you finish reading you might change your mind." Hearing the knock on the door, the man immediately called out, "Come in." Lee Kong opened the door and greeted everyone with a good morning, seeing that all the seniors were already present. "What is up? Is it about the contract?" The main lead responded coldly, and at that moment, Kwang-soo also approached, saying, "Kong, hurry up and go inside." The young man from earlier still politely said, "Yes, senior, please remain seated, and the representative as well." At this moment, Kwang-soo teased the main character, "Come on, Kong-sung, you should take care of the artists from your company too." Then he took out a folder and said, "Kong, read the script. Have you heard about Manager Lee yet? Although I heard that Manager Lee's pay is not much. What do you think?" "Ah, well, I quite like this brand too, if the pay is decent. I would want to accept it," Kong replied. While they were discussing work, Sung quickly took out his phone. The screen showed a message from Hong Jura, basically informing about the schedule and mentioning that since there were many people, the two of them probably could not pretend to be close. Reading these lines, the male lead smiles happily. He began typing a reply. "It should be fine if you come up to my office in about 5 minutes. The two people next to me are still deeply engrossed in work matters, so I will leave this contract in your capable hands. Of course, if you need help, you should ask the advertising company, right, Kong? So you will go down to the conference room first. The representatives will also watch the first broadcast." "Right, that is right. We will go down early," Kwang-soo replied. At that moment, Lee Kwang suddenly exclaimed, "That is right, representative. Do you still have any concerns about the contract?" The boy shyly said, "Not that. Our company is definitely not involved in anything related to dating, right?" "Well, are you dating someone?" the worried man asked. Kong just cheerfully replied, "It is not quite like that, but there is someone I want to date." The representative casually said, "I won't interfere with you, but it can't be public, okay? It is almost time to go on air today, and absolutely no obstacles should be caused for the film." Sung Hyung, sitting nearby, overheard a bit and thought to himself, "What does this mean? Someone to like already. If that is the case, I do not need to keep an eye on that guy anymore." Kong quickly said, "If everything goes smoothly, it might even help the famous movie." Hearing this, Kwang-soo was surprised and asked, "What is that all about now?" The boy's heart blossomed, and he revealed that it was Jura, the one he liked. The representative immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. Kong still did not understand what was happening, so he asked the manager in confusion, "Are you okay? That scene just now was exactly like something out of a comic book." "Ah, yes, I am fine. But what is more important is the target." "So it was Jura," the man replied softly. Kong still did not understand what was happening. He anxiously asked the representative, "Are you okay? That scene just now is exactly like a comic book." "Oh yes, I am fine, but the more important matter, the target is Jura," the man replied softly. Kong casually responded, "Yes, in the movie we are also lovers, so if it is revealed, who knows, it might even be better for marketing, right? I have not confessed to her yet." so saying it like that, is not it a bit too much? The young man began to confide, in fact. Since the moment I saw Vis's MV, I fell for her at first sight. When I heard I would be acting in the same movie with her, and we would be a couple, I was so excited. Plus, working together made me like her even more because I found Jura's personality to be really great. Her professional attitude is admirable, with so much I can learn from. She is also very caring and attentive to me. Just as Kong was deeply in love, a single sentence shattered his dreams. She has a boyfriend, kid. Sung pretended not to care much. Kong was surprised and asked, "Really?" The male lead calmly replied, "Yes." The young man's emotions were incredibly intense, and he exclaimed in regret, "I spent the whole day filming with her, but did not feel a thing. Do you know who that person is? Is she from the showbiz world?" Kwang-soo next to him could only pretend to be clueless. Really, is that so? It seems like there is, but also seems like there is not, or something like that. Kong could not stop exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, I was planning to confess after the first broadcast ended today, but this earth-shattering news," Seong smugly thought. Just watch closely before confessing. Although we have come this far, he is probably going to give up. The love barely blossomed before it faded, leaving the young man deeply saddened and extremely shocked. Shortly after, he quickly regained his composure and made a decision that, though shocking, "We can't just give up like this, right? If the flower already has a pot, I will find a way to break the pot and take the flower. I am someone who works hard, no matter what it takes." The representative felt furious, wishing he could just shut him up. If this keeps up, he is bound to provoke Kong Sung and get beaten up. Kong was delighted with the initiative he had just proposed. Without noticing Sung quietly savoring the sour taste of vinegar, even Kwang-soo thought that unreadable expressions were even more terrifying. Finally, Kong said goodbye and left, "So I am off to figure out when to confess, representative. See you two later." The representative inside thought to himself, "Better leave while you still can." The atmosphere here gradually became gloomy. Sung could not hold back and coldly declared, "Indeed, publicly dating in front of the media is the best option. I can't stand anyone else getting close to my lover anymore." Hearing this, Kong-soo became agitated and quickly stepped forward to calm the man down. "Calm down, calm down. Even if you are an A-list star or whatever, if you get caught in dating rumors, just one article can bring you crashing down from the clouds." The agent immediately exploded in anger. Ever since Chong Hyun and Lee Seo publicly started dating, their film has been turned upside down. Don't you know that? The man kept sighing as he looked at the male lead's indifferent demeanor, seriously, still refusing to take it in. To hold back Sung, he had to use his ultimate move. To be honest, between the two of them, Jura would be the one facing more trouble. Speech and public opinion surely won't leave Jura alone. They will crush him so thoroughly that he won't even be recognizable. When a fragile soul like Jura gets hurt, she will likely be haunted by sleepless nights, do not you think? The tactic worked perfectly. As soon as Sung heard it, he immediately cut off Kwang-soo, not letting him speak another word. "You cut me off saying you are just joking, tone it down." The representative finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that only by hitting Jura would he behave obediently. Sung Hyung, this brat, is usually easygoing, but when it comes to Jura, he always pulls some ridiculous stunts, so it is hard to feel at ease. Even so, Kong Sung Hyun, Song Ji-na, and Lee Kong, all of them are the core and the brand of the company. Thinking of this, he silently wept inside. "I miss you so much, Din Kyung." When the female lead meets Sung at the office and fully understands the situation, she exclaims, "So you really like her, huh?" "Sure. Here is the translated text." "Yes," the man replied indifferently. Jura continued, "What on earth did he say? I do not know what he is talking about, but that is it," the protagonist answered. The girl paused for a moment. Finally, she suddenly remembered. "Oh right, he mentioned that from the very first meeting, he had become her fan after 66 AI and 99. Sung, hearing this, got jealous. He gently flicked the heroine's forehead and explained, "Not a fan, but fell in love at first sight. Anyone with integrity would say that." "Are you really in love with me?" the woman exclaimed in shock. "That is right," the man replied casually. Jura was shocked and asked further, in front of the senior and the representative, "Is that right?" Sung replied. The female lead stays silent for a few minutes. Soon after, she smiled, and Sung teased, "So happy, huh?" Jura quickly denied it. No, it was not because he was happy, but because he was imagining your expression when you heard those words. "That is why you were so down, huh? You, of all people, being so naive," Sung responded. The girl replied, "Yes, but your face is falling." The main character insisted it was not, while Jura kept teasing, "Really?" I have many people who enjoy my upbeat mood too. Hearing a rising actor say he loves his girlfriend should make you proud and happy, but Sung's face darkened and he did not look happy at all. Jura cheerfully responded, why is that? Why not happy? Looking at the female lead's face relishing, he smiled softly and said, you caught it, did not you? Jura poked the boy's cheek and playfully said, why have you become so cute after all this time? You are adorable. I only say these things to you. The main character continued. The girl listened and suddenly burst into laughter. She told Sung, seeing his girlfriend's expression, he could not help but comment, you're smiling like a fool, young lady. The two continued teasing each other, he said. Come on, admit it, you know you are cute, do not you? A moment later, Sung suddenly stood up, reached out his hand to Jura, and said, come on. We need to get to the meeting room. The show is about to start. The lead actress quickly responded, exactly, I have been looking forward to the first broadcast all day, but you almost made us forget the time. But we have to go separately, no need, since we are in the company, let us just go in together, the young man replied softly. The main characters opened the meeting room door. After that, he politely apologized for being late and invited the two to come in. The young man leading the meeting said that basically everyone who needed to be here had arrived. Everyone has worked hard until now. Although filming has not fully begun yet, it is just starting now, but let us pretend to be the audience today and see the results. To start, I will turn off the light. Enjoy watching everyone. Jura was extremely nervous at this moment. It was finally starting. The movie where I played the lead actress. Lai and Jura kept their eyes on the screen, lost in thought. In the middle of some August summer, a hybrid TV blockbuster began, and then it became one of my most iconic works. In the middle of a starry street, the main couple got into the car to return. Jura could not help but feel overjoyed and said, even now, my heart is still racing. From fine arts to music, I never imagined I would get to be part of such an amazing movie. It feels like a dream. If it is a dream, what would you do? Sung asked softly. The heroine replied, your acting is top-notch. The main character smiled and replied, you did a great job acting too. Jura heard this and giggled like a child. She excitedly said, I feel so happy to be praised for my acting skills by a senior. Really, the boy asked softly. The heroine continued, yes, because I know those are not just empty compliments. That is right in that running scene of yours, senior. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted their conversation. Sung glanced briefly and asked, who is it? Jura hesitantly asked if Kong should listen or not. She then turned to the male lead with an embarrassed look. The man quietly said, is there something you are hiding from me? The main character thought to herself, if he is with me but I do not pick up the phone, he will definitely misunderstand and feel even worse. Then she immediately connected to the other line, yes, Kong. Have you gotten home yet? Kong asked. I am on my way back. I could not say goodbye because you were in the restroom. The guy on the phone asked, really, have you gone far yet? Jura patiently replied, not too far, but why do you ask? Kong hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to say, I have something to tell you today, something I need to say. The main character wondered, and the young man simply responded, yes. If not today, then never. Jura answered vaguely, and she thought to herself, unsure of what was going on, though she had a hunch. While fully aware of Kang's thoughts, the more I delay, the guiltier I feel. Maybe it is better for both of us if I say it sooner. Finally, she spoke up to Sung Hyun's astonishment, so let us meet for a moment now. I know that place. Okay, see you in about 15 minutes. After the girl hung up, the main character panicked and shouted, what are you thinking? Jura responded candidly, saying that if things dragged on needlessly, it would make both sides uncomfortable, especially since knowing Kang's feelings but continuing to pretend otherwise was exhausting. Wouldn't it be better to quickly clarify and get organized? We have to start filming together tomorrow. These words hit Sung's weak spot because they were too accurate. The female lead, seeing her boyfriend looking so downcast, said, so you won't have to worry, I will be completely honest with you. The main character intently gazed at the other person's face, looking into the girl's sparkling eyes. Sung finally had to bow his head in defeat. He agreed with the heroine's request, whatever happens, happens. A moment later, the car arrived in front of the cafe. Jura looked out the window and thought, should we head straight to the second floor of the cafe? It is getting late, so there probably won't be any other customers, right? Suddenly, Sung turned to remind her, go and come back. Okay, yes, are you staying here? The girl asked. The main character responded in confusion. Really? Jura quickly reassured, I know, I will be back as soon as I can. She then stepped out of the car and headed straight to the second floor of the shop. The girl walked away, waving goodbye to her boyfriend. Sung in the car saw this scene and remarked, "Looks fun, does not it? It is only the first time starring together, and they've already teased me this much. Who knows what is next?" The young man quietly sat in the car waiting for Jura. 3 minutes have passed. Then came 6 minutes. He sat in the car, frustrated, waiting for 10 minutes, but the leading lady still had not returned. He grew worried, wondering why nothing had come of it yet. The personality of this girl is clearly not cold and decisive. He imagines the scene where his lover meets her rival. Jura would say sorry Kong, while Kong smugly thinks with this reaction, I can still keep pursuing her. Right in the end, he concludes that the rival, that kid, said he already has a girlfriend, but he still stubbornly wants to compete. The man quietly waited for a while. Finally, he could not hold back any longer and went straight to find Jura. At this moment inside the cafe, Jura was astonished by everything around him. Kong, could it be you? Renting out the entire coffee shop, the young man replied, Not really, this is a friend's store. Since it is almost closing time, I borrowed it for a bit. Don't feel pressured, not too much pressure. The female lead screamed inwardly. Kong spoke up quickly, Don't just stand there, come sit here. Okay, the girl replied softly. In her mind, she thought, if I look closely, Kong, you are quite well dressed today. Usually, you do not wear such formal clothes. 2 people sat down at the table, and Kong gently asked the female lead, Is it too cold with the air conditioning? Let me get you a blanket. No, it is fine, Jura replied politely. The man arranged the beautiful desserts and then asked, You like sweets, right? The desserts here are incredibly delicious. Please try a little. The female lead gently responded, thank you. She thought to herself, that it would be really impolite. I thought she was going to. Suddenly, the girl noticed Kang's hands trembling. She looked ahead. Kong looked terrified and extremely confused. She thought to herself, a normal child who always jokes around, but now is so awkward like this. When I heard the senior mention Kang's feelings for me, I found his stern look adorable, so I did not think much about Kong. When did this kid start having feelings for me? Finally, Jura spoke up to break the awkward silence. Staying quiet like this is really uncomfortable, is not it? Let me play some music, Kong asked softly. No, it is okay, the female lead replied with a smile. The girl asked what could be more important than what she wanted to say. At that moment, she reminded herself that it was best not to drag things out any longer and should quickly end it. Kong listened and then hesitantly said, that. So the guy just kept hesitating, unable to say a word. Finally, the young man mustered all his courage. You just said the words, sister, actually I. The sudden appearance of Sung Hyun left both sides in an awkward silence before he could finish his sentence. Jura turned to look at the main character with a face full of disdain. The atmosphere here has never been gloomier. Kong and Jura both showed surprise, asking how you got here so eagerly stealing the spotlight. The main character replied with a stern voice. The young man, still unaware of the situation, innocently replied yes. Sung listened and gave a cold laugh. He moved closer. Eye to eye with my rival in love. The guy emphasized each sentence, testing it out. I will beat you first. After a while, as the main characters were on their way back home, Sung, like a shy little rabbit, could only say, I know I am sorry. I know I was wrong, so please stop giving me the side eye because I can't focus on driving. Jura angrily shouted, You are really about to. Suddenly, at this moment, the man interrupted, Really? Why would you do that? That is really careless of you. The main female character blamed herself after hearing that. I really can't take it anymore. Am I really that untrustworthy? Sung replied that he did not know, that there was no reason. Due to his poor tolerance, that is how it is. 1 minute or 10 minutes, it is all the same, but I can't take it. Jura rubbed his head. After that, she immediately asked what to do if he had to shoot with Kong tomorrow but felt too embarrassed. Sung heard this and immediately dismissed it, saying, Embarrassed about what? A professional should be able to handle that. It is none of your business, but you dare to get involved, huh? The girl wondered. She turned to look at the male lead. Are you managing work while checking in? How's everything going for you, senpai? What if it does not work out? Sung replied. The female lead continued, I thought that would not happen, but what if Kong tells someone about us then? The terrified woman fidgeted with her hands. The main character saw this, and gently placed one hand on her shoulder, saying, I thought that would not happen, but what if Kong tells someone about us? There is no way that is happening, so do not overthink it and do not worry about things that are not real. Jura looked at the scene in front of him and thought that indeed, publicly dating with senior is not an easy thing. If you do not look back, he has a lot more to lose than I do. It is best not to put pressure on him if you can't avoid it. So a man like that. Why did you suddenly show up here? It is late now. The car parked in front of the apartment building. The shy girl said, well, thank you, senpai, for walking me home. Suddenly, the male lead reached out to grab Jura Huang's handbag strap. The curious girl asked, what is wrong? The boy continued, are you just going to leave like that? If not, what then? The innocent heroine asked. Sung calmly explained, you are the only one who knows how it feels after not seeing each other for 4 days, right? The main female character suddenly froze upon hearing that. She wondered if this man had become jealous or sulky today, or if it was just something simple. Maybe I want to hang out with him a little longer. After that, she cuddled her boyfriend, saying, yes, compared to you, I am the one who is happier after not seeing you for 4 days, my little brother Sung-hyun. Get inside and think a lot, okay? The man paused for a few seconds after hearing this. Then he reacted. Are you punishing me now? Jura just chuckled to himself at the amusement of it all. She then turned to grasp the door handle, telling the young man, how could it be reasonable, but I am really leaving now. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the girl. Sung moved closer and softly asked, where are you planning to run off to? The young man then gently touched her lips. Jura did not hesitate to return the kiss. In the end, an intimate scene unfolded between the two right inside the car. That night they gave each other the sweetest things. Suddenly at this moment, Sung-hyun gently caressed the girl's body. Then he paused before the first button. Jura only now realized what would happen if someone saw. The main character heard that and stayed silent for a long time. Then he carefully looked around. The lips involuntarily smiled. Sung gently embraced the heroine and said it was all right. The streetlights have been out for a while now. He said that and moved closer. And the two of them continued their intimate scene as before. In the car, right in the heart of the city. Without realizing it, someone seemed to be quietly watching from behind. The next morning, time kept turning, and the city remained bustling and busy as ever. Everyone at the main character's company is buzzing with lively gossip. Have you seen it? Yesterday's viewership was 30.4. I am telling you, recently the viewership per episode has reached 30 points. Contrasting with that energy, Lee Kong inside the room seemed lifeless. His mood was far from optimistic. The more the young man thought about it, the sadder he felt. Yesterday, at the representative office, he was quite surprised to hear that she had a boyfriend. But to be honest, deep down, he had always been very confident. The reason is that I have always been liked by everyone. Since I was born, I have lived a life admired by those around me. Recently, the hottest male actor and every woman's dream, named Lee Kong-min, has become confident he can steal the show no matter who stand in his way. The young man, disappointed, said but did not expect. The person holding the pot this time is Sung-hyun Kong. Suppose the two of them play soccer together. Even if this person stays still, it is like facing an iron wall. This is beyond my ability. Suddenly, there was the sound of a door opening into the room. The young man turned to look and suddenly exclaimed, Jura, I did not expect you to show up here. She softly said, Kong, is it okay if I go in there? I was not mentally prepared, screaming inside, but you still cheerfully told the female lead, of course, come on in. Jura began, have you heard about the 30.4 TV ratings? Oh yes, everyone at the studio is talking about it. The show just aired, and it has already hit 30.4. That is really the power of senior Sung-hyun. Likang puliteli raplia. Suddenly, he recalled the image of the male lead warning him yesterday not to go near Jura. The young man suddenly felt a wave of sadness inside. The main female character saw the heavy expression on Kang's face and mentioned yesterday's conversation. You must be quite surprised, right? The young man hesitated for a moment before replying, to be honest. Absolutely and genuinely astonished, Jura was also left speechless after hearing it. Yes, it was indeed very surprising. She explained that because Tien's personality is straightforward, he might have struggled to sit still and wait. Since he is naturally blunt and curt, he was afraid that if he did not show up, you would joke too much. I enjoy teasing and taking pleasure in startling others and, even so, they are not some kind of perverts or crazy people with issues. Lee Kwang suddenly became meek after hearing that. He could only manage a weak smile. Jura awkwardly said, what on earth are you talking about now? So it is not because the senior has something against you that they are doing this on purpose. That is what I meant. Sorry, but in the end, it is all just excuses for you seniors. The young man, after hearing these words, immediately blamed himself, feeling he had no dignity in front of Li Kong. The next scenes are still long. All because of your selfishness, just wanting to quickly express your feelings to her, putting her in an awkward position. Yet she still considers your emotions like that. So stop making a fool of yourself. Finally, you decided to end it all, softly calling out Chi. I am fine, so you do not need to worry too much. He continued to argue that, on the contrary, you should be the one asking Senior Kong Sung-hyun for forgiveness for this grave mistake. Thinking back now, it is truly miraculous that a guy who confessed to someone else's girlfriend was safely kicked out of the representative's office. And yesterday was the first time I got to see his face up close. Honestly, even a guy would be moved by his looks. Just a quick glance, that expression, Kong conveyed it with such an excited demeanor, making Jura constantly marvel at himself, while I pitted myself for having to act deliberately. He could not stop admiring him, thinking that besides, he trusted her and let her go to the coffee shop. If it were me, I would have thrown a tantrum. That is what makes him a senior. Almost number one, like the ocean, the Pacific. No, the universe is more like it. She took the opportunity to talk a little bad about her lover. Trust. What trust? He could not even hold back a little before running over. That is called trust. Kwang-soo knows how to justify things. Oh, that matter. Instead of thinking it is about not trusting her, maybe he is just afraid of losing her to a rival like you. Then he seemed confused. Am I imagining things? Moreover, the senior did not know that the cafe would only have 2 people, but still went. He did that, even though he knew there was a chance someone might see. You would never be like that. Kang's casual remark made Jura think, sometimes even I do not understand that person. Is it him acting on his own will, or is he confident he won't get caught, or is it neither? He might not even care if our relationship goes public. She was still lost in thought, when Kong continued to bother her. Oh right, about you and your senior dating, I won't say a word, so tell him not to worry. I am really good at keeping secrets. Seeing Jura unresponsive, he awkwardly explained, does what I have been rambling about seem unreliable? Just a second later, Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. When I received such a convincing answer, I believed you. Thank you, Kong. I mean it. He suddenly stopped for a moment. Then replied awkwardly, no need to say thanks, I should apologize for messing everything up. I mean it, I know this might be awkward, but please continue treating me casually like a younger brother. I really like you as a person. Faced with Kang's passionate attitude, Jura did not hesitate and happily agreed, of course. After she opened the door to leave. Your manager also came over to remind you, Kong, why are you still here? Hurry and move to the filming location. He had not even finished his sentence when he was shocked to discover. Are you crying? Kong wiped away her tears and replied in confusion, I was just overwhelmed. It is about the view count reaching 30 billion, but he quickly realized that look in her eyes was clearly a lie. He was probably shocked because Kang's manager already knew that he had confessed yesterday. He gently patted the boy's head and said affectionately, hey, it is okay, kid. First loves are always like that. Everyone has to taste the bitterness of their first love. Life focused only on success is not good either. Those words of encouragement hit the spot, making Kong admit that, yes, this is actually a blessing. A late first love, but that person is truly wonderful. Thinking about it, Kong immediately made a suggestion. Even though you are cool until the end, you still have that mature vibe. Your manager kept encouraging you. All right, I can't see it, but it is probably true. Across the streets and alleys. The topic everyone has been chatting about these past few days is all about the line. Hey, have you checked out the line yet? Yeah, it is really cool. Recently my hobby has been watching the lines. Yeah, because it is actually really interesting. The movie has also reached young students, who can't stop praising it. Hey, I even started subscribing to YouTube just to watch that guy. At first, I watched it because of Kong Sung-hyun, but then I really liked the actor you. Right, Hong Jura. During the audition when the star-studded cast was being selected, I thought the director would mix in some new faces, but she acted very well and is really beautiful. I even saved a picture of her. She became a trend among women, using the Hong Jura lipstick when appearing in that line. And yes, it has been very hot lately. You have not watched it yet, then hurry up, it is really interesting. The two girls continued chatting. I heard that movie soundtrack at least 10 times, just while walking today. My sister's been quite influential lately. That movie is really that gripping, and you are the only one who has not watched it. I want to buy everything Hong Jura wore in the lines, me too. Everything fits perfectly. I heard that Hong Jura debuted 7 years ago. It is amazing how this was kept under wraps until now. Really, I thought you watched MV's debut at 14. Two girls, engrossed in their conversation, accidentally bumped into a man on the street, then quickly apologized. They even boldly predicted that lately, every time they meet someone, they hear them mention the line at least once. Looks like they will sweep all the big and small awards by the end of the year. Hong Jura will probably make it to the top. At the entertainment company's headquarters, the sound of laughter and chatter echoed. Oh man, seriously. This situation is so awkward, with outsiders constantly asking to interview actors from the company. Even choosing who to interview is a problem. Sung Hyung also cheerfully inquired, noticing how happy the representative seemed. Without hesitation, he admitted, "Of course I'm happy. This show is being incredibly well received." Audience response to Jura has been exceptionally positive, with interviews and ads coming in regularly every day. No matter what, if things continue like this, it will be a major turning point in Jura's career. Hearing this, Sung Hyung suddenly remembered, then we should quickly pick a day to organize an offline meeting for Jura. Looking at the photo published in the newspaper of her, he could not help but smile. Kwang Soo suddenly suggested, "Now that I think about it, Kong Sung, you are probably concerned, right?" Jura overtook him and is now leading the search group. Although asking that, Kwang Soo had long suspected it as he closely observed him. This face looked even more delighted than when his own movie succeeded. He suddenly remembered the hallway incident from a few days ago and immediately asked, "By the way, it seems like you and Kong have been getting along pretty well lately. How did you manage that?" The image of him nervously begging at the last company party, pleading, "Please forgive me, senior. I did not know she was your girlfriend, so I dared to commit such a grave mistake," made Sung unconsciously smile. At that moment, everyone was shocked and gathered around to see what was happening. "What is going on? I was in the back, so I missed it." After his calm response, "Is that so?" Kong and everyone had a great time getting drunk together. Thinking about it, Sung Hyung hesitantly replied, "If it were not for Jura, there would not be any personal reason either." Sung Hyun also made a final remark about Kong. "He is cute and fun to hang out with," leaving Kwang Soo speechless. Even though Kang's reaction is adorable, do not play with him too much. After saying goodbye, he quickly reminded me, "Wait a minute, Kong is also going to the filming location. What are you doing?" The decisive words, coming to help, along with the friendly attitude of Sung Hyung. Kwang Soo responded with a perfectly satisfied smile. The sound of the director's commands echoed through the film set. Cut cut. Now what should I do with stuttering lines like forcing words into the mouth? How many times has this happened already? Although the supporting actor was still bowing sincerely, "I am very sorry, very sorry." The director still could not calm his anger and shouted, "Focus, just focus." Kong was still deep in thought when the director shouted, making it impossible to focus. Suddenly, he heard Sung Hyung calling his name. He was shocked and stammered, "Senior, when did you get here?" Sung Hyung kept teasing, "What is with these clothes? Are you playing the role of a prince?" Kong still appeared quite confused in front of his senior. "This outfit of mine has received a lot of praise from the audience. After his indifferent comment, I never said it was bad." Then he stared intently at Kong. It made him believe even more in his thoughts. What his sister said was true. He enjoyed teasing people and then stopping, taking pleasure in shocking someone. Sung Hyun just voiced his concern, "But why does the atmosphere in the studio feel so strange?" Kong, standing nearby, quickly replied, "Oh, it is because a supporting actor keeps messing up. So the filming pace is delayed. That is why the director is scolding." This made it hard for him to ignore. Urgently called out, "Director." He smiled as soon as he saw him. "Sung Hyung, why are you at the group set?" He immediately responded warmly, "I just passed by to show my support." "Out there, I already called for a whole coffee truck. Everyone take a break. The director is delighted. Just in time to ease the tension. Thanks, Sung Hyun." After that, he hurriedly informed the group, "Everyone, Sung Hyun has already ordered a coffee truck. So let us take a break here." Everyone's eyes started to sparkle. Indeed, the senior is truly the best. Sung Hyun looked around for Jura. She was found enthusiastically guiding her co-star. Gently handed the girl a handkerchief. Then kept encouraging and motivating. Sung Hyung could not help but smile gently. The sun was already setting. Thanks to the coffee truck that Sung Hyun sent over, the team's workday was much less stressful. At Jura's office, her voice could be heard lamenting, "Honestly, how do you always know the perfect time to show up? Anyway, I'm already pretty exhausted." I was about to ask for a break, but Sung Hyung heard me and started laughing. Then he spoke up first to stop me, "Right? You are going to blame it on senpai again, right? Jura also openly shared that she is just like how you used to be. Her eyes briefly saddened as she recalled. Receiving comfort at that time was a great source of strength for me, so. I also want to comfort others in the way I have been comforted before. You must be surprised to hear that. Sung looked at Jura with deep sympathy. Then he quickly changed the subject, saying that he just realized he had not seen Din Kyung today. Jura promptly replied that she went back to her hometown for her mom's 60th birthday. Try this, senior. This is a handmade cake, but it is really rich and delicious. Seeing him pout, Jura almost burst out laughing. It is not a guy, just a female student fan, so stop giving me that death stare. Sung Hyun's expression changed immediately. All right, I will eat well. She shyly put a piece of cake in her mouth. Then he widened his eyes at Sung Hyun. The voice urged, Senior, are not you eating it is really good? He quickly gestured with his hand. Jura felt confused. Then she shyly refused. No, we can't. What if someone comes in and sees us sitting together? Sung Hyun suddenly gave a sly smile. If you are afraid of someone coming in, should not the first thing we do be to lock the door? She explained again, if they come in and lock the door, it would only raise more suspicion. Anyway, she said as she moved closer to Pa Sung Hyun. Deep down, I could not help but think, there were times when the senior acted as if it did not matter whether things got exposed or not. Today, they did not even mention whether the filming location was Gangwon or anything, yet suddenly appeared. I wish I had looked in the mirror before going in. She is still lost in her thoughts. Lien suddenly shouted, wait a second, this is way too close. He even leaned in close to Jura's ear and whispered, before we get to Gangwon, I wanted to look at your face a bit more, making her awkwardly respond, like this, can you see me? Suddenly, laughter echoed from the front of the office, startling her. Hold your breath until the sound fades away. Only then can you breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Sung Hyun was not scared at all and continued, I am nervous, so my heart is racing, but you have already exploded beforehand. Then he gently touched his lips to Jura's hair, making her extremely embarrassed. The senior has always been someone who gets straight to the point, but lately they've become even less hesitant. It seems I can't hold on to this heart anymore at this rate. After sharing a sweet kiss, afraid of what might happen next, Jura quickly intervened. Shoved Sung Hyun away. Then he whispered softly, no, not here, why here? Before Sung's earnest words, if you go to Gangwon, you won't see me for 3 days, causing Jura's thoughts to waver early on. Normally, one must remain rational, but this person. Although she tried her best to stop him, it did not work. Don't be like this, let us have some cake. Her insignificant resistance only strengthened Sung Hyun's resolve. While holding Jura in his arms, he whispered, you are eating right now. Then he kept chasing after her like a moth to a flame. The feeling of days apart made them inseparable. Jura's fear gradually faded. The irresistible initiative of Sung Hyun. His bold expressions. She felt deeply embarrassed. Even so, resisting at this moment is impossible. Jura also followed Sung in a very natural way. Even though this action was really embarrassing in that situation. At this moment, Jura is eagerly calling Sung Hyun, saying, Senior, you arrived safely in Gangwon, right? He cheerfully replied, yeah, I just took a shower and now I am in bed. You are probably still on set, right? Yes, it might finish late. Sung's response made Sung Hyun worry and ask, today Din Kyung did not go to work, so how would you come back late? After hesitating for a moment, Jura finally replied, I was planning to hitch a ride with Kong, is that okay? Sung Hyun, who was tense, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief at her answer. Of course, the manager and Mina were also in the car. He hurriedly explained, why do you care about my gaze like that? As long as you get home safely, that is all that matters. The words made her feel reassured. After that, she did not forget to remind him, you also start filming at 5 tomorrow, right? You should go to sleep now. Sung Hyun quickly suggested, I got it. I will call you when I get home. But she quickly objected, who knows when you will finish? Just go to sleep first. He suddenly came up with an idea. How about this? I will mute my phone and stop answering calls. This suggestion left her completely bewildered. What? Sung Hyun burst out laughing. Then he ended it by saying, I am serious. I am going to sleep now. Remember to call. Determined to ignore her words, she replied, I won't wake you up. I will send a message instead. However, due to the firm insistence on making the call, Jura reluctantly agreed. Truly stubborn, just turn off the phone, all right? Before ending the call, they did not forget to say goodbye. I will make sure it is on mute, so remember that and stay strong. I know, you should rest now. Sung Hyun smiled happily. Switch the phone to vibrate mode. And turn up the phone volume. After feeling temporarily reassured. Then he began to drift off to sleep. Although he was quite tired, he still clung to his phone tightly. As expected, the shoot wrapped up at midnight. Before leaving, Jura did not forget to say goodbye and thank you for taking me back to the manager. Thanks to you and everyone, I got home safely. He kept urging, it is just a small thing. You must be tired today, go inside and rest. Hearing this, she happily nodded. Yes, please be careful on your way back, Kong. You two get home safely. After the two of them gradually disappeared from sight. She just started complaining, got home, and suddenly felt completely exhausted, too lazy to remove her makeup. Sure, here is the translated text as per your request. Yes, he said to call him when you are done. I really do not want to wake him up when he is tired, but that man would almost certainly get upset if you do not call him. Thinking about it, Jura suddenly had an idea. First, I will pretend to call but hang up right away, leaving a missed call. That way, if questioned later, I will have a reason. I did call, but you did not receive it. She walked up the stairs, focused on her phone screen. I just called Sung Hyung. Jura's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Anxiety made her unaware that her boyfriend had already answered with a caring tone. Are you done? Hello, Jura. Sung Hyun sat up worried. Jura, did not you hear anything? Suddenly, I heard a faint voice over the phone. Right, it is that jerk Sung Hyun Kong again. Knowing for sure she was in danger, he immediately became anxious and kept calling Jura. After a brief pause, as if something came to mind. At this moment in Kwang-soo apartment. The phone is ringing non-stop. Kwang-soo, tired, reached for his phone. Picked up the phone with a sleepy voice. Yes, Sung Hyung. What is going on so late? The voice on the other end replied hurriedly. Brother, I am sorry for waking you. But please help me and come to Jura's house immediately. He suddenly felt a bad premonition and nervously asked again, what happened? Did something happen to Jura? He quickly got the answer. It seems Kim Changa has shown up. In shock, Kwang-soo exclaimed. What on earth is wrong with that sick guy? Sung was still desperately on the phone. We can't reach Jura's phone right now, so please go there for me today. He hurriedly got out of bed while reassuring. I know, I'm going right now. Sung Hyung, no matter what happens to you, make sure to protect Jura. So do not worry, just stay there and wait for the news. You know, there's only 3 hours left before the time comes. Right, anyway, by the time you return to Son's case, the situation will be resolved, so do not make a big deal out of it. Did you get it? Although she tried her best to dissuade him, Kwang-soo could not stop Sung Hyung from hurrying back. Unable to do anything but scream, Kong Sung Hyung, why won't you answer? Don't tell me you have already left. Kong, I support you, brother. At this moment, he is still speeding down the road at a terrifying pace. On the stairs, there were still echoes of reproach. Hong Jura, you and that bastard turned me into this. That bastard is really good. It is so hard to see you. Now look, it is just the two of us. It will probably be a lot of fun. Jura smelled the strong scent of alcohol on him and immediately shouted, What now? Shut that mouth full of nonsense and get lost before I start yelling. Changa really has no shame, even boldly challenging. Fine, go ahead and give it a try. Unlike you, I am already here, so no words can knock me down anymore. Rolling down alone is so lonely, but now it is fun. Seeing the disgust in her eyes. He immediately put on an innocent face. Can't do it, huh? That is a pity, just started to enjoy a bit of fame. How could it fall apart meaninglessly, right? Jura's tone hardened as he heard this. So what is your purpose for coming here? Do you still have more to say? Changa suddenly lost his composure, trembling as he continued, Hong Jura. You and that person. His tearful expression truly scared her. Changa moved closer and stammered, He was bowing his head. Suddenly, she angrily shouted, Did you sleep with that jerk Kong Sung Hyun? Did you really sleep with him? Answer me, have you slept with that jerk yet? Words dripping from that filthy mouth, each one more contemptible than the last in the senior's eyes. After that, he gave a disgusting smile and continued, Yeah, probably sleeping. That bastard would not miss a chance with a top-level guy like Kong Sung Hyun. He had not even finished his sentence before being stunned. Despite Jura's fierce resistance, if you continue to threaten me, I will seriously report you to the police. Even if it harms my reputation, I will make sure you end up in jail. He was still wide-eyed, listening intently. He burst out laughing right after. Jura has really grown up. Having a strong partner really makes him look so confident. You always hate a trashy guy like me, so this act of nobility is all yours. In the end, you are no different from me. Faced with Changa's challenges, Jura could only sigh in frustration. Then he smiled with disdain. Is that so? My senior gave me a chance, right? But seizing that opportunity, is now all about me elevating myself, about my own strength. Why you do not have it, I do not know. Her words made him feel truly hurt. Jura shook hard and shouted, this is really. She repeated, what do you know? His ferocity made her scream in fear. Let me go. I said let me go. Changa kept provoking, regretting now that he should have asked Kong-sung for help earlier. Let us see how long she can escape. That is right, it would be great. Where's your phone? Call that damn guy over here quickly, so I can rip off the mask of that show-off. As soon as he grabbed Jura's phone, he excitedly exclaimed, I see it, it is right here. Why won't this open? She was caught trying to escape, and Changu quickly chased after her. She ran away, did not she? Jura's eyes were filled with panic as he was grabbed again. She shouted loudly, let go of me, while struggling to shake off Changa's hand. An unfortunate event occurred when she started to struggle due to his slip. Changa was also in a state of panic at this moment. When Jura was falling down, also accompanied by a loud crash. Her eyes were tightly closed. Suddenly it was about to open. When hearing the urgent call, Jura quickly responded with relief. How did you get here? More importantly, are you hurt? Changa stood patiently observing the conversation between the two of them. I am fine. Damn, it hurts. What is wrong? Where does it hurt? My ankle hurts. First, do not move. Kwang-soo reassured him while glancing in his direction. I will handle the situation here, then take her to the emergency room. He started yelling when he saw Changa trying to escape. Damn it, where do you think you are going? Stop right there. He quickly drove away to escape. Panicking while driving, he kept mumbling, if caught, it won't do. If I get caught this time, I am really done for. In his subconscious, he immediately heard the voices of Jura and Cheong-gu. I imagine as if she were sitting right next to me. Smiling seductively, she continued to affectionately call out, and Chingu. He also unconsciously turned his gaze to the passenger seat. The mouth kept whispering Hong Jura. Changa's driving speed disturbed the quiet midnight atmosphere. At this moment, two men were also chatting on the sidewalk. Why not we go back to my place and have another drink, sure? Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when they saw a car speeding by. Both of them looked on in confusion. What was that? Is that car okay? Must be a drunk speed lover. But just a second later, their eyes widened in shock. We need to call the police right away, hurry up. The reason is that Changa's car suddenly crashed into a large tree. The next morning, at the headquarters of the media company, a voice was calling out, hey, you over there. Kwang-soo kept reminding, stop sitting around and start moving. Thanks to you I ran into a big problem at work. This person, even in that state, thinks it has only been 2 hours. Seeing Sung Hyung still had no intention of responding, he reluctantly muttered to himself, something was not right, thanks to Jura being injured. No, of course not, but even so. In short, all attention was focused in that direction, so it was wise to temporarily withdraw the filming location and take a break. Kwang-soo quickly went to the film crew to request a schedule change, which relieved everyone's concerns. Earlier, Kwang-soo had taken Jura for a checkup and was relieved when the doctor informed him that Jura was not seriously injured. There was no need to worry too much. With proper rest, she would recover soon. He kept reassuring Sung Hyun, saying the previous film was shot perfectly, so there would be no obstacles for broadcasting. As for Kim Chang-gu, that crazy guy ran for his life, crashed his car causing damage to public property, refused a breathalyzer test, and even assaulted the police. So now he is locked up in detention. The police station was buzzing with chatter, and outside, a line of reporters was forming. If there is chaos, it suits them just fine. They are probably eager to write their stories. The son-in-law of the parliamentarian, But he just got divorced, and recently a police officer looked at Chang-gu and sarcastically remarked, isn't this guy from my province? Isn't this the talented nobleman? Well, life is full of surprises. Kwang-soo is still excitedly talking, adding that Kim Chang-gu was often drunk and could not even remember the failed murder, let alone anything related to Jura. Everything has been resolved, so what are you still thinking about? And do not just sit there. Before Jura finds a new place, I told you to stay at the hotel for a short time, so go check it out. He kept rambling on, unaware that Sung was truly worried inside. For what he did to Jura, no punishment would ever be enough. Seeing him suddenly stammer, Kwang-soo quickly interrupted, you have a hotel, right? Jura's phone is broken, so first, contact Din Kyung. Unexpectedly, A cold remark came out from Sung Hyung's mouth. Leave him. That crazy guy. After arriving at the hospital, Kyung playfully brought the spoonful of food closer and teased, "Come on, Jura, say ah." She could only smile at that gesture. "My sister, my condition does not seem to require feeding me porridge in bed yet. I have only sprained my ankle a little." Still, that did not stop the manager's enthusiasm. "Stop talking, come on." Then continued encouraging, "That is the spirit." Jura's cheerful eyes suddenly dimmed, but then, "I am sorry, I did not expect to trouble you like this out of nowhere, but I did not expect to face Kyung's discontent. Why should you apologize? I should be the one apologizing for not being there with you yesterday. Honestly, that damn crazy guy, if I had known earlier, I would have killed him." The manager's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait a minute. It is still not too late." Kyung's fury startled Jura, who quickly intervened. "Calm down. Do not waste your energy on someone like that." Finally, the manager started to calm down. Yes, being mentioned was too extravagant for him, such a waste. Although Jura tried to appear cheerful, he could not help but think about it now. "Every time I think of the name Kim Chong-gu, I feel disgusted and nauseous. I never want to be involved with anything related to him again." Kyung suddenly looked at her curiously. "Speaking of which, why have not we heard from Sung yet? You already informed him, did not you?" Jura responded to the manager briefly. "Yes, he will probably call soon." She also told herself, maybe her senior is struggling to control his anger, even though he tried to act as if nothing happened. When he heard her voice, upon seeing his bandaged leg, he was probably afraid of revealing his uncontrollable anger, so he is likely off somewhere alone, cooling off. Is not that right, senior? As soon as her thoughts ended, she started to playfully whine to the manager, "So I can't go to the bathroom by myself," and received a firm response, "Of course not. Until your wound fully heals, Jura, do not even think about getting out of bed, because I will do everything for you." At the police station in the late afternoon, after stepping out of the restroom, Chonga was glancing around while mumbling, "Damn it, even in an unimaginable place like the bathroom, the cops still follow. If that is the case, at least take off the handcuffs. It is surreal. I can't remember anything about last night, but I wake up and I'm already in a detention center. How did this happen? It seems I vaguely saw Huang Jura as well. How could that be?" He was deep in thought when he suddenly heard a voice saying, "You are clever, huh?" echoing in his ears, startling him. "What is that? Why is it that bastard?" Another remark popped up, "You know it well." Chonga suddenly jolted and turned around, shouting, What is it?" Seeing Sung standing behind, he continued, "Your situation. You can tell right away, huh?" Chonga's face suddenly became fearful. "What? How do you know I am here? Try laying a hand on me." Sung angrily emphasized, "I told you to behave, did not I?" then gave him a stinging slap. Suddenly awakened from a deep sleep, Jura snapped to consciousness. Startled, "I must have fallen asleep," then gently asked, "What time is it now?" The answer was 8 of the clock, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment. "As soon as I glanced over, I realized Sung Hyung was already lying next to me without me noticing." Jura suddenly asked nervously, "Senior, when did you arrive here?" I had not even heard the answer before he pulled me down onto the bed. Gently held her close and whispered, "Go back to sleep." However, curiosity pushed Jura to keep asking, "Since when? And what about Din Kyung?" He looked at her with a loving gaze and replied, "An hour ago, Miss Din Kyung already went out." Hearing this, Jura felt somewhat reassured and even teased, "No matter where you are, you always show up unexpectedly. You do not know the time-shifting technique, do you?" Sung gave a slight smile but said nothing. Her voice suddenly turned playful, "So if that is the case, you are teasing me, are not you?" That made Sung constantly blame himself, wishing things could have turned out that way. "In crucial moments when I can't be by your side. I am sorry." Jura instinctively understood that he should not ask what was going on. She felt even more grateful and moved by the affection her senior had shown her. Sung Hyung kept staring intensely, making him delusional. "What is up? Am I too handsome for you?" Then embrace your loved one tenderly and call out, "My dear lady." Jura, after a moment of silence, timidly whispered, "Actually, I am the one. The person who makes you worry. It is because of me that your schedule got messed up." Sung Hyun looked at her reassuringly. "It is not your fault. Don't think like that anymore." She was still teary-eyed with emotion. Immediately heard Sung Hyung's whispering, "Jura, would you like to stay at my place until you find your own?" That proposal left her utterly astonished, unable to stop thinking, trapped inside that house. "I will live with my senpai." Afraid Jura might refuse, He quickly explained further. Lately, because you've been staying at the hotel, Dinkyung has had to take you home every time. My place is much safer than a hotel. Hearing this, she suddenly realized she had misunderstood and was startled. I thought you were suggesting we live together. Really, do not be so vague when you speak. It can lead to misunderstandings. Jura immediately rejected the thought. No, it would be inconvenient for you, and I do not dare to visit a senior's house right now. It is not possible. Furthermore, now the journalist can clearly see your face. Then she snuggled up close to Sung Hyun, feeling completely at ease. His next words were like honey to the ears, but he was not reassured. He could not leave her alone, this girl. Knowing Sung was really worried about her, she hurriedly reassured him once more. Why would I be alone when I have you and a strong senior like him? After that, Jura leaned in and gave the one he loved a deep kiss on the lips. Along with the reassurance, I did not feel scared at all. Sung Hyun had no other choice but to smile gently. Of course it has to be that way. Jura still felt grateful deep down, truly fortunate. Because I have my senior by my side. The fact that I can be by your side. I am truly happy with that. At this moment, the studio is also being filmed. Hello to our dear viewers. I am Kim Jina from Entertainment News. Today, I am at the set of Group B, filming the final episode of the drama Duongku. The most popular movie right now, featuring actors Hong Jura as Duan and Lee Kong as Chong Som, the standout couple in the line. Sure, here is the translated text. It seems that both actors have felt the intense heat, right? Jura cheerfully continued. I have been living on set recently, so I have not really felt it yet. Maybe when I return tomorrow, I will start to feel it. A sudden question from Gina. Oh my, I wonder if you guys noticed, but it seems the actor will have to go with a bodyguard, was quickly answered by Jura. To that extent, I really was. This made her secretly happy, relieved. Even though the unexpected question was not on the prepared list, she managed to answer clearly. A big step for you, Hong Jura. The host redirected the person answering the question and actor Kong did the same, as today is the final shoot, so emotions are mixed, right, while he was confidently answering. Perhaps because Group A had not finished yet, that is why. Until a movie wraps up, I will feel sad, but right now I am still cheerful. Then Jura was focused on recalling the prepared answer. Later, I promised to continue doing my best to fulfill all the roles assigned to me with diverse expressions. It is starting to get cold now, so dear audience, please dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. She just kept intensely focused on memorizing that answer. Ignoring the next question posed by Kim Jina. Oh, by the way, not long ago, we conducted a survey about the couple in the movie that you wanted to become real. And you two were voted the most, Miss Jura. You know that, right? Hearing this, she suddenly exclaimed loudly, yes. Gina's mind was racing with confusion. This question was entirely beyond her imagination. How should she respond? What an honor. Thank you for the audience's support. The outcome, of course, is not certain. What should she do? If she just casually replied really, it would be a waste of time, making it even more awkward. I thought everything had hit a dead end, but Kwang suddenly spoke up to save the day. Really, what an honor. What do you think? How about we promise to go on a date just once? His seemingly casual words, how about we try dating once, truly made Jura deeply grateful for being saved at just the right moment. Jura managed to regain his composure and responded, oh my, I really thought Kang was serious. Even though it was just a joke, Kang's serious tone made me believe it. Making her pale with thought, Kang, you are going a bit too far now. Then she quickly covered up, saying, I will need time to think about that. Who would have thought even the host was eager to push the pairing? This atmosphere feels like the two of you are really becoming a couple. If you two are dating, make sure to inform the entertainment news first. Kang heard that and immediately laughed out loud, saying the company decided on that. Kim Gra, hearing this, cheerfully agreed, that is right. Your company representative is Kang Sung Hyun, so I have to ask Kang Sung Hyun for permission on this matter. Jura could only muster a forced smile to get through it. Feeling anxious inside, please do not let him find out about this interview. The incident of Kim Chong-gu causing an accident while drinking has spread everywhere, and a month and a half has passed. As the cool season approached without notice, Jura and Kyung suddenly moved into the house that the company had found for them. Kyung was astonished as he arrived. What a beautiful house, right, Hong Jura? She felt a bit disappointed. Although I thought I would move soon, I kept delaying it because I was busy. I did not expect it to happen this fast. News about Kim Chong-gu, who has been the subject of controversy for several days, has spread across the media. The reports are about how much compensation Kim Chang-go will be fined. He was caught in the act of damaging public property, according to reports from residents. Actor Kim Chang-go was driving while drunk, so intoxicated that he could not remember what he had done. Jura had already predicted that he would face this day, but those stories gradually faded into oblivion, to be more precise. With my non-stop work schedule, constantly taking part in new projects, Jura was too exhausted to care about that news. After the wrap-up party for the successful completion of Duong-ko's filming, new schedules keep popping up frequently. Jura had very little time to rest. Posters featuring her image were placed throughout various large and small centers. And then a surprising message came from Sung-hyung. "What time will you arrive tonight?" She read the message, feeling a wave of happiness. "Finally got to see you again after 2 weeks apart." In a radiant and energetic mood, Jura ran over excitedly and called out, "Senior." Sung-hyun also extended his arms wide and urged, "Hurry up, come here. Meeting each other is really hard." In that precious moment, she thought to herself, feeling all the accumulated fatigue from recent times melt away. If at the end of each day, I come home to see my senior smiling at me, I wonder how that would feel. At that time, even though it was just a misunderstanding on my part, the memory flashes by, brief yet vivid and warm, and then that thought keeps resurfacing. Jura looked up and gazed intently at the person he loved. Sung-hyun's face also exuded a radiant demeanor. She was truly captivated. The two also began sharing a passionate kiss after so many days apart. And then what was bound to happen happened. Both are moving closer to moments of bliss and love. In that moment, she could not stop thinking, "Senpai must be thinking about it too." Perhaps so. The two collided with intense force. To fill the void of longing from distant days, Jura was really hesitant. Even though he had genuine feelings, expressing them at this unclear moment might just make things awkward for him, right? Because of that, she decided to dismiss the suggestion. Live fully in the present moment. The night had already fallen. Sung walked out of the bathroom at a leisurely pace. "Prepare to follow the next steps in your skincare routine." Suddenly, I heard someone call out, "Senpai." He immediately burst out laughing. When hearing Jura's naive question, "How do you see me?" "Is that your shirt?" she answered without hesitation. "Yes, I heard that if a woman wears a man's shirt, it makes her more attractive." Sung smiled back. "Is not that usually a white shirt?" This made her awkwardly explain, "That is why I first wore a white shirt too, but it did not seem to cover much." The teasing look and words from Sung made her panic. "Quickly shield yourself. No pervert stuff." No matter how much he tries to explain, he's not like that. It is just how he normally is. Sung could not help but laugh at her adorable gestures. "Gently open your arms and embrace. Come here. You need to quickly change into the white dress. I told you to come here quickly." After that, he laughed triumphantly as he pulled Jura into his arms. She also put up some resistance, but it was not significant. At that moment, Jura asked himself once again if Senpai had ever thought about a future with him, even just once. "Then I will be very happy." In the kitchen now, Jura's cheerful voice still echoed, "Senpai, I want to eat a cooked egg yolk. And do not undercook the noodles." "Okay, I know, I will make it just like the ones sold at the store. So go relax in the living room and watch TV while you wait." She happily agreed to the request, saying, "I will be counting on you." After Jura left, Sung-hyun suddenly realized it had been such a long time since he last cooked noodles like this. He could not even remember when there were still noodles in the house. Thanks to her noticing and constantly saying, "Senior, I am hungry. Can you cook me some noodles?" Those adorable gestures made him smile happily. Her running around like that feels so familiar. It gives me the sense that she is really beautiful. Thinking of this, he glanced slightly toward Jura. She was there, casually watching TV. Why is she so adorable? The attentive observation by Jura also made Sung curious. Why is she staring at the screen? Actually, Jura was intrigued by news about a colleague. In the end, their love was made public, and they stayed together forever. Two entertainment stars have tied the knot. Let us wish the couple endless happiness from now on. Sung-hyun also heard all those words. And do not stare blankly at the one you love. Finally, the bowl of noodles made to Jura's request was complete. She kept praising it, saying it was really delicious, the best, but then Sung's reminder came to mind. It is usually not a good idea to eat instant noodles at this hour. Jura was a bit surprised. He spoke like her brother, and then Sung-hyun even joked, "If you think so, just call it that. On my birthday, you called me that, so why take back the gift you gave me?" Hearing this, she immediately showed a grumpy expression. I told you, who receives birthday gifts every single day, and those who call you Appa along with your fans are countless. You really want to hear me call you Appa that much? Sung curiously asked, how is this Appa different from that Appa? You do not have to call him Appa, since he is totally different from the others anyway. Hearing him say that, she suddenly burst out laughing. Then she gently called out, Kong Sung, my husband. He also looked at her gently and replied, yes, my wife, it is very different. Suddenly startled when hearing her shout loudly, no. Jura's face suddenly became furtive with a stream of thoughts, too dangerous. Then she continued, embarrassed, I would rather call you senior. If I accidentally call you something else in front of everyone, it would be a disaster. A show that followed caught both of their attention. Hello, viewers, I am Kim Gina from Entertainment News. Today, I visited the set of the drama The Line by Group B. Recently, the show has gained a lot of love from the audience. I gathered here with actor Hong Jura as Vai Du-on and actor Lee Kong as Chongo. While Jura was looking bewildered, wondering why, Sung was incredibly excited and asked, are you filming this show? Worries suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be they edited us as husband and wife and even investigated the most beloved couple in the movie? I hoped that he would not watch this program. I never expected it to show up when the two of us are watching together like this. Suddenly startled by Sung Hyun's voice, you can do the interview now without being nervous, right? The host's voice echoed in my ears. Speaking of which, we surveyed which couple in the movie you would want to be in real life, and the votes for you two came in at number 1. Jura, did you know that? The excited expression of Kong, along with the words, really, I'm truly grateful to the audience. What do you think? Would you like to go on a date with me? Has also been broadcast. Sung Hyun's face started to change when he overheard their conversation. I am serious, let me think about it. With Gina's enthusiastic matchmaking, who knows, these two might actually end up together. The more it made Sung urgently look at her and question, therefore. Have you thought it through? His forced smile only made her more confused. His smiling face was terrifying. Jura immediately explained that it was just a little joke to entertain the audience. Sung suddenly growled, having fun. Quickly gave her a compliment, saying that was an outstanding improvisation skill. Although Jura could not help but worry. Will you be safe tonight? The next day, we had a joyful reunion. It had been such a long time since the three of us gathered like this. Director Min Sung continued excitedly, ever since Kong Sung Hyung started dating Ura, it has been tough to even get a foot in the door of this house. If Chong Hwin, Jura, and Deseo did not have a free schedule today, there is no way you would have agreed to meet us, right? Faced with Sung's indifferent attitude, he continued to complain, at least deny it. Chong Hyun heard that, and quickly responded, that is right, Jura has been very popular lately. Now Sung, you probably understand my feelings, do not you? You all should appreciate me more. After achieving great success in last year's movie, since Jizio was constantly bothered by the broadcasters, I ended up complaining. Suddenly recalling the past, I brought it up again, and at that time, Kong Sung's response was like this. No matter who interferes in the relationship, when Duseo is with you, he always looks so affectionate, so what exactly are you worried about? If we do not trust each other like that, what is the point of dating? That is right, Hyun also took this opportunity to question. So now do you understand that feeling? Sung immediately admitted without hesitation, yes, I am feeling it very deeply. Adding to that were the warnings from his best friend. Just wait, this is only the beginning, making Sung Hyung even more anxious. Of course, the temptations around him were also a problem, but when Jura feels the most difficult and there is no one by her side, that is when she becomes the weakest. When I am as busy as I have been lately, I want to give her nutritious foods. Understanding Min Seong's concern, he suggested, if you are feeling uneasy, you could just date openly like Chong Hyun and Dizio. Chong Hyun also agreed, as someone with experience, I think it is not a small matter, you should first come to an agreement with Jura. Min Seong immediately added wisely. If Jura wants to go public, will she say let us go public, although she is involved. To avoid awkward situations for Sung Hyung, she can't just say let us go public. Instead, you have been by her side until now, so you understand her feelings, right? Certainly, there must have been some suggestion or hint. Sung Hyun suddenly remembered they once discussed this matter. Should we go public? At that time Jura awkwardly responded, as an actor before establishing my position, I did not want to have such a scandal. Because people seem quite cunning. Because greed knows no limits. After hearing the news, he silently confirmed that his girlfriend was considering going public with their relationship. Sung Hyun was about to continue speaking. Hyeon and Min Sung suddenly looked towards the main door, startled. Is someone else coming? Then they quickly got an answer from him. Oh, I made the call. Both of them suddenly paused for a moment. The person standing before them is none other than Kong, who nervously greeted, Senior, I'm here. Sung Hyun warmly welcomed. Come in quickly, I really enjoyed that interview. He was immediately frightened by that remark, his face turning pale. Quickly explained, it is just improvisation, really that is all there is to it. Then Sung Hyung's expression turned serious. Do you really know your mistake? Kong was extremely scared, only daring to utter a single yes. With a pleading gaze for forgiveness. Sung Hyun almost burst out laughing, thinking how this kid's cuteness probably saved his life. If you really feel sorry, just call me Big Brother from now on. Startled for a moment, he quickly replied, yes, sir. The cold gaze of Sung Hyun when he looked back, why, do not like it, made him panic once again. Trembling, he called, brother. Then they started chattering non-stop. From now on, I will be completely loyal to you, Big Brother. I won't dare do anything you do not allow. Both Hyeon and Min Seong also joined in, competing for attention. If that is the case, just call me brother, and me too, making Kong continuously shout with excitement, I'm so happy, oh my brothers. Juro was silently complaining, feeling really tired. Kyung also felt heartbroken. Just hang in there for today. Tomorrow is Sunday, there is no schedule, so we can go to the hospital to get some nourishment. For the fan signing event and award ceremony, you need to attend in the best possible health condition. Hearing this, Jura cheerfully responded, of course, it has to be like that. She kept reminding herself that it was the fan signing event and award ceremony, the most special experience in her schedule. Mina suddenly remembered and said, speaking of which, the sponsor of this advertisement will spend a lot of money, right? How did they think of inviting all 4 main characters from a film Duong? Ku at once, Kyung eagerly explained, I heard the chairman is a huge fan of Duong Ku. Since there is still some time before the show starts, Jura, take a quick nap. Mina and I will step out for a bit, and then come back. Yes, thank you both. She smiled and waved until they left the room. While dozing off, Jura suddenly realized, how should I put it, the warmth and softness of the ring made me feel comfortable. Just like the hands of a senior, I did not expect it when I opened my eyes. She saw Sung Hyung gently caring, you are awake. Jura immediately smiled happily. When did you get here? It has been 20 days since we last parted, right? Sung nodded slightly. That is right, your schedule must have been busy lately, Hwang Jura. Her voice suddenly softened, I went out, and now my stomach hurts a little. Making Sung feel heartbroken, that is right. From now on, even if I have to threaten Kwang Soo to tell him not to schedule things for me, or else I will have stomach pain, it is not allowed. Jura laughed and sat up, replying, if you did not do that, I would not have accepted the schedule from tomorrow until the award ceremony. I also have a fan signing event that day. Sung Hyun heard that, and did not forget to remind, then take some time to rest, and eat well, I do not like it when you are too thin. She suddenly teared up, nodding in agreement, deeply moved. Then she suggested, so I said I want to eat the instant noodles that Sunbae made, but Sung Hyung quickly dismissed it, you need to eat nutritious food, not instant noodles. Faced with Jura's fierce resistance, no, I want instant noodles. Sung Hyung remained resolute, no, you must eat ginseng chicken soup. I eat both, this girl is really something. Hearing Sung address her that way made her extremely happy. It had been a long time since she was called like that, and it brought her immense joy. Do it again just once, this girl is really like that. Hurry up, call him again. Sung Hyun immediately showed a sulky expression. I really hate it, I am not doing it. But he could not resist Jura's pleading. Come on, hurry up, one more time. Quickly flashed a bright smile and walked towards her. The event day quickly arrived. At the main hall of a large center. The audience is incredibly excited to be at Hong Jura's fan signing event. She was panicking and calling Sung Hyung, Senior, what do I do? I think I'm going to throw up. He quickly asked back, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gerard's voice immediately softened, no, it is just that I am too nervous. The place outside is packed with people. According to the organizers, everyone had lined up early in the morning, so the tickets sold out quickly. Therefore, additional tickets will be added in the correct order, right? He immediately gave an answer, yes, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It is good, really good, but I am so nervous. Where are you, senpai? Sung Hyun quickly replied that there was an issue with the clothes for the award ceremony, so he was trying on the outfit again. Kyung hurriedly stepped into the room and urged Jura, but before hanging up, She did not forget to remind him, so let us meet again tonight at the awards ceremony square. I have to go out now. The host's voice began to resonate. Everyone has been waiting for quite a while. The signing event is about to begin. Actor Hong Jura is stepping onto the stage. She is also looking radiant as she waves to everyone alongside her team of bodyguards. The eyes were filled with astonishment when seeing the enthusiastic support of so many fans. That made her eyes well up with emotion, mixed with worry, after the host began signaling. Now, I would like to announce that the fan signing event is officially starting. Beginning with ticket number 1, please come up to the stage one by one. Jura was also extremely cheerful when receiving gifts from fans. Sign the papers continuously, smiling and chatting brightly and cheerfully. She also made sure to interact with the young audience, excited to receive those cute little gifts. For her, being able to sign her name so many times it is a happiness and pride about one's own journey. The host can finally joyfully announce, yes, finally the entire large auditorium has been signed. Ms. Hong Jura has worked very hard. Then please invite Ms. Hong Jura to give the final remarks for the ceremony. She hesitated, but agreed. Yes, honestly, today's signing event was very crowded, and I was extremely nervous. Although I was on stage, I was very nervous. It was my first time signing autographs for fans, so I made some mistakes. I am truly sorry. Everyone stood in line on such a cold winter day. It must have been tough, but no one complained, and everyone was so cheerful, so I am really grateful. Today, thanks to you, I have received an immense strength. Later, I hope you all continue. Jura's eyes widened in astonishment. The face turned pale when I saw those footsteps approaching the stage. She stammered, unable to speak, in complete disbelief. Sung Hyun confidently raised his voice. I am here to ask for an autograph. I am a huge fan of Hong Jura. The entire event suddenly fell silent. The crowd immediately buzzed with whispers. What is going on? Is not that Kang Sung-hyung? So there are actually 2 celebrities here. Why is Kang Sung-hyung here? What is going on? This is incredible. He also emphasized the signature. Aren't you going to sign? Making Jura suddenly panic as he quickly signed while muttering under his breath, signature after signature. Of course, we must sign. After fiddling for a while, she suddenly paused, wide-eyed with amazement. When she realized she had just signed the marriage certificate, the more it made her feel confused. Sung Hyun saw this and quickly explained, I know you are surprised, but he has already prepared everything else. As long as you come, that is enough. Let us go home together. Jura, let us get married. Finally, reporters got the chance to publish hot news as actor Kang Sung-hyun publicly proposed to Hwang Jura, asking her to marry him. Thousands of female fans present at the scene went wild. The top Asian movie star, 33-year-old Kang Sung-hyun, made a surprise appearance at the fan signing event of 27-year-old actress Hwang Jura at 8 p.m. tonight. Later, as the event was nearly over, Kang Sung-hyun's public proposal left thousands of fans in attendance stunned. Actress Hwang Jura was so moved by the unexpected proposal that she burst into tears, too emotional to speak. The two then held hands and left the scene together. It is predicted they will attend the film awards ceremony at 9 p.m. on the SBC channel. The shocking news has stirred a wave of public opinion. What? Kang Sung-hyun with Hwang Jura? What? When did they start dating without any news? According to the management company, they started dating earlier this year while filming together. The management company has already admitted it, and with a public proposal like that, who could deny it? The two of them held hands and ran off. It has already been posted. There is no movie here. At first I thought it was just the reporters making it up. So is Kang Sung-hyun proposing like this? Yes, today they will walk on stage to receive the award together. I wonder if they answer that kanta. The award show ratings are skyrocketing right now. TV stations are rushing to cover the event. Hello everyone, I am Kim Jina from Entertainment News. I am currently on the red carpet at the SBC Actors Awards. Right now, this place is home to a man-made volcano bigger than ever before. What is the reason? If you're a citizen of the Republic of Korea, you probably already know. On the way to the award ceremony, Jura seemed extremely nervous. Senior, what should I do? I am so shaky. Sung-hyun smiled gently and replied, What? You already forgot what I just said. She emphasized again, do not forget, you just need to trust me. Yes, just trust me. Sung-hyun still gazes at the one he loves with a look of obsession. You are so beautiful. Jura of ours. Two people just stopped the car in front of the red carpet when they heard shouts. Everyone, they are here. Kim Jina continued to report, the two people who publicly proposed have caused a sensation in South Korea. The couple is Hong Jura and Kang Sung-hyun. Sung, who whispered in her ear, "Just stay confident. Because you are the main character." The look in Jura's eyes also became more sparkling, with thoughts swirling in my mind like a star. Since childhood, I have wanted to be someone who shines. Even though sometimes I miss home a lot, I can let them know I am here. I am right here. The event has officially begun with the announcement. The final night of this year is the Festival of the Most Beautiful Stars, and the ABC Film Award ceremony is now starting. The award-winning work is the line that has received countless praise from critics and public admiration. The first prize is for Best Director. The next award is for the Most Beloved Movie of the Year. Best Couple Award. Even the two lead male and female actors won the favorite awards. All four main actors of the film received multiple awards, and the most surprising moment was when Kang Sung-hyun and Ju Ra went on stage together to deliver their speech. This comes as no surprise to those attending. As expected, the broadcaster arranged for those two to share their thoughts together. The audience present was also extremely excited. The TV station's intention to create a media frenzy left Jura feeling bewildered. But with four people here, why is everyone's attention focused on the two of us? Earlier, when we received the Favorite Couple Award, the camera also showed the two of us with our senior. The host continued to announce, "And now I would like to present the award for Best New Actress. She truly put her heart and soul into the role." Jura, sitting below, was also anxiously waiting, and finally, the New Actor Award was announced. Although everyone had been informed in advance about the award recipient and told me not to worry, but the moment of the announcement has arrived. The 30th SBC Award for Best New Actress goes to the winner. She is the wild Jura of the line. She felt like bursting with happiness. Slowly approaching the stage with the host's praises, the winner Hong Jura naturally portrayed the lively and intelligent role of Duan in the film Duong-ku. She delivered an outstanding supporting performance. Congratulations to Ms. Hong Jura. The room fell silent as everyone listened to her speech. First, I want to thank all of you for your support. This year marks my 7th year in the industry, and it took all 7 years to finally receive the Best New Actress Award. One day receiving such a prestigious award, I truly never dreamed of it. I really do not know how to fully express my gratitude. First of all, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the sister who has supported me for 7 years. Every day, she quietly took care of and encouraged me, always greeting every member of the film crew with kindness. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a sting in her eyes. Trying to regain her composure, she continued. "Dear sister, I deeply appreciate it, sis." The representative of Kwang-soo also provided us with both material and spiritual support, enabling us to stand here today. Mina and all the members of the company. The friends who tried together like DCO and Lee Kong. Director, screenwriter, and many other members, thank you all. Everyone worked so hard, and I am so happy that all the effort paid off. I have received so much love. To repay everyone's love, I will strive to become an even more diligent and skilled Hong Jura. Everyone in the room was taken aback as the speech abruptly ended. The host quickly inquired, Hong Jura, is that how your speech ends?" She glanced toward the stands and suddenly saw the cheering crowd. Sung-hyun was also startled. The audience is still on the edge of their seats, waiting anxiously. The current atmosphere has him breaking out in a cold sweat. Are MC's urgings and everyone's high expectations really going to end like this? Make Jura even more confused. Focuses his gaze toward Sung. He responded with a nervous smile, along with the anxious anticipation. In that moment, she suddenly connected the dots, recalling everything from the moment we first met. Afterward, they exchanged information together, until they officially started dating, and went through a challenging and tumultuous love story. Sung was always by her side in every moment. Up until now, he still remains the one who always watches over, with warm and affectionate hugs. All of this was initiated by my senior first. This time, as soon as she finished her thought, she boldly grabbed the mic. Sung felt extremely nervous and surprised. Listening to Jura's every word, I did not know what to say. I was so shocked and surprised that I could not speak. Her voice suddenly turned sweet, darling. Sung-hyun also held his breath, hanging on to her every word. Could you just take me along? The guests were all continuously amazed and impressed, along with the shock of the audience present. Kang was also pleased, but perhaps the most emotional person was Ji Kyung. The host quickly extended blessings to conclude her heartfelt speech. Seeing the one I love shining on stage. Sung Hyun smiled awkwardly, embarrassed. I am over the moon, I am losing my mind, my crazy Jura. Before finishing her speech, she gave a radiant smile. The event ended as the night drew late. Sung just unlocked the door. Just took Jura's hand and did not let go. Both suddenly felt awkward in that moment. Gave the other person a quick glance. After that, he hurriedly said, "It is really unusual to go back together like this, is not it? Truly amazing." Although Jura had passed by this house many times, each time felt like the first. After taking the steaming cup of coffee, she quickly responded, "Thank you." Then he quickly took a sip. He sighed, finally able to catch a breath. From the first fan signing event to winning the first award, and even a public proposal, so much happened in just one day. Jura was immediately curious, but why did Kang Sung-hyun act so quickly? Faced with his confusion, she quickly pressed on, you know, that statement made when giving your thoughts after receiving the award. Sung Hoo-hyung also recalled those words with emotion. Finally, I dedicate this award to my beloved wife, Wang Jura. At that moment, MC excitedly added, so the couple of the century has arrived, everyone. Do you know how embarrassed I was that I just wanted to disappear? Hearing her say that, Sung Hyung kept teasing, why not you take him away, that would really stand out, making her embarrassed and trying to cover it up. I was not clear-headed at that time. Do not bring it up. His tone suddenly became serious. Are you not alert? So, if you were clear-headed, you would not agree, right? Jura became sulky, saying you know I did not mean that. Why do you keep teasing me? Sung quickly reassured her. I only act this way because I see you. Because you are so adorable. She immediately leaned on his shoulder and whispered, you are really annoying. Then he let out a sigh. Why did you propose at that moment? Why not announce the relationship first? Sung quickly explained because if that were the case, it would be certain. I would choose the harder path, and deep down Jura could not stop feeling grateful, thankful to you. Because I understand what you are hoping for. I understand what your heart wants to say but can't express in words. For calming my restless heart and helping me overcome every challenge to be by your side. The sea is now calm without a ripple. The playful footsteps on the golden sand. Jura ran while glancing back. Then hurriedly called out, Senior. Hurry up, get over here. Sung Hyun walked over and asked, what has got you so worked up? Her voice immediately turned sweet. I told you to get here quickly. Over there, right, the place where you and that little girl built a sandcastle together. Even though Sung Hyung tried to dodge, saying he did not really remember, Jura insisted. Yes, from that spot, you could see the entrance to the resort. When I quietly glanced at you from afar, my heart suddenly began to race for no reason. The scene of a senior building a sandcastle with a little girl makes me feel like I am in a movie. It is a shame that scene was not captured in a photo. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Sung Hyun smiled softly and replied, no, it is just because you are beautiful. Jura suddenly felt confused, wondering why it made people so uncomfortable. You thought I would say that, did not you? Now that I am grown up, I won't be shy anymore. Sung Hyung smiled at her, feeling like it was not embarrassment, but more like he was just pretending not to be embarrassed. Afterwards, I hurriedly chased after her, reminding her to be careful, saying that if she kept going like that, she would end up rolling into the sea. It has been 3 months since last year's awards ceremony, and although we have announced that we are an engaged couple, it is still impossible to date comfortably in a country. So we planned a few months of vacation at this place, where we had our first trip. Jura suddenly exclaimed, look, there is a star. Sung Hyun looked surprised. Seeing stars at this hour must be because the sky is so clear. The stars are always shining, after all, he said. At that moment, Jura suddenly had an idea. Then she called out loudly, Appa. I will do something I have never done before. Sung Hyun curiously asked what, only to be surprised by a kiss from her. Both of them instinctively smiled with happiness. Keep holding each other until the afternoon. Under the sweet sunlight of sunset. While the two were gazing at each other passionately, Jura softly whispered, I love you, Appa. It can be said that there are many, many. The things worth keeping, I will keep. Later I will respond. Sung Hyun heard this and immediately lifted her up in overwhelming joy. Don't forget to give a sweet warning, you hear? Tonight, you are done for with me. Winter has arrived in South Korea. Everyone is embracing the joyful spirit of Christmas. On a certain stage. Hello to all our viewers. I am entertainment reporter Kim Jina. Today, I am on site at a commercial shoot. The main cameraman is an artist whose work has always shined and never faded. Now, true to her name, she has become a top actress in South Korea. The actor is Hong Jura. Hearing the rather grand introduction, the lead actress shyly said, "Hello, dear audience." Two people sit across from each other in front of the cameras. The reporter speaks up, "Jura, first of all, let me extend my sincere congratulations on the Destined award you received at this year's ceremony." Jura responds, "Thank you." Gina excitedly asked, "But what are you filming today?" Jura replied, "I'm shooting a commercial for the new phone model as a company model." Hearing that, Kim Gra seemed a bit admiring and said, "I sat next to you and watched for a long time, but you never forgot to smile, even though the filming took a really long time. Before coming to film today, your loving husband must have encouraged you a lot, right?" Jura smiled and replied, "Yes, my senior called me many times to cheer me up." Slightly surprised by Jura's answer, Jura asked hesitantly, "Just a phone call." She thought to herself. Her face looked so radiant hearing that. Jura calmly explained, "Oh, he is busy filming in Busan." Kim Gra said with a bit of disappointment, "It is such a pity that you two just got married and things are like this." Hearing that, the main character could only give a wry smile. Because behind that smile were tears falling, she thought to herself, that is why she said it. Switch to a luxurious skyscraper. The elevator is stopping on the 37th floor. The female lead appeared, checking her phone and thinking 9:10 a little later than I expected, but since my senior is not home yet, it should be fine to get back a bit late. Time flies. Tomorrow marks the end of the year. It has already been a year since I received the award. She smiled happily, thinking. It has been exactly 3 months since the wedding, and now her phone shows a wedding photo of the couple beaming with happiness. She recalled that not long ago, she was still swamped with filming despite being married. The senior is also busy with the filming project, so he has to go to Busan, making it difficult to call each other daily. Feeling bored, she wondered if this early year trip should count as a replacement for their honeymoon. However, unlike the anxiety and overwhelming happiness of last year's chaos, I feel grateful to be able to work as an actor loved by the audience. Even I am a candidate for Best Actress. I should not get my hopes up, she thought shyly. After some wandering thoughts, she arrived at the front door and entered the code to unlock it. Jura suddenly realized something as soon as he stepped inside. In front of her were neatly arranged dress shoes, and she was certain that her husband had returned. Excitedly, he rushed into the house calling out, "Money." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw that familiar figure casually sleeping on the sofa. His figure is incredibly beautiful, with a perfect sense of style, and the shimmering rays of light only enhance his irresistible charm. The main female character now approached closely and observed carefully. She wondered, could this man be her husband? Like a curious kitten, she gazed at the breathtaking view and wondered, should I wake him with a pinch, a kiss, or just a simple call? Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Sung-hyun was sleeping when suddenly he felt something slightly heavy pressing on his body. He slowly opened his eyes to find a girl lying on top of him. "You are awake," Jura said with a bright smile, the atmosphere now filled with sweetness. He looked at her and smiled, a victorious smile at the somewhat cute joke. He hugged her and said, "You are late." She pouted a bit and replied, "It is your fault. If you had told me you were home, I would have known to come back earlier." Sung-hyun replied, "Because I know you love surprises." She smiled happily and said, "You really understand me." She gently touched his face and said with concern, "Filming must be exhausting. You look so thin." He lightly touched her hand and replied, "You look the same." Hearing that, she was a bit surprised and said, "Do I look that worn out? I'm so hurt, I need to take care of my skin." As he listened to his wife, he kissed her fair, smooth hand and said, "Even so, you are still very beautiful." She smiled brightly when she heard her husband compliment her, and responded, "You know me, right?" He was a bit surprised, thinking, wow, she changed so quickly. Suddenly, she quickly moved closer, their lips barely brushing, leaving the male lead stunned. She swept her hair to the side, revealing her incredibly beautiful face, and said, "Yes, I know that." She then pressed her lips to his. I do not know what happened, but the main character seems to be trembling with excitement. He gently held her tighter, the kiss deepened. His legs started trembling. "My lips are now being bitten tightly." After a while, they finally pulled away, having just treated the people to a quality serving of PDA. The breath gradually became stronger and steadier, the eyes and face already intoxicated with love. Jura quietly walked away with a victorious smile, while Sung-hyun, a bit puzzled, asked, "How are you so good at kissing? Did you secretly take lessons without telling me?" She widened her big round eyes in surprise. "Huh, there is even a kissing class." With surprise, he said, "But you are not usually like this." Suddenly, hearing that, she seemed amused and said, "The last movie I shot had quite a few kissing scenes, and since then, I have leveled up my acting skills." Hearing those words, his face went blank. Slowly sitting up and taking her hand, he said, "Really move, you are heavy." Seeing that expression, she burst into laughter. "Why are you sulking?" "I find you most lovable when you are sulking," she said as she pinched his cheek. Hearing that, he could only feel helpless with her. This young lady is really something else. He suddenly grabbed her hand tightly and pinned her down. "Now the situation has changed with you taking the lead." The female lead said with a hint of regret, "If I act carelessly, I will probably get scolded." He smiled and answered, fully aware. He slowly moved closer to her face, their eyes now locked in a deep gaze. But suddenly the two stopped. Looking at each other, we could not help but laugh. Then there were only happy smiles left on their faces. Then he helped her up and said, "Get up. Even if you're going to scold me, do it after we eat. I've already made dinner." She responded, a bit worried, "You already cooked dinner. What if I eat and then go home? Why did not you tell me?" "How did you manage to cook so much?" She was surprised by the table full of food and said, hearing that he proudly replied, "Mostly things already in the fridge. And some stuff I brought back from Busan too." She picked up a piece, took a bite, and happily said, "But as long as it is made by you, I will always want to eat it." After chewing for a while, she suddenly covered her mouth, looking surprised. Seeing that, Sung Hyun asked, "What is wrong? Is it not good?" Jura looked at him with a worried expression and said, "No, it is very good, but I have to wear a dress for the award ceremony tomorrow, so I probably can't eat much." "I am really sorry." Sung Hyun replied, "Eat as much as you can, it is okay." Jura seemed a bit worried as she continued, "Oh right, tomorrow you are the one giving the speech at the Daesing award ceremony, right? You did the same last year too." Sung Hyun looked at her and smiled, "That is right, but I might have to go to the ceremony separately because in the afternoon I have a meeting with Senior Kim Min-gu. So it might take a while." Surprised by the news that he was accepted, Jura said, "You and Mark must meet." Sung Hyun slowly said, "Yes, only tomorrow there is no time. It is a pity we can't walk the red carpet together." She quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I will be fine on my own. Just focus on your contract, you got this." As they ate and chatted, he asked, "How's the filming going? Do the director is a total psycho." She smiled at him and replied, "You are exaggerating." She then put on a slightly sad face about what had just happened. Jura's eyes suddenly lit up with something. At the Rugio apartment complex, Din Kyung called out loudly, "Kwang-soo, do you want some bread with jam?" Kwang-soo vacuumed while replying, "Sure, if you do it, that would be great." She smiled and said, "Then bring me a cup of coffee." "Yes, madam," he replied cheerfully. The scene shifts to the dining table with two people. Din Kyung spreads the jam and says, "Today's the last day of the year, right?" Kwang-soo replies, "Yeah, time really flies." Excitedly she said, "Yes, the first year was like a dream. If our Jura wins the Daesong Award tonight, it will be the perfect ending, nothing could top it." Kwang-soo smiled confidently. "He will win the award. Every year I have a good feeling about the winner. Last year, I also correctly guessed the winner would be Sung Hyun." Suddenly, the phone rang. Surprised, she said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Kwang-soo was curious, "Is it Jura?" "Yes." After that, the conversation went on, "Yeah, Jura. Of course, I am up. Yeah, I'm having coffee with Kwang-soo. Maybe you should ask the store. It might be needed on the awards day." "Why are you asking all of a sudden? Flat shoes with that dress. Only high heels would go with it." Suddenly, Din Kyung stood up and shouted in surprise, "What?" It was so loud that Kwang-soo, who was sitting across and drinking coffee, spit it all out in shock. He asked in surprise, "Why?" Din Kyung, ignoring him, she continued talking to Jura. "Really, does Seung Hyun know about this yet?" The scene switches to Jura, holding up a pregnancy test with 2 lines, answering, "Not yet, I have not told him. He had a schedule and left early this morning. I plan to keep it a secret from him for now." With a happy smile, Jura continued, "Surprising people every day, so this time I have to surprise him too." Excitedly, she said, "That is right, the first year was sweet as a dream. If our Jura wins the Daesong Award tonight, it will be a perfect ending, nothing could top that." Kwang-soo smiled confidently, "He will win the award. Every year I have a very good feeling about the winner. On the last day of the year, what should we do?" "Of course, let us attend the SBC Artist of the Year Awards. Just a few minutes ago in this square, the stars that shine over the Republic of Korea have gradually appeared. Both seasoned stars and newcomers are here. A foot slowly steps out of the car. Under the sparkling lights stands the leading actress in an incredibly beautiful dress along with the host's introduction that is Hong Jura, the actress who won the Best New Actress award last year, and has made strides to reach new heights this year despite the cold winter weather. She gives us the feeling of a spring goddess, does not she? Where is Kang Sung-hyun? Aren't the two of you together today? This will leave fans hoping to snap shots of the two quite disappointed. Well then, Miss Hong Jura, please come up here. The female lead smiled brightly and answered the reporter's question. Yes, because Kang Sung-hyun has an important schedule, and since I am a bit impatient, I could not wait and had to come early. Just a scheduling conflict, so please do not worry, she said while raising her hand to show off her wedding ring. After Jura finished speaking, the host continued. Yes, everyone can rest assured, the top star couple of the century is still very much in love. She turned away, thinking to herself, it seems like my ability to react has improved a lot. Perhaps because I participated in many events last year, I gained more experience, and now I seem to feel more at ease compared to last year when attending the award ceremony. Sitting in the audience, she glanced at Kang Sung-hyun's seat next to her and thought to herself, but the senior is really late, the program has already reached part 2. Could there be a problem with the contract termination? Suddenly, the host's words snapped her out of her wandering thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, we have kept everyone waiting long enough. Now let us move on to part 2 of the program. First, please enjoy a congratulatory performance from the band Nick. The group's singing gradually rises, capturing everyone's attention. Facing those sounds, Jura was deeply moved. I did not expect that sitting in this spot would let me witness Nick's performance. Jura filled with memories. Jura, do you want to be more famous? A happy smile appeared on Jura's lips. That was the first opportunity my senior helped me get the position of shooting a music video for Nick. It was considered my first time playing the female lead. Everything was so new and awkward, but 2 years have gone by so fast. Suddenly, Sung-hyun's voice softly whispered beside me, no matter how you look at it, you seem really satisfied, right? She froze for 5 seconds when she heard his voice. Sung-hyun exclaimed in panic, Senior, you suddenly appeared like a ghost again. Calmly, Sung-hyun responded, what is wrong with you? Maybe you should quit acting and start making youth potions instead. You can't keep going on like this. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Jura asked, what are you even talking about? And more importantly, why are you late? What about the contract? Sung-hyun looked at her confidently and replied, success. Hearing this, she was visibly pleased and said, congratulations. At that moment, someone from the technical team approached them both and said, Kang Sung-hyun, the Daesang award ceremony is coming up soon. Please follow me backstage. Sung-hyun looked up at him and replied, yes. Sung-hyun looked at Jura and said, if there is not, I will call your name. Hearing this, the female lead became excited. Goodbye, she thought to herself. What should I do now? As the moment to announce the winner approached, my heart beat faster. If it is too stressful, it is not very good, she thought, holding her stomach. The scene shifts to the two hosts. The male host says, yes, SBC Entertainment Awards is being broadcast live. Now only the announcement of the prestigious Daesang Award remains. The female host continues, the announcement of the winner will be handled by Kang Sung-hyun, last year's Daesang winner. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am Kang Sung-hyun, and it is an immense honor to be entrusted with announcing the winner. Without keeping you waiting any longer, I will reveal it right now. Sung-hyun stood on the stage and began to speak. The SBC award-winning artist this year is. With a satisfied smile, he looked over at his wife. Receiving that gaze, Jura was startled. Then the voice of Sung-hyun spoke up, Hong Jura. Congratulations to her, leaving the main actress in surprise. She hurriedly went up to receive the award as Se-eung-hwin's voice still echoed. Actor Hong Jura delivered an outstanding performance, displaying an unprecedented level of captivating acting in the movie life. Received much acclaim from the audience. Congratulations. Jura looked up at the stage and thought, his whole life. This is a position I never thought I could reach, but... Sung-hyun held the bouquet and looked at her with a proud expression. Her eyes filled with tears of happiness. She looked at him and thought, finally, I have reached it. Hold the mic firmly. Jura began to speak. First of all, I genuinely feel so grateful to all of you. I truly do not know how to thank you enough. Thank you all for always supporting the movie. The director gave me an incredible work, the scriptwriter, and all the staff who worked so hard. Thank you to the representative who has always supported me, Mr. Moon Kang-soo, Ms. Din Kyung, and the managers. I am deeply grateful to everyone. She choked up and continued, I promise to always work hard, striving not to lose my true self to become a genuine actor, always moving forward. And finally, with tears in her eyes, she thought, you have always been curious. Why does this man always enjoy surprises so much? It is so difficult to give someone a heads up, yet every time you do, it leaves them both astonished and deeply moved. But now I finally understand the reason. It is definitely because. She smiled softly and said, and those were her final words. I want to dedicate this award to my dear husband Kang Sung-hyun and the little one on the way. Upon hearing this, Sung was utterly shocked. After she finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Someone below suddenly spoke up. Oh crap. It is like a switch that makes the whole audience cheer loudly. Everyone took out their phones to live stream this surprising scene. The female fans could not contain their emotions and said, did not Hong Jura just say she was pregnant? So if the baby is born, the father will be Kang Sung-hyun and the mother will be Hong Jura. Wow, born and already debuting. Other actors were also thrilled by this shocking news, one after another saying from last year to this year, I have really been looking forward to next year, me too. The baby must be so adorable to see. Din Kyung helplessly said, it seems our Ju RA has picked up someone's habit of surprising others. Kim Ji-na added, maybe our representative Mun is unconscious by now. Kwang Soo threw all the papers in the air, tears of happiness streaming down his face, saying fine, I give up from now on. Do whatever you want, as long as you are happy. Sung-hyun was so confused. Bap. What did you just say? Turn back to Sung-hyun. Jura smiled victoriously. Sung-hyun looked at her with an incredibly happy expression. He pushed Jura forward. The face was on the verge of tears. Hug Jura tightly. He gently said thank you, and she looked at him, surprised, thinking it was clear. His eyes were now wet, truly grateful to his wife. Hearing this, Jura's eyes welled up with tears of joy as he thought, this is a moment I could never have imagined, a moment when my heart felt like it was embracing all the happiness in the world. The two embraced each other in tears, as the whole room cheered enthusiastically. Time kept passing, and the award ceremony ended on a joyful note. Yes. For Hong Jura, how would you describe Kang Sung-hyun? The female lead asked. Smiling happily, she said, although this was a question from the organizers, it is actually quite challenging to give a satisfactory answer. She pondered for a moment. Calmly speaking, Kang Sung-hyun and I have a favorite travel destination. In the past, even before the sun had set, stars were already appearing there. I see him as a star. Why is it that, even though we can't see them during the day, they're actually growing? For me, Kang Sung-hyun is like that. Even when he is not in front of me, he is always looking my way. No matter where I am, I never feel alone. He gives me that feeling. Sometimes the love I receive is so immense that I lack the courage to reciprocate. I am always grateful to Kang Sung-hyun. I also want to become a star like that for him, she said with a smile. Of course, and for our children too. Her face lit up with happiness. She continued. Then comes the image of a truly happy family of three. The scene shifted a few years later. Senior, wait. Are you really okay? Jura asked Sung-hyun with concern. He gently looked at her and replied, I am fine. The shoes are not too high, the hair looks great, and the makeup is not too heavy. Very beautiful. Sung-hyun leaned in close to Jura's face and whispered, I think I have already complimented you over 10 times, but if you want, I can do it even more. Jura smiled at Sung-hyun and said, it is not about flattering more than necessary, just trust this senior's judgment. Although it was a bit sudden, I came to greet the parents of my senior. So 3 days before today, the most famous couple of all time got engaged at a fan signing event. That night the whole world went crazy over the two of us. The person on the other end of the phone said to Sung-hyun, hey, you are really thoughtless. How could I not be the first to know the person my son proposed on TV? Your dad is really upset. This week, bring her home right away. Jura, confused, asked softly, why, what did your family say with that reason? Today we have arrived too. Come on in, Sung-hyun's mom said cheerfully. Sung-hyun's dad added, was the trip tiring? Are your parents doing well? Sung-hyun asked his parents while Jura, flustered, bowed her head and said, hello, parents, my name is Hong Jura. Seeing this, Sung-hyun's mother smiled warmly and said, oh my, the girl is so polite. Why do mom and dad keep staring at Jura? Sung looked at his parents, feeling a bit helpless. Sung Hyun's father looked at him and said, "It is exciting to meet a celebrity in real life." Sung Hyun replied, "Your son is also an artist." Sung Hyun's father said, "Son, you are still just a boy, do not dream too big." Sung Hyun, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "It is not that, but how long are you going to stand there? Come in already." "Yes," Jura chuckled as he watched Sung Hyun awkwardly face his father. "Senior, you are not the type to talk about your own matters before asking, so all this time, I have known almost nothing about the two elders. Even just from a glance, I am sure of one thing. I grew up in a family that has long lacked harmony. Are you still upset because I did not say anything first? I know you never wanted these two to live long, yet you still say such meaningless things." Sung Hyun's mother smiled warmly and said in front of a table full of food, "You must be hungry, sit down first." Seeing the table of food, Ji Woo-ra was surprised. "Did you prepare all this, mother?" Sung Hyun's mother covered her mouth and replied with a laugh, "It has been a while since I last showcased my talent." "Hey, just bring some back to eat when you come home," said Sung Hyun's mother, and Sung Hyun replied, "Yes." Seeing the situation, Jura could not help but think, strange, compared to that, what I have is too little. In this perfect picture. Can I get in? Suddenly, Sung Hyun's mother spoke up, "After all, how could Jura look like this?" "Yes," Jura said in surprise. Looking at the screen, it already seems so beautiful, but seeing it in real life today makes it even more stunning, Sung Hyun's mom said, complimenting Jura. Hearing that, Jura also said, "Oh mom, you are like a beauty, I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth," laughed loudly. Sung Yoon's mother said, "Of course, it is sincere. Because the boy looks like his mom, that is why he is so handsome." Seeing his mother so cheerful, Jura thought to himself, she must be really happy, not just pretending, but genuinely happy. Of course, Dad is also an outstandingly handsome man, but Mom is so beautiful that if I did not know it was a senior's family, I would think she is your sister. Dad Sung Hyun said, "Managing costs that much is natural." Mom Sung Hyun said slightly sulkily, "What?" "Keep eating," said Sung Hyun's father. "Did I say something wrong anyway? Can't you behave properly for just one day?" said Sung Hyun's mother. Slightly annoyed Jura saw this situation and worriedly thought, "But the current situation seems a bit off." Sung Hyun suddenly placed a piece of meat on her spoon and said, "It is okay. Parents are showing affection to each other, so you do not need to worry about it." Jura took a bite of the rice and watched his parents flaunting their affection. "Eat more, even if you get old, you still won't gain weight," said Sung Hyun's father while serving food to his wife. Sung Hyun's mother immediately responded, "Stop piling food into other people's bowls." Gently covering her mouth, Jura thought, after all, his senior's looks came from his mother, while the jokes were inherited from his father. The atmosphere in this house, everything seems to carry love. If I think that way, it only makes me want to dive deeper into this place. The scene shifts outside the house, right? So that is why. "Have you two decided on a wedding date yet?" asked Sung Hyun's father as he prepared to swing his golf club. Sung Hyun replied, "No, we are still not sure. Both of us still want to do business this year." "Okay," Dad Sung Hyun agreed to say. The kid lived in the artist world for a long time without caring about his parents at all. "There must be a reason for these actions," he said as he hit the golf ball. "You still have to give feedback on your eldest son's decision." The ball slowly rolled along the track. Sung Hyun's father then said, "She seems like a good girl." "Father," Sung Hyun looked at him thoughtfully and said, Seems like Dad does not have much to say. I heard from Mom that his dating history in his younger days was pretty wild." Hearing his son say that, he covered his face, choked up. "Dad, are you okay?" Sung Hyun asked softly. Inside, the mother and daughter were having a calm conversation. Sung Hyun's mother said, "Even though there are few of us, it is a bit noisy, is not it, Ju-ra?" Ju-ra replied shyly, "Not at all, it feels very warm and friendly." Looking out into the yard, Sung Hyun's mother cheerfully said, "Sung Hyun, that kid seems worried I might eat you alive. He has been glancing in here the whole time. Probably dying of anxiety by now." Jura, slightly embarrassed, said he was probably just worried I would make a mistake because I am a bit hasty. Sung Hyun's mother smiled and replied, "Oh dear, do you think I do not understand my son?" Jura silently screamed inside, "Senior, please come back soon." "Damn it," Sung Hyun continued, "but I really appreciate that you tried not to make me feel bored. Here is your translated text in English. Now, put the tangerine down and quickly eat these grapes," said Sung Hyun's mother as she extended the fork in front of Jura. But Jura quickly refused. "It is okay, Mom. You eat first, I will get everything ready." "Reach out and hold Jura's trembling arm." Sung Hyun's mother said, "Come on, Do not refuse. Just consider yourself a guest. When I first got married, everyone in my husband's house treated me like a guest. Sure, here is the translation, Jura said, confused. Sung Hyun's mother gave a reassuring wink. What? Isn't this type of mother-in-law popular these days? I am not the kind of person who forces my daughter-in-law to be like my own daughter. Jura was stunned as she looked at Sung Hwana's mother. Stammering, she happily said, my child. She said tearfully, I still have many shortcomings, my parents in the accident too. Sung Hyun's mother smiled gently and said, but you have still grown up beautiful and made everyone proud. Although we need to be together to truly know, I trust my son's judgment. Moreover, she smiled gently and said, because you have a wounded heart, it is not a flaw, Jura. At that moment, Jura could not hold back the tears that welled up in his eyes. Suddenly, a scream echoed, Mom. Two people were chatting when they turned around and saw Sung Hyun hurrying inside. Jura quickly wiped away his tears and said, Senior. Worried, Sung Hyun said, why are you crying? What did Mom say to Jura? Hearing that, Jura quickly explained, no, it is just that I was too emotional, while Sung Hyun's mom helplessly looked at him. Oh my. Quickly pushing her husband away, Sung Hyun's mother said, raising her voice, you only realize how useless raising a son is once you have one. Even if he is a bit of a rascal, the only one who stands by me is Mr. De Ongam here. We will leave the space for you two. Let us go outside. Jura sighed in relief and said, can you not be like that? It makes me uncomfortable. Gently touching her cheek, Sung Yoon responded, but why are you crying? Jura quickly explained, just for happiness. So happy that breathless. Because I am not too happy. The feeling I will never experience again. In that warm home, there is me. The truth made me so happy that. The scene shifted to the afternoon. In fact, he knew you would meet their conditions. Two people were on their way home. Jura asked curiously, why is that? Sung Yoon replied, because parents are easily swayed by beautiful people. Hearing that, Jura smiled awkwardly and said, what are you talking about? Sung Yoon responded with a confident smile, it is true. Do not you see those two can't take their eyes off you because you are so beautiful. Jura smiled happily, receiving so many compliments from her husband. Suddenly, Sung Hyun spoke up, but when are you planning to introduce me? Jora replied, confused, yes. You should go greet your in-laws too. Sung Hyun smiled and said, not possible. Jura stared blankly at her husband. She then smiled with happiness. A beautiful day at the memorial. A couple walked in hand. That is the main couple. Jura suddenly spoke up, I bet your parents will be really surprised. Sung Hyun looked at her in shock, what? Then they exchanged glances and smiled quietly at each other. Jura confidently said, your son-in-law is so handsome, and with that, the two gradually walked inside. Do you have any wishes for the wedding, Jura? Sue asked his wife with a smile. A bit puzzled by the unexpected question from Sung Hyun, Jura just said, yes. Seeing his wife so flustered, Sung Hyun had to continue. Our wedding, I want it to be in the way you like the most. Hearing her husband say this, Jura, still a bit flustered, replied, oh. The wedding, where everyone witnesses their lifelong commitment to each other. When I was a child, seeing my parents happy, I once thought about a day in the future. But for some reason, that seemed like a distant matter to me. Jura shyly said, maybe that is why I sometimes think about living with you, but I have never really thought about how I want the wedding to be. The scene shifts to Jura's car with his assistant. Din Kyung helplessly says, that is right, not long ago the issue was whether or not to go public. Jura responds, right, and now it has suddenly come to this. Din Kyung continued, I really do not have a dream wedding, Jia Rua said awkwardly. Let us see, before meeting you, I never thought about getting married. I was just focused on becoming an actress. To be honest, I do not think a wedding is necessary. Surprised by Jura's response, Dicky asked, do not you want to? Jura quickly explained, it is not like that. Before marrying my senior, I thought just living together was already great. Back already, awake, time for bed. I can't think of anything else, Jura said, blushing. Hearing this, Din Kyung could not help but be amazed by this girl. She said, that is right, what could be better than having Kang Sung Hyun as the groom, whether the ceremony is held under a bridge or in the elementary school playground. Jura felt a bit awkward thinking about it, but the senior was looking into all sorts of things, and she did not want to just give a vague answer that everything was fine. I could feel the joy in his words, and also wished that his senior would stay that way. With fiery determination, she thought, wait for me, senpai, I will find my dream wedding even though I do not know what it is yet. I thought so, She sighed in disappointment, still unable to find what she wanted. There are too many choices, and I like them all. Since what I want is not clear, it is hard to find direction. Suddenly she saw something. Surprised by the ceremony on the screen, she said, having an outdoor wedding like this is amazing. Under the clear blue sky, flowers bloom in vibrant colors, and the senior appears in a pristine white uniform. Mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery I had imagined. Suddenly, Juro was startled to realize. Silently screamed in my head, this is getting interesting. Jura, I am back, Sung Hyun called his wife. But in return, he was met with silence. Seeing something off because Jura usually talks about it, happy that you drew the senior's house. But then Sung Hyun brushed it off and moved closer, thinking, she is so focused on something, how cute. He called out to her again, hey, little girl over there. Suddenly Jura shouted, senior, startling Sung Yoon. Her face beamed as she boasted to her husband, I have chosen it, but Sung Hyun still did not understand what was going on, With a bright smile, Jura said, you have chosen the wedding you want. The outdoor wedding finally took place. Everyone applauded, congratulating the newlyweds. Jura is now wearing a beautiful pure white wedding dress, walking towards Sung Hyun, who looks incredibly handsome in his white suit. She closed her eyes, savoring the most beautiful moment of her life. Amidst the cheers, she gazed lovingly at her husband. Sung Hyun smiled back at her warmly. Perhaps, at this moment, only the two of them could truly feel this happiness, and no words could ever describe this emotion. Sung Hyun held the bride's hand. In the blessing, the two people held hands tightly, symbolizing their unbreakable bond, no matter what happens in the future. Sung Hyun looked at Jura and asked, has the wedding you dreamed of come true? Jura smiled brightly and replied, all set, how about you, senior? I still have something to do. Gently touching Jura's face and leaning down, he said. Their gaze gradually narrowed, focusing solely on each other as their lips were about to meet. Amidst the cheers, their lips meet, marking the successful conclusion of the wedding. 3 months have passed. Jura, once again, congratulations on your pregnancy, said Dinkyung with a bright smile while carrying the shopping bags. Offering the gift, she continued, this is a present that Chi and Kwang Soo have prepared. Jura, surprised, replied, thank you so much. Why so many? Din Kyung cheerfully said, gift cards, supplements, cosmetics, pregnancy-safe candy, and a few other things. Thank you so much, I am happy, Jura said. Anyway, I still feel guilty towards Manager Mun. Since the wedding, Din Kyung said, what are you talking about? You hung up at the right time. You will even get an award at the end of the year. Even so, Kwang Soo has already thought about it, so do not worry too much. Lately, he has been meditating and living a good life. Hearing this, Jura was startled and quickly said, I am really sorry. Din Kyung cheerfully asked, so how's Sung Hyun? Is he treating you well? At this moment, Jura hesitated a bit and said, well. Din Kyung eagerly asked again, really? Jura said helplessly, what? While Din Kyung was surprised and exclaimed, huh. Jura recalled saying that she could walk on her own without anyone carrying her. She wondered why he would need to take her to the bathroom, and assured him that walking a little would not be a problem. Hearing this, Din Kyung could only sigh at the absurdity and remarked that if she went to the bathroom, he would probably just wait outside. Jura covered his face and answered, you stick to me like gum all day, and now when I need you, you are nowhere to be found. Senior, Jura hurried to find her husband. She saw him standing in the room doing something and thought to herself, what is he doing in here? Silently stepping in, Jura heard Sung Hyun muttering, the bed goes here. The toys should be over there. Maybe I should move it just a bit. I felt a bit helpless trying to tell Din Kyung that he had been standing there for a long time imagining my room. Isn't that funny? With an indifferent expression, Din Kyung replied, yes, it is really funny. Jura shyly said, besides that, every time he follows the schedule, he gets all confused, and it is only early morning. Senior, Jura gently patted Sungho's head and said, even if you do that, he won't hear anything. It will be a long time before he can. But Sung Hyun just lies on her lap, acting all cute. You know, he just wants to be close to you. Feeling awkward, Jura advised, the manager is waiting downstairs, you need to go quickly. Sung Hyun silently watched her. Then he buried his head in Jura's lap, ignoring her calls, senpai. After that, he said something that made Jura freeze, completely unwilling. I just want to lie on your lap with our child all day like this. Hearing those sweet words made Jura blush, thinking of that moment with a senior. Truly adorable. Din Kyung saw her daydreaming and said, all right, I get it, no need to say more, I already know. Since the wedding, you have seen Sung Hyun every day within arm's reach, have not you? Jura asked in surprise. Yes, why do you ask? Looking at Jura with a teasing expression, Din Kyung said, what else? You are expecting, are not you? Jura replied shyly, well, that prediction was spot on. About a month ago, on the wedding day of Chong Hyun and Dizio, we got married too. After their wedding, we hosted a small celebration. The party atmosphere was lively and fun. Sunghyun, Jura, you two are so busy but still made it to the second round. I really appreciate it, said Diesel, holding a glass of wine. Of course, we had to come. Your wedding is really beautiful, Jura said with a smile. Upon hearing that, Disid cheerfully responded, thank you, Jura. That means it must be true. Oh right, when are you two planning to show us the beautiful second generation that looks just like you? I will let my boy marry into your family, said a shy Chong Hyun, trying to stop his wife. Diseo. Jura looked at the couple in front of him and thought to himself, if this were a normal situation, I would be confused about how to react. Chong Hyun said, she is drunk. Sorry Jura, she is only acting this way because she is drunk. I am not drunk, Dizio retorted. On a good day like this, having drinks with two close friends helps me relax even more. Sure, let us do it that way, Jura said with a bright smile. Sung Yoon added, you are drunk too. DCO then turned to someone else to ask. Seeing Jisoo Jura talk, Sung Hyun sighed helplessly and said, if they had a child, Chong Hyun and Jisoo, the baby would be beautiful. All right, stop drinking. But what if both are of the same gender, asked Jura's husband. Sung Yoon replied, well, if they like each other, there is no other way. What else can be done? Even so, you say it like everything in the world is easy. Sung Hyun just smiled when his wife said that. He set the wine glass down on the table and said, if you do not then. As long as there are both boys and girls, it is all good. Jura looked at him bewildered. She sighed and said, here we go again. You make it sound so easy, but when is it ever that simple? All right then, Sung Hyun whispered. Gently touching Jura's cheek, he said, first of all. Even if it means death, you must still try. The scene shifts to night. A soft cry escaped. Sung Hyun is passionately kissing Jura, both making sounds that are not for kids. Sung Hyun slowly undressed, suggesting that children skip this part while adults can continue to enjoy. Gasping, Jura shouted, wait. My dear, Jura just took a deep breath. Wait, she pleaded. Perhaps at this moment, the beast within Sung Hyun awakens. He said, what? Jura gently replied, need to take a bath first. Seeing Jura's alluring body, he could not resist and lifted her up. Are you still in the mood to think about that now? She said passionately. Jura looked at her husband, her face drenched in sweat. Gently lifting Jura up, they began to make strange sounds. Sung Hyun gently cradled Jura's body and laid it on the bed. As I mentioned earlier, Sung Hyun pretended to look deeply infatuated. I need to make you faint. Take off that bothersome shirt to reveal your perfect sweat-covered body, Jura encouraged. Keep going. Jura's face was now flushed as he thought to himself, Sung Hyun. I hope you will help. Not too much, not too little. Give me a child just like you. Please, Jura sincerely. Looking back, that day I earnestly pleaded with the universe to grant me a child exactly like this man. Perhaps the universe was moved and agreed. He will be the same, Sung Hyun said. Come here, Jura, you have had a hard day. Their child also called out, Mama. Seeing the father and daughter together was like an explosion of emotions. Yes, they are identical, Sung Hyun wondered. Jura, why are you standing there instead of coming in? The child also called Mama. 10 months later, our child was born. Amazingly, the boy looked exactly like his father, Kong Shin, around 6 months old. Sung Hyun's parents also confirmed it, saying the child looks just like Sung Hyun when he was young, exactly like their own son. Gently place Kong Shin in the cradle. Jura thought to himself as he looked at his sleeping child's face, just like an angel. Sure, here's the translation. Certainly, Jura placed a kiss on the child's forehead. I hope that when the boy grows up, he will be as affectionate as his father. Sung Hyun was surprised. You look sleepy, Jura said. Yes, honey, you've had a hard day too, have not you? He looked at her and smiled. Even so, the boy did not cause much trouble. However, you are already working hard outside, Jura thought worriedly. That was a ghost just now, right? Did he really just say even so? Lying next to her husband, Jura asked. But are you really okay? Sung Hyun was surprised by her question. Why? Jura explained, the script by director Lim that he introduced is really good, But now, hearing his wife say that, Sung-yoon gently placed the book on the table and said, I have been acting to my heart's content up until now, so it is okay to take a little break. It is not because of you that he is delayed until now. Jura looked at her husband with affectionate eyes. She suddenly kissed him on the cheek. I am always grateful for you, my love, she softly whispered into Sung-hyun's ear. Sung-hyun's face turned red. He hugged Jura tightly and said, You have a day off tomorrow, right? Jura softly replied, Yes, and then they prepared for a passionate night. Jura thought to himself, as expected. Happiness is like this, no more obstacles on the outside. Time flies quickly. The shelves are now filled with trophies both of them earned. The walls of their house are adorned with family portraits painted by Kong Shin. Lying drowsily on the bed is a 6-year-old Kong Shin. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, Shin, Kong Shin, and he drowsily woke up. But he still tried to sleep in a bit longer. The man called out to him with a slight smile. Son, wake up, we have to have fun with Dad today, Sung Huin said as he tickled him. Laughing until exhausted, Kong Sin hurriedly begged his dad, Stop, Dad, stop. Seeing this, Sung Hyung said, Get up, kid. Kong Sin quickly replied, I will get up. He smiled brightly at his dad. Dad, did you sleep well? Yes, I did. And you? They hugged each other and talked. Then the father and son went to the bathroom to wash their faces. Sung Hyun squeezed toothpaste for his son. They smiled at each other while brushing their teeth. After that, he helped Kong Shin change into a new outfit. Breakfast with my child. After finishing the morning tasks, Kong Shin carried some notebooks and headed toward Sung Hyun. Give it to Dad. Sung Hyun was surprised and said, Are these all scripts from Shin? Shin is really famous. Hearing Dad's praise, Kong Shin said, Yes, what is the next script? Dad, you choose, Sung Hyun said. How about this one? Although he was using his hand to play with Kong Shin, he was still carefully reviewing each script from the beginning. Sang's face turned red while the little boy kept climbing all over his father. Climb back on my neck. In the end, he picked the blue one and said, Dad likes this one. Hearing that, Kong Shin happily replied, Mom and Uncle Kwang Soo also told me to do this, so I have already chosen it too. Surprised, he said, What is going on, Kong Shin? We have already made the decision, but you still ask Dad to choose. Kong Shin looked at her dad and replied, Mom said if she and I were the only ones to pick, Dad would get upset, so she told me to show it to you too. It seems like he realized he had said too much, so he quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Mom told me not to talk about this, but I completely forgot. Upon hearing that, Sung Hyun felt a bit sulky, like, really, only Dad was kept in the dark. This time Dad is really angry. Seeing that, Kong Shin quickly apologized, Dad, please come down, or let me give you a massage. Putting on a pitiful face, you ask again, right, Dad? Sung Hyun could not stand that expression, so he turned and tickled his child, saying, You know Daddy loves you. That is why you are doing this, right? Not today. Kong Shin's father replied, Is that so? Then what should we do? Sung Hyun looked at his son and smiled gently. He said, All right, let us do what Dad asked for today. The scene shifts to a boiling pot of soup. A woman raises the bowl of soup to taste. That is Jura, looking beautiful in her apron. Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around her from behind. He was also a very handsome man. They gazed into each other's eyes with a look full of affection. Then they were about to kiss. A sudden loud noise interrupted the flow of emotions. The director noticed and cleared his throat a few times. Turned to scold the film crew, Hey, the atmosphere is great, but you have to be careful while filming. Everyone was confused. What was that? Who did that? The director, visibly frightened, said, Children, there are not any children on set. Don't say such scary things. At the same moment in a corner of the studio, Dad, did I do well? Sung Hyun chuckled softly as he glanced at the stage and praised, Well done, my dear. Kong Sin replied, I am so happy. Secretly watching his wife in the movie Sung Hyun, he thought to himself, the time has finally come. If we keep seeing each other like this, no matter how many years pass, it won't get boring. Jura said, feeling a bit awkward, we might have to redo it. The other person responded, I have had enough. Jura thought to himself, that cough sounded so familiar, maybe I just misheard it. The director urgently said, Let us do it again. Although it is a bit disappointing, let us keep going. Get ready, action. The second attempt also failed due to that noise. The third time was the same. Then the fourth time was no different, only interrupted at the peak moment. Everyone was bewildered, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from, and why it kept repeating at that moment. As if realizing whose voice it was, Jura felt a surge of anger. The one who would do something like that, apart from that man. The director was still confused. Could it really be the ghost of a child? At this moment Jura had untied her hair, ready to confront the culprit, while reassuring the director, do not worry, it is probably not a ghost. In one corner, the father and son still have not realized the disaster about to strike. Kong Shin excitedly asked his father, Dad, what happens next? What will we do? Sung Hyun, still patting his head, continued, first the menu, then clap, stomp your feet, hit the wall. A woman's voice startled them both. So this is where you are. Angrily, Jura said, you are quite good at bossing around my son too. Kong Sung Hyung. Seeing her triumphant, Sung Hyun replied, you are really good, of course. Meanwhile, Kong Sin kept calling for his mother. Hearing her husband's smug remark, Ju Ara sulkily responded, you still have time to joke around. Now because of those two, before he could finish his sentence, the girls in the room had already moved closer. What is going on? What is happening? Kong Sung Hyun. Jura quickly turned around and said, I am really sorry everyone, a girl said. So it really is you Kong Seong Hwin. The girl next to her was extremely surprised and responded. Really? The whole group started buzzing. Jura came to call him. Jura stammered nervously no. A tall man suddenly emerged from the shadows. Sung Hyun grabbed Jura's shoulder, pulled her close, and said hello everyone, while Kong Shin, imitating his dad, greeted everyone as well. Sung Hyun continued, everyone has worked hard filming, I have prepared coffee and snacks outside, so take a break for a bit. Seeing her husband like that, Jura was incredibly surprised. She thought helplessly, once again manipulating others with bribes and that beauty. Meanwhile, Shin, do you want an apple? Sung Hyun asked his son. You have to say thank you, Shin. Kong Shin obediently said, thank you. Suddenly, Sung Hyun turned around to look at his wife. Jura seemed puzzled by that look. He suddenly stuck out his tongue and teased her. Seeing that scene, Jura felt both angry and embarrassed, thinking, that man is really something. Kong Sung Hyun, when you get home, you won't get away with this. Taking a deep breath, if you think about it, the biggest issue is his unchanging jealousy over time, but I do not hate it. She smiled happily, thinking to herself. I absolutely won't tell him. When we get home, I will scold you like crazy. Sung Hyun replied, how do you plan to scold me? While Kong Shin kept exclaiming oh my, creating a picture of a perfectly happy family. That evening, the elevator is currently on the 37th floor. Jura thought to himself as he checked his phone, it is already 11:30, Shin is probably asleep by now. I really scolded them because of him and his request, so I feel guilty. I am truly sorry. It is okay, we found it quite interesting, right? Yes, that is right. Actually, I was not mad anymore for a while, but I had to stay firm to maintain discipline. I am back, Jura said as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Mom, suddenly I heard Kong Shin calling. Jura hugged Kong Shin excitedly and said, welcome home, Mom. Jura suddenly asked, Shin, you are still awake? From a distance Sung Hyun said, come back here quickly, I stayed up until now because there is something I want to show you. Jura looked at her child in surprise. Something to show me, Kong Shin replied excitedly, yes. Quickly grabbing his mother's hand, Kong Shin urged, hurry up. Curious, Jura asked, what is it? Leading her mother into the kitchen, ta-da. Jura was amazed by what her son and husband had done on Christmas Eve. Wow, that is beautiful. Did Dad decorate it? She asked cheerfully. Kong Shin, pulling something out, replied, yes, and also. To his mother's surprise, Kong Shin presented a golden star. Smiling expectantly, she asked you to tell your mom that the last decoration is something she wants everyone to hang up together. Seeing his son like that, Jura could not help but smile with happiness. Everyone in the family placed their hands on the little star. The three happily finished decorating the Christmas tree. But Jura worriedly asked Kong Sin, oh right, have you decided what gift you want from Santa Claus yet? To which an innocent Kong Sin replied, yes. Really, what is it? Can you tell me? Jura thought to herself, please tell me. Last year, Kong Shin replied, it is a secret. Kong Shin put his finger to his mouth, thinking for a moment, while inside, Jura was screaming please. Suddenly, you exclaimed, a younger brother. Both Jura and his wife froze upon hearing that. Worried, she told her son, Shin, did not you say before that you did not need a sibling? Kong Shin replied, but if it is a sibling like Gizung or other friends, then we would not need to say goodbye and could play together forever. Mun Gizung is the eldest son of Din Kyung and Kwang Soo, 1 year younger than Shin. Raising his hand to his forehead, Jura quietly muttered in frustration, please do not ask for that. If Santa Claus has to bring you, would not that be too difficult? Kong Shin replied, I know, because Santa Claus is to come from a very far place. So 10 months later is fine, Nai no replied with a smile. Although the two most uncomfortable people were the couple Jura. In the bedroom, Jura helplessly said, please, where on earth did you find out about that? Sung Hyun quickly reassured her, do not worry, kids learn all about that in kindergarten. Jura looked at him and said, you know it well. Sung Yoon smiled and replied, the parents were also informed in detail. So that is how it is, Jura seems to understand. But she fell silent. She clasped her hands nervously and said, thinking back, I kept working hard while the kids were growing up, but it seems I still do not really know my own children. As a mother, maybe I won't have any points. Sung Hyun looked at his worried wife and let out a soft sigh. There is no way the kids would love their mother that much, he said sincerely. Later, the boy will think, so our most amazing mother turned out to be a top Korean actress. Hearing her husband's words, Jura could not hold back her emotions at that moment. She quietly stood up. As she undressed, she said, I originally planned to have a proper talk today. Jura got on the bed. Sitting on her husband's body, she said, but you gave such good advice. You deserve a reward. Seeing Sung Hyun's response, Jura whispered, it feels more like punishment than a reward. How did you know I would punish you? After that, they kissed each other. Smiling gently, he replied, I love everything you do for me. Honestly, Jura thought to himself. It is impossible to resist this man for a lifetime. The scene shifts to a beautiful beach, Kongshin. A small foot runs on the sand. Wait, do not run off alone, said Sung Hyun, holding their second child. Kongshin smiled back, I won't go far. Sung Hyun handed his daughter to his wife and looked at Kongshin, saying, Dad's coming to get you now. Gra, hold on to Soy. Jura looked at him and replied, yes. Anyway, I think the energy between the father and son is still as wonderful as ever, Jura thought. Then she gently touched her daughter's face and said, your dad is working hard, Soy, but understand your mom's words. Soy smiled and said, Mom. Many years have passed since we came to this beach together. At that time it was just the two of us. But now it is the four of us. A long journey has passed since I wanted to be recognized as an actor, becoming a member of the Seonbai family. These days, I feel like I am at the peak of happiness. If this is the peak, I am afraid I might fall at any moment. A familiar hand suddenly rested on Jura's shoulder, calming her fear. Looking at Sung Hyun, she thought, but in that moment with my family, I realized happiness can be even greater. Let the breeze brush your face. Jura turned his gaze toward the sea. Now that star will come to us, both as a senior and as a star among us. The shining star is closely tied to the children, like how we decorate a Christmas tree together, and also. Sung Hyun suddenly spoke up, Ju-ra, yes. Looking at his wife with a loving gaze, he said, we will be this happy for the rest of our lives, right? Here you go. The thought of happiness will continue to grow, Jura smiled brightly. Of course, if I am with someone like him. The image of Jura on the screen is blurry. Then it went back to normal, yes, for the while Jura Gang Sung White was. Jura laughed and replied, that is a question that is not new at all, but I do not know how to answer it properly. After thinking for a moment, she replied, there is a tourist spot that both Kang Sung Hyun and I like. There is a tourist spot that Kang Sung Hyun and I like, a little girl repeated Jura's words. In the past, at that place, when the sun had not set yet, we saw the stars, a boy continued. Both of them looked at each other and said in unison, when I look at those stars, I see that Sung Hyun and I are very much alike. Hey, that was before I was born, right? The cheerful little girl asked her brother. Kang Shin replied, yes, I was just a little kid back then too. Mom back then, and now looks exactly the same, still so beautiful, absolutely. Gently poking her cheek, he said, and our Soy I looks exactly like her mother. Suddenly, a scream interrupted the brothers' emotions. Have you two watched that video again? Stop watching it, please. Jura was so angry that his hands were trembling, while Kang Shin, and so I cheerfully said, Mom and Dad are happy you two are back. Why not you like it, Mom? If we look up some of your old videos, there are plenty, Kang Shin cheerfully said. Hearing that, Jura replied, even if it is old work, it is a bit embarrassing for my daughter to watch. Kang Shin then said, but you often talk about it in front of us anyway. Suddenly, Sung Hyun hugged the two kids and said, it has been a while since I watched this, let me watch with you. Jura could only helplessly say, even you are just too much. Sung Hyun suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her down. Jura, just give up and come watch with us. A family of four sat on the sofa watching the interview. Even when not in front of me, I feel like someone is looking at me, someone who, no matter where I am, makes me feel like I am not alone. Sometimes, the love I receive is so overwhelming that I do not know how to reciprocate. For me, Kang Sung-hyun is someone I am always grateful for. I also want to be like that star beside Kang Sung-hyun for the rest of my life, of course, with our little one too. Hearing my voice on television, Jura felt incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, a voice called out, pulling her away from the shy feelings, Mom. Kang Shin looked at her and said, "To me, you have always been like a star." Hearing his child say that, Jura choked up. Sung-hyun continued, "It is amazing. It is the same for me too, Dad." Soi felt the same way, and said while hugging them both, "Everyone's acting so strange." At this moment, Jura's face is burning red from embarrassment as the whole family hugs him tightly. She choked up, "Why?" Kang Shin awkwardly asked, "Mom, are you crying?" Sung-hyun replied, "Did that kid make you cry?" While Soya kept comforting Mom, "Please do not cry. Dad cries more than you." "That is just because Mom is too happy," Jura replied, choking up. Perhaps at that time too. She remembered standing alone, crying. "Why are the tears falling again? We still have to keep going," Jura reassured himself. Suddenly, someone held out a handkerchief in front of her. She stared at the person in shock. That was Sung-hyun. From that moment, the harmony of the universe began. "To bring me happiness."